World of Warcraft, Rise of the Horde. Written by Christy Golden, narrated by Jay Linder. Prologue. The power the stranger radiated swirled in glorious hues and vibrations, flowing like a cape behind him, encircling his mighty head with light like a crown. The voice was audible in both the ears and the mind, and raced along the blood like a sweet song, long forgotten, and now suddenly recalled. What he offered was tempting, was exciting, and made the heart ache with yearning, but still, there was something. When he had gone, the leaders of the Eredar turned to one another and spoke softly, the words intended for their minds alone. "It is little enough to ask for what he offers us," said the first. He stretched in the physical world and in the metaphysical one, sending forth echoes of his strength. "Such power," murmured the second, lost in thought. He was the elegant one, the beautiful one, and his essence was glorious and radiant. And he speaks the truth. What he showed us will come to pass. No one can lie in such a telling. The third was silent. What the second had said was true. The method by which this powerful being had demonstrated the truth of what he offered could not be falsified. They all knew that. Still, this entity, this Sargeras, there was something about him that Velen misliked. Velen's fellow leaders were also his friends. He was particularly close to Kil'jaeden, the most powerful and decisive of the three. Friends they had been down the years, that had slipped by unnoticed by beings beyond the reach of time. That Kil'jaeden was inclined to accept the offer carried more weight with Velen than Archimonde's opinion, which, though usually sound, could occasionally be swayed by appeals to his vanity. Velen thought again of the image shown to them by Sargeras, worlds for them to conquer, and more importantly, to explore and investigate. For above all, the Eredar were curious. For being so powerful, knowledge was what meat and drink were to the lesser beings, and Sargeras offered them a tantalizing glimpse into what could be theirs if they would only swear their loyalty to him, only pledge the same for their people. "As usual, our Velen is the cautious one," said Archimonde. The words could have been a compliment. Instead, they struck Velen as condescending. He knew what Archimonde wanted, and Velen knew the other viewed his hesitancy as nothing more than an obstacle to what he, Archimonde, craved at this moment. Velen smiled. "Yes, I am the cautious one, and sometimes my caution has saved us as much as your decisiveness, Kil'jaeden, and your instinctive impetuosity, Archimonde." Both of them laughed, and for a moment, Velen was warmed by their affection. Then they quieted, and he sensed that they, at least, had already made up their minds. Velen felt his heart sink as he watched them go, hoping that he would make the right decision. The three of them had always worked well together, their diverse personalities serving to balance one another. The result was harmony and peace for their people. He knew that Kil'jaeden and Archimonde truly wanted what was best not only for themselves, but for those they led. He shared that sentiment, and always before they had reached an agreement on such things. Velen frowned. Why did the confident, appealing Sargeras unsettle him so? The others were obviously inclined to accept the offer. Sargeras had told them that the Eredar were exactly what he had been searching for, a strong, passionate, proud people who would serve him and advance a cause that would bring all worlds everywhere together. He would enhance them, he said. He would change them, he would make them better, give them gifts that the universe had never seen before. For indeed, the universe had never before brought together the powers that Sargeras claimed, and the uniqueness that was the Eredar. And what Sargeras had told them would indeed come to pass. And yet, Velen went to the temple, where he had often gone before when troubled. Others were there this night, sitting in a circle around the single pillar in the room that bore the precious Adamal crystal. The artifact was ancient, so ancient that none among the Eredar could remember its origins, any more than they could remember their own. Legend had it that it was a gift bestowed upon them long ago. The crystal had enabled them to expand both their mental abilities and their knowledge of the universe's mysteries. It had been used in the past for healing, for conjuration, and, as Velen hoped to use it this night, for visions. Respectfully, he went forward and touched the triangular crystal. The warmth of it, like a small animal nestled in his hand, calmed him. He breathed deeply, letting the familiar power penetrate him, then dropped his hand and returned to the circle. Velen closed his eyes. He opened every part of him that he could receive, body and mind and magical intuition. At first, what he saw seemed to only confirm what Sargeras had promised. He saw himself standing with Archimonde and Kil'jaeden, lords not only of their own noble and proud people, but of countless other worlds. Power shimmered around them, power that Velen knew would be as intoxicating as any liquor he might sip. Shining cities were theirs, along with the inhabitants of those cities, prostrating themselves before the three with cheers and cries of adoration and loyalty. Technology such as Velen had never dreamed of awaited his exploration. Tomes in strange tongues were translated for him, revealing magic hitherto unimagined and untold. It was glorious, and his heart swelled. He turned to look at Kil'jaeden, and his old friend smiled. Archimonde put a friendly hand on his shoulder. Then Velen looked down at himself, and cried out in horror. His body was now gargantuan, but twisted and distorted. Smooth blue skin was now black and brown and gnarled, like some once noble tree, disfigured and diseased. Light radiated from him, true, but not the pure light of powerful positive energy, but a sickly green. Frantically, he turned to behold his friends, his fellow leaders of the Eridar. They, too, had been transformed. They, too, retained nothing of what they had been, but were now Minari. The Eridar word for something horrifically wrong, something twisted and unnatural and defiled slammed into his mind with the force of a shining sword. He cried out again, and his knees buckled. Velen pulled his gaze away from his tormented body, searching for the peace and prosperity and knowledge Sargeras had promised him. He beheld only atrocities. Where before him had been an adoring crowd, now he saw only mutilated corpses or bodies that, like his, like Kil'jaeden's, like Archimonde, had been transformed into monsters. Among the dead and the distorted capered beings that Velen had never before seen, strange dogs with tentacles sprouting from their backs, tiny, twisted figures that danced and capered and laughed at the carnage, deceptively beautiful creatures, their wings outstretched behind them, who surveyed what had been wrought with delight and pride. Where their cloven hopes fell, the earth died. Not just the grass, but the soil itself. All that gave life was obliterated, sucked dry. This, then, was what Sargeras planned to do with the Eridar. This was the enhancement he had spoken of so glowingly. If Velen's people allied with Sargeras, they would become these monstrous things, these Minari. And somehow, Velen understood that what he was witnessing was not a single incident. It was not just this one world that would fall. It wasn't even a dozen, or 100, or 1,000. If he threw his support behind Sargeras, everything would be destroyed. This legion of Minari would keep moving forward, aided by Kil'jaeden and Archimonde, and, may all that was good and pure help him, Velen. They would not stop until everything in existence was scoured and blackened as this patch of ground that Velen viewed through blurred vision. Was Sargeras insane? Or worse, did he understand this and still crave it? Blood and liquid fire poured over everything, rained down upon him, burning him and spattering him until he fell to the earth and wept. The vision mercifully vanished, and Velen blinked, trembling. He was now alone in the temple, and the crystal glowed comfortingly. He was grateful for that balm. It had not happened, not yet. What Sargeras had told them was indeed true. The Eridar would be transformed, and their 3 leaders would be offered power, knowledge, domination, near godhood. And they would lose everything they held dear, would betray those that they had vowed to protect, to do it. Velen ran a hand across his face, relieved to find it damp only with sweat and tears and not the fire and blood of his vision. Not yet, anyway. Was it even possible to halt this, or to mitigate the destruction the Legion wrought in any way? The answer floated back to him, as reviving and sweet as a draught of dear water in a desert. Yes. They came at once, responding to the emotion in his mental plea. It was but the matter of a few moments to brush their minds and let them see what he had seen, feel what he had felt. For a brief instant, he knew they shared his sentiments, and hope swelled within him. There was yet a chance. Archimonde frowned. This is not a glimpse into the future that we can verify. It is only your hunch. Velen stared at his old friend, then turned his eyes to Kil'jaeden. Kil'jaeden was not bound by his vanity, as Archimonde was. He was decisive and wise. Archimonde is right, Kil'jaeden said smoothly. There is no veracity here, only an image in your own mind. Velen looked at him, pain welling inside him. Gently, sorrowfully, he detached his thoughts from theirs. Now, what was in his mind and heart stayed there. He would never again share it with these two, who had once been like extensions of his own soul. Kil'jaeden took the withdrawal as surrender, which was as Velen intended, and smiled as he placed a hand on Velen's shoulder. I do not want to give up what I know to be positive, and good, and true for what I fear might be unpleasant, he said. Nor, I think, do you. Velen could not risk a lie. He merely looked down inside. Once, Kil'jaeden and even Archimonde would have seen through such a feeble facade, but now their thoughts were not on him. They were thinking about the apparently limitless power about to be bestowed upon them. It was too late to sway them. These two once great beings were Sargeras' playthings. They were on their way to becoming Minari. Velen knew with terrifying certainty that if they guessed that he was not with them, they would turn upon him with deadly consequences. He had to survive, if only to do what precious little he could to save his people from damnation and destruction. So he nodded, but spoke nothing, and it was decided that the three leaders of the Eridar would ally with the great Sargeras. Archimonde and Kil'jaeden departed quickly to make the necessary preparations to welcome their new lord. Velen grieved over his impotence. He wanted to save all of his people, as he had sworn to do, but he knew that was impossible. Most would trust in Kil'jaeden and Archimonde and follow them to their doom. But there were a few who thought, as he did, who would forsake everything merely upon his word. They would need to. Their home of Argus would shortly be destroyed, devoured by the madness of a demonic legion. Those who would survive would have to flee. But flee where? Velen stared at the Adamok crystal, despair flooding through him. Sargeras was coming. There was no place on this world to hide from such a being. How, then, would he escape? Tears blurred his vision as he gazed at the crystal. Surely it was his tears that made it seem to shimmer and pulse. Velen blinked. No, it was no trick of the light seen through tears. The crystal was glowing, and before his shocked gaze, it rose slowly from its pedestal and floated until it was directly before him. Touch it, a voice in his head said softly. Trembling, awestruck, Velen reached out a strong blue hand, expecting to feel the familiar warmth of the quiescent prism. Energy raced through him, and he gasped. In intensity, it was almost as powerful as the dark energy that had surged through him in the vision. But this was as pure as that had been foul, as light as that had been dark, and Velen suddenly felt hope and strength well inside him. The strange glowing field about the Adamok crystal grew, stretched upward, assumed a shape. Velen blinked, almost blinded by the radiance, but not wanting to look away. You are not alone, Velen of the Eridar, the voice whispered to him. It was soothing, sweet, like the sound of flowing water and the rush of a summer wind. The radiance faded slightly, and hovering before Velen was a being unlike any he had ever seen. It seemed to be comprised of living light. Its center was a soft golden hue, the outer radius a glowing, soothing violet. Strange metallic-looking glyphs swirled around the center, calming and hypnotic, in a spiral dance of color and light. It continued to speak inside his mind, a sound that seemed to Velen to be the light itself given voice. We, too, have sensed the impending horrors about to befall this and other worlds. We strive to keep the balance, and what Sargeras is planning will rip apart everything. Utter chaos and ruination will descend, and the things that are good and true, and pure and holy, will be lost beyond recovery. Who? What? Velen could not even form the question in his mind. So swept away was he by the being's glory. had already arrived. The question came not how they were wondering, would they escape? How indeed they were not. For a moment he despaired, but then he recalled the radiant being who had linked his bond with him. They would come, he knew it. In the meantime, every moment that passed meant that they were closer to being discovered. So many were not here, not even talking. Restaurant, where the old and truthful prince smiled at them. They will be good, he said reassuringly. No one nodded. More than likely, the restaurant returned. There had been no sign of his old friend, now in full jade and argonaut, had been ready for outrageous return. They had been far too consumed with anticipating the prince's power. Yet, the same deep instinct that had warned them this prince so dead and now at the time, simply was not right. He realized they were decent. There they were. Argonaut and several others, they had arrived, smiling and winking, down the hill. He started down to meet them, with the pistol in his belt, power conserved with his body. His blue fingers clenched tightly around the game, as his mind opened to its point. Rellen's knees buckled as the ankle bent his helmet. Sir Jairus had already begun. He had already started creating a hideous region, taking Eridar, who had been foolish in trusting him to listen to obeying the Argonaut, and storing them in the long down the sea of suspicion. There were thousands of them, every physical description of the village, lying just beyond his sight and senses. He turned a shocked gaze to the Paladin, suddenly aware that the painful enemies of his old friend, as well as those of Alvin, the legion, had lost him toward his sight. A prayer rang from the outer breast of his despairing soul floated up to his mind. Lord, help us. The Venari were scrambling up the mountain, sensing that they had been exposed to closing in with other predators looking for them. Such young knew that death, if explorable, was the sword of Eridar, and those would follow. At wit's end, Ellen gripped the Adamant pistol and thrust it upward to the sky. As if the heavens themselves were cracking open, a clear shaft of radiant white light appeared. Its glory shone directly onto the crystalline prism, and before Valen's stunned gaze, splintered the bright light, 7% waves of red heat. Jean stung Valen as the crystal held shattered, the sharp edges sliced his fingers. He gasped and instinctively released the fraction system, watching enraptured as the pieces pivoted in, each transforming themselves into a perfect sphere, and taking on 7 radiant hues of the light as if one stone was splintered, perfect shaft of pure light. At that precise instant, Marduk raced toward him, naked robe and chain. The flames of the crystal altered their light as if into a stone wall to cover back. Valen rolled and fought in Mardu's clean, gnawing, chewing, clawing, scrabbling on the ball, making the moonlight, which yet protected them from his teeth. A deep, drumming sound raced along Valen's legs, and it felt intense. He looked upward, honestly of wonder, saw something that submerged even nearer to it instead of stones in front. He beheld what looked, at first, like a twinkling star, so bright he almost not dare looking upon it. As he drew closer, he saw that it was nothing so elusive as the stars of Earth's sky, but a solid structure, its center as soft and round as the door, adorned with each other, crystalline spines. Valen wept over it. His tranquil touch brought him upon it. I am here, and my father said, prepare to obey this word. Valen extended his arms upward, almost like a child begging a loving hand, swept up, and touched his face. The orb above him fell, and as Valen felt himself being lifted gently in the air, he floated upward, and saw that the others too were rising toward him in succession. With such Valen's eyes and lips, though it also vibrated with a living essence, it did not yet perfection. In the midst of the quiet joy, Valen heard the shriek of the storm bellow and rise and break. The base of the ship opened, and a few seconds later, Valen found himself standing on something solid. He knelt on the floor, if such it could be called, and watched as the rest of his people floated toward the gate. When the last one had arrived, Valen expected the door to fill over the ship that was made of metal that was not metal, flesh that was not flesh, and what Valen suspected was the very essence of the form and coming. Instead, he felt a whisper in his mind. The crystal, wherein he was then, there in heaven, covered him with what he could. Valen leaned over the opening and tuned his hand. With shocking speed, the 7 crystals burst upward toward him, striking his path so hard that he gathered them close, ignoring the incredible heat beneath him, and jerked himself back. At once, the door disappeared as if it had never been present. Clutching the 7 Adamant crystals, his mind stretched so far, he felt as he was rushing like a madman. Valen hung suspended for an endless instant, looking to them. Had they done it? Had they escaped? From his position at the head of the army, so gazing at an unobstructed view of the mountain strewn like a slate, for a glorious moment he tasted victory, almost as sweet as the hunger such as the pain of the sky. All that was not such well. It had only been pure luck that Valen had story behind the name is the rock that's left by the grace of the spirits and the blood of heroes before me that runs in my veins. I have become your chief, the leader of a group of races and as before. How this came to be true is another tale. The one I wish to set to punishment now, for those who live it have to dwell with the honorable nation. The story of my father, and those who believe it, and of those who betrayed me and hated me. What might have become of us, have been Had Juratan proposed such a friendship with a Warsong clan member, or a bone chewer, for example, known for their intense clan pride and distrust of others, the little flame of friendship would have died quickly. So the elders watched and waited for the novelty to fade and for each youth to return to his rightful place and keep the familiar order that had been established for as long as anyone could recall. They were disappointed. The frost of late winter had given way to spring, and now the full blousy warmth of summer, and the friendship continued. Duratan knew that they were watched. but as long as no one interfered, he did not object. Durotan closed his eyes and let his fingers spread over the moss. The shaman said that all things had a life, a power, a spirit. They were deeply involved with the spirits of the elements, earth, air, fire, and water, and the spirits of the wilds, and they claimed they could sense the life force in earth and even seemingly dead stone. All Durotan could feel was the cool, slightly moist sensation of moss and the soil beneath his palms. The earth shuddered. His eyes snapped open. He bolted upright, his hand automatically going for the spiked club that he constantly carried. Orgrim preferred a heavy medaling wood hammer, the traditional weapon of the Blackrocks, and a simplified version of the legendary hammer that would one day come to him. The two boys exchanged glances. They did not need to speak to communicate. Was the thing that made the earth shake an enormous cleftive? With its shaggy pelt that made magnificent blankets and rich red flesh that could feed almost the whole clan? Or was it something more dangerous? What did live in the Terracore forest, anyway? They had been here only once before. They got to their feet in unison, their small dark eyes peering into the now ominous-seeming dark corners of the close-growing trees, searching for whatever had made the noise. Boom. The earth shuddered again. Durotan's heart started to beat faster. If it was a small clefthoof, maybe they could take it down together and share the spoils with both clans. He glanced over at Orgrim and saw the other's eyes gleam with excitement. Boom. Boom. Crash. Both youths gasped, and then retreated as the noise came closer. A tree only a few yards away from them seemed to splinter before their eyes. The thing that made the noise and so casually dispatched an ancient tree suddenly came into view. It was enormous. It carried a club as big as they were, and it was most definitely not a clefthoof. And it had seen them. It opened its mouth and bellowed something that was vaguely intelligible, but Durotan wasn't about to waste time figuring out what it had said. Their thoughts as one, the two boys turned and fled. Now Durotan wished desperately that they had not decided to challenge one another to a race earlier, for his legs had not fully recovered. Yet still they moved when he asked it of them, the need for survival lending him energy. How had they wandered so far into ogre territory? And where were the Gron? Durotan imagined one of the ogre's masters forcing its way through the trees as the ogre had, towering over ordinary ogres as ogres towered over the orcs. Even more hideous than an ogre, more of the earth than of flesh, and yet so terribly wrong. Its one eye bloodshot and staring as it pointed at Durotan and Orgrim and directed the ogre toward it. He and Orgrim were not yet of the season where they could be initiated into adulthood and permitted to go with the warriors of the clans to hunt the ogres and, on rare occasions, the Gron themselves. They had gone on hunts that the clans had perceived as less dangerous for talbooks and other easy prey, but Durotan had always yearned for the day when he would be allowed to tackle these fearsome creatures, winning honor for himself and his clan. Now, he wasn't so sure. The earth continued to tremble, and the shouts of the ogre were coming more clearly now. Crush, little orcs. Me smash. The roar that followed this almost made his ears bleed. The thing was gaining on them. Despite his brain's panicked orders to his body to run faster, faster, curse you, he could not put any distance between him and the monstrous being that loomed so close that its vast shadow almost blotted out what little light filtered through the tree branches. The trees thinned, and the light grew brighter. They were close to the edge of the forest now. Durotan kept running and burst into an open space of the meadow, his feet falling again on soft grass. Orgrim was ahead of him, but not by much. Despair washed through Durotan, followed hard by a black wave of fury. They were not yet adults. They had not gone on their first real hunt. They had not danced by the fire with the females. They had not bathed their faces in the steaming blood of their first solo kills. There was so much they had not done. To die a glorious death in battle was one thing, but they were so overpowered by the hideous creature as to make their deaths humorous rather than honorable. Knowing it could cost him precious seconds, but unable to resist the impulse, Durotan turned his head to scream a curse at the ogre before it smashed him as flat as a grain cake with his club. What he saw made his jaw drop. Their rescuers did not utter a sound. They moved in silence, a quiet tide of blue, white, and silver that seemingly sprang out of the very air. Durotan heard the familiar whine of arrows shrieking through the air, and a heartbeat later the ogre's cries that were tinged not with rage, but with pain. Dozens of arrows, tiny things on that massive pale body, sprouted from it, and it halted its deadly progress. It yelled and tried to brush the irritations from its skin. A clear voice rang out. Even though he did not understand the language, Durotan recognized words of power when he heard them, and his skin prickled. Suddenly the sky was filled with lightning, but this was unlike any lightning Durotan had seen, invoked by a shaman. Blue and white and silver energy crackled around the ogre, swirling about it and closing in on it like a net. The monster bellowed again and fell. The earth shook. Now the Draenei, their bodies covered in some sort of metallic plating that reflected the cool hues of magical energies in a display that dazzled Durotan's eyes, dismounted and descended upon the fallen ogre. Blades flashed, More words of power and command were uttered, and Duratan was forced to shut his eyes or be driven mad by the display. At last silence fell. Duratan opened his eyes again to see that the ogre was dead. Its eyes still stared, its tongue protruded from its parted lips, and its body was covered with red blood and black burn marks. So great was the silence that Duratan could hear his own ragged breathing and that of Ogrim. The two looked at each other, stunned by what they had just witnessed. Both had seen the Draenei before, of course, but only at a distance. They came now and then to each clan, ready to trade their carefully crafted tools and weapons, and decorative pieces of carved stone in exchange for the thick pelts of forest animals, brightly woven blankets, and raw materials the orcs culled from the land and stone. It had always been an occasion of interest in the clans, but the exchanges only lasted a few hours. The Draenei, blue-skinned, soft-spoken, eerily arresting, did not invite closeness, and no clan leader had ever asked them to stay and share their hospitality. Relationships are cordial, but aloof, and everyone involved seemed to want it that way. Now the leader of the group that had arrived so unexpectedly strode over to Duratan. From his position on the earth, Duratan saw what he had never noticed when he had regarded the Draenei from a distance. Their legs did not go straight from their torsos to the earth. They curved backward like a talbuck's, and ended in cloven hooves that were encased in metal from the shiny blue hoof upward. And, yes, it was most definitely a thick, hairless tail that swished back and forth. Now their owner was bending over him, offering a strong blue hand. Duratan blinked, staring a moment longer at the unexpected shape of the Draenei's feet and the reptilian tail, then got to his feet, unaided. He looked into a face that bore strange plating on its head, like armor that had grown there. Black hair and a beard flowed over a colorful tabard, and the piercing, glowing eyes were the color of a winter lake. "You are injured?" the Draenei asked in halting common Orcish, his tongue obviously having trouble wrapping itself around the guttural syllables. "Only my pride," Duratan heard Ogre mutter in his clan dialect. He, too, was somewhat stung. The Draenei had obviously saved both their lives, and he was grateful, of course. But they had seen two proud orc youths running from danger. Granted, that danger had been very real. One blow from that gigantic club would have squashed him and Ogrim into two small, crumpled piles. But still, the Draenei may or may not have heard or understood Ogrim. Duratan thought he saw the lips curve in a smile. The Draenei glanced skyward, and to his dismay, Duratan realized that the sun was low on the horizon. "You two have wandered far from home, and the sun settles to sleep," he said. "Which clan do you hail from?" "I am Duratan of the Frostwolf clan, and this is Ogrim of the Blackrock clan." The Draenei looked startled. Two different clans. Were you challenging one another, that you wandered so far from your respective homes? Duratan and Ogrim exchanged glances. "Yes and no," Duratan said. "We are friends." The Draenei's eyes widened. "Friends? From two different clans?" Ogrim nodded. "Yes," he added, somewhat defensively. "It is not traditional, but it is not forbidden." The Draenei nodded, but still looked surprised. He regarded both of them for a moment, then turned to two of his companions and murmured something in his native tongue. Duratan thought the language profoundly musical, like the sound of a stream meandering over stone, or a bird's call. The two Draenei listened intently, then nodded. One took a waterskin from his belt, drank deeply, and then began to run with a gait nearly as smooth and swift as a talbuck's, heading southwest where the Frostwolf clans were. The second raced toward the east, to the Blackrock clan. The Draenei who had been speaking with them turned. "They will notify your families that you are well and safe. You will return home tomorrow. In the meantime, I am happy to offer you the hospitality of the Draenei. My name is Restaurant. I am the leader of the Guards of Telmor, the town with which both your clans regularly trade. I regret to say I do not remember either of you. But then, the orc younglings seem a bit leery of us when we come to your territory." Ogrim bristled. "I am afraid of no one, and nothing." Restaurant smiled a bit. "You ran from the ogre?" Ogrim's brown face darkened, and his eyes glinted angrily. Duratan lowered his head slightly. As he had feared, Restaurant and the others had borne witness to their shame, and now they would be mocked. "That," Restaurant continued calmly, as if he had not noticed the effects of his words had had on the two, "is wisdom. If you had not fled, we would be sending two corpses home to your families tomorrow, instead of two healthy, strong orc youths. There is no shame in fear, Ogrim and Duratan, only in letting fear prevent you from doing the right thing, and in your case, running was definitely the right thing." Duratan stuck out his chin. "One day, we will be strong and our full size. Then, it will be the ogres who will fear us." Restaurant turned a mild face toward him, and to Durtan's surprise, he nodded. "I completely agree," he said. "Orcs are powerful hunters." Ogrim narrowed his eyes, looking for the taunt, but there was none. "Come," Restaurant said. "There are dangers in the Terakar forest at night that not even the guards of Telmor would willingly face. Let us go." Though exhausted, Duratan found the strength to keep up a steady running pace. He would not twice be shamed in one day. They ran for some time, and the sun eventually dipped below the horizon in a glorious display of crimson, gold, and finally purple. He glanced up now and then, trying not to appear rude, but curious indeed at seeing these strangers at more than just several yards' distance. He kept waiting for the signs of a city, roads made by countless feet traveling the same path, fire cairns lighting a path, the shadow of buildings against the darkening sky. He saw nothing, and as they continued, he felt a quick stab of fear. What if the Draenei were not planning to help him and Ogrim after all? What if they were going to capture them, to hold them for ransom? What if they were going to do something worse, sacrifice them to some dark god, or... "Here we are," Restolon said. He dismounted and knelt on the ground, moving aside some leaves and pine needles. Ogrim and Duratan exchanged confused glances. They were still in the middle of a forest. No city, no roads, nothing at all. Both orcs gathered themselves. They were severely outnumbered, but they would not die without a fight. Still kneeling on the pine needle carpet, Restolon uncovered a beautiful green crystal. It had been carefully hidden beneath the everyday detritus of the forest. Duratan stared, enraptured at the beauty of the thing. It had fit into the palm of his hand, and he ached to touch it, to feel that smoothness, that strange pulsing against his skin. Somehow he knew it would exude a calm, the likes of which he had never experienced. Restolon uttered a string of syllables that branded themselves on Duratan's brain. Kella men samir, sole ama ka. The forest began to shimmer, as if it were a reflection caught by a once still lake into which a stone had been tossed. To spite himself, Duratan gasped. The shimmering increased, and then suddenly there was no forest, no trees, only a large paved road that led up the side of the mountain, to a place that contained images Duratan had never even conceived. "We are in the heart of ogre country." "Though it was not so when the city was built so long ago," Restolon said, rising. "If the ogres cannot see us, they cannot attack us." Duratan found his tongue. "But how?" A simple illusion, nothing more. A trick of the light. There was something in the way he said this that made Duratan's skin prickle. Seeing the orc's confused expression, Restolon continued. "The eye cannot always be trusted. We think what we see is always real, that the light always reveals what is there the same way at all times. But light and shadow can be manipulated, directed, by those that understand it. In the speaking of these words and the touching of the crystal, I have altered how the light falls on the rocks, the trees, the landscape. And so your eye perceives something entirely different from what you thought was there." Duratan knew he still stared stupidly. Restolon chuckled slightly. "Come, my new friends. Come where none of your people have ever been before. Walk down the roads of my home." one would think, but one would think that it would not be possible for some of the elements to fight over if one were not moving. That is different, said Logan. That is magic. So is this, but the sword, as Ben said. He beckoned to one of his men and said something in his native tongue. The other turned and nodded and glared at him. There is someone I would like you to meet, if he is not too busy, the first man said. Then kept silent. Irritated had 1,000 questions, but did not dare voice them, feeling that he would only make himself look foolish. Logan seemed to have accepted the first man's comment about magic, but both youths still turned their necks looking around. They passed and began on the street, and one saw a female who looked about their age. She was delicate, though, but tall, and when Dorothea met her gaze, she seemed startled. Then a soft smile curved her lips, and she jumped into the saddle. Dorothea beckoned him, smiling in return. Without thinking, he said, "You young people, with my many children, where are the family children?" "We do not have many," the first man said. "Our people are very long-lived, and because of that, we do not often have children." "How long-lived?" asked Logan. "Very," was all Western could say. Suffice it to say that I remember not arriving. Logan stared openly and looked at him. Dorothea wanted to help him, but he was too far away. He suddenly realized that the unassuming female they had just seen was probably never his female face after all. At that moment, the smell that Western had bad turned and spoke to him. Western was pleased at whatever the smell had to say, then turned, smiling, to the boy. "The one who brought us to this world, our prophet, Belen, has stayed with me for several days. Our body languished this evening. It is not often we get such visitors." Western smiled, replied, "I am very pleased to say that not only have we had a great sleep, it is invited you to stay with me this evening. You are to dine with me and sleep in the master's cabin. This is a very good honor." Both boys struck down, beginning with the prophet, the leader of all the dreamers. Dorothea was beginning to think it might have been better if he had been squashed flat by Logan's head. They followed Dorothea, as Westlawn led them down the winding country street, up to the foothills to the water buildings that sat high on the mountain. The steps, like 2 square high, seemed to want breath, and Dorothea's breath came quickly at the tongue. They reached the top, they guarded the small felt structure beneath them, and Westlawn said, "Look back." Dorothea looked at the base, but Dorothea's breath was hot and good. Below them, spread out like jewels on the meadow, was the giant city. The last bit of sunset faded into fleeting color. When the sun settled over the horizon, and all was bathed in shades of purple and gray. The lights came on in the house, and Dorothea thought of the stars in the sky settling on them. "I do not need breath, but I am proud of my people, and our people," Westlawn said. "We have worked hard, we love them, and I never thought to have a chance to share it with them. The ways of destiny are strange. As he said this, the deep, ancient silence seemed to settle on the sky. He shook off the words he found, something, and you will be with me. Silent, thoughtless beyond the ability to speak, their young minds wide open to all the sights and sounds, stared into the doorway of William's place. Dorothea held up and took the snatch. They were shown in the room that while it looked beautiful, made it feel oddly empty. The curving wall, so attractive from the outside and no less over here, seemed to confront rather than embrace it. Fruit sat in bowls close to the structure. Strange stoves were set up in the way, and a tub of water so hot that the steam sat below the room. "That water is too hot to drink. It is too much for sleeping beings," Dorothea said. "It is for bathing," the man replied. "Bathing!" "To wash the dirt from one's body," Westlawn said. Logan tried to think, but Westlawn seemed to press his. He had overheard some snippets of conversation from his parents, who were worried about such sensitivity, and from Mother Kashur, who scoffed at them and told them not to worry about important things and to leave the boy to his fate. Duratan knew feigned interest when he saw it, and felt that he recognized it even in a Draenei. But Velen's brilliant blue eyes were bright and focused, his kind if ugly face open, his questions sincere. He wanted to hear about the orcs, and the more he heard, the sadder he seemed to become. I wish Mother Kashur could be here instead of me, Duratan thought suddenly. She would appreciate this opportunity more than Ogrim or I could. When Ogrim had finished describing the Doomhammer, Duratan asked, "Can you tell us of your people, Prophet? We know so little. In the last few hours I have learned more than any of my people have, over the last 100 years, I think." Velen turned glowing blue eyes to Duratan. Duratan wanted to quail from that gaze, not because he was afraid of it, but because he had never before felt so seen. The Draenei have never withheld information, young Duratan, but I believe you may be the first one who has ever asked. What do you wish to know? Everything, Duratan wanted to say, but instead focused his question. The orcs had never met the Draenei until 200 summers passed. Restalon said you came here in a great vessel that could travel the skies. Tell me more of this. Velen took a sip of the beverage that tasted like summer to Duratan and smiled. To begin with, Draenei is not our true name. It is a term that means exiled ones. Duratan gaped. We disagreed with others in our world. We chose not to sell our people into slavery, and for that we were exiled. We have spent much time finding a suitable place to dwell, a place to call our own. We fell in love with this land, and we call it Draenor." Durotan nodded. He had heard the term before. He liked how it sat on his tongue when he spoke it, and the orcs did not have a name for this place other than world. "It is our term. We have not the arrogance to think that the orcs would use it as well, but such we have dubbed it, and we love Draenor deeply. It is a beautiful world, and we have seen many." Ogrim gasped. "You have seen other worlds?" "Indeed we have, and we have met many people. People like the orcs?" Velen smiled gently. "There is no one like the orcs," he said, respect resonant in his voice. "You are unique in our travels." Durotan and Ogrim looked at each other, and sat up a little straighter in their chairs. "But yes, we had been traveling for some time before we found this land. Here we are, and here we will stay." Durotan burned to ask more, to ask how long they had been traveling, what their homeland had been like, why they had left it. But there was something in Velen's timeless face that told him that, although he had been invited to inquire, the Draenei leader would not tell him that particular tale. So instead he asked about how they had tamed the nature of their weapons and magic. "Our magic comes from the earth," said Durotan, "from the shaman and the ancestors." "Our magic comes from a different source," Velen said. "I do not think you will understand it if I explain it." Ogrim said indignantly, "We are not stupid." "Forgive me, I did not mean to imply that," Velen said at once. It was a graceful and sincere apology, and again Durotan was impressed. "Your people are wise, and you two are obviously bright, but I am not sure I have the words in your language. I have no doubt that if I had the time and vocabulary, you would understand." Even in the explanation he seemed to grope for the words. Durotan thought of the sort of magic that could disguise a city, thought of the soft, uncanny metal somehow melded with gems of the earth and solid stone, and realized that Velen was right. There did not breathe an orc who could have grasped all of this in a single evening, though he suspected Mother Kashur would have an intrinsic comprehension, and he again wondered why it was the two races did not interact more. The conversation turned to more mundane topics. The two youths learned that deep in the Terrakar forest was a spot sacred to the Draenei called Auchendome. Here, the dead were laid to rest, placed in the ground instead of being burned on pyres. Privately, Durotan thought this odd, but held his tongue. Telmore was the closest town to this City of the Dead, and Velen had come on a sad mission, to lay to rest some who had died fighting the same ogre that had almost claimed Ogrim and Durotan earlier that day. Normally, Velen explained, he lived in a beautiful place called the Temple of Kerebor. There were other Draenei towns, but the largest was to the north, a place called Shattrath. At last, the meal was over. Velen sighed, and his eyes rested on his empty plate, but Durotan felt certain the prophet did not see it. "You will excuse me," Velen said, rising. "It has been a long day, and I must meditate before I sleep. It has been an honor to meet you, Durotan of the Frostwolf clan, and Ogrim of the Blackrock clan. I trust you will sleep well and deeply, safe within these walls, where none of your people have been before." Durotan and Ogrim rose with the others and bowed. Velen smiled with, Durotan thought, a hint of that strange sorrow he had glimpsed in the Draenei leader earlier. "We will meet again, young ones. Good night." The two orcs left shortly afterward. They were escorted to their rooms and indeed slept well, though Durotan had a dream of an old orc sitting quietly by his side, and wondered what it meant. "Bring him," the old orc said to Mother Kashur. Mother Kashur, the eldest shaman of the Frostwolf clan, slept deeply. Because of her high position of honor, her tent was second in lavishness only to that of Garad, the clan leader. Thick rugs of cleft-hoof fur kept her old bones from the cold earth, and a loyal and loving granddaughter tended to her needs, cooking and cleaning and keeping the fire stoked on cold days for the clan's mother. Mother Kashur's duty was to listen to the wind and water and fire and grass, and drink the bitter herbal beverage each night that opened her mind to visits from the ancestors. She gathered information for her clan the way the others gathered fruits and firewood, and this gift nourished them as deeply. The old orc was not present, and yet she knew he was real. He was in her dream, and that was enough for her. In this dream state, she was young and vibrant, could see her ruddy skin glowing with health, knew her form to be sleek and knotted with muscle. The old orc was at the age which he had died, the age at which his wisdom had been at its height. His name had been Talcraw in life, but now, although he was many generations distant from her, she called him only grandfather. "You received the message," grandfather told the young, vibrant dream Kashur. She nodded, her dark hair flowing with the movement. "He and the Blackrock boy are with the Draenei," she said. "They will be safe. I can feel it." Grandfather Talcraw nodded, his thick jowls shaking with the movement. His tusks were yellowed with age, and one had been broken off in a battle long since forgotten. "Yes, they are safe. Bring him." It was the second time he had said this, and Kashur was not certain as to what he meant. He will come to the mountain in a few months, when the trees shed their leaves asleep, she said, so yes, I will bring him. Tallcross shook his head fiercely. His brown eyes narrowed in annoyance. Kashur smothered a smile. Of all the spirits that honored her with their presence, Grandfather Tallcross was one of the least patient. No, no, Tallcross growled. Bring him to us. Bring him to the caverns of Ashugan. I would look upon him there. Kashur inhaled swiftly. You wish me to take him to meet the ancestors? Is that not what I just said? Foolish girl. What has happened to the shaman these days? It was a rant he went on frequently, and it troubled Kashur not in the slightest. She was too stunned by the import of what he had just said. Sometimes the ancestors had wanted to see a child before. It wasn't frequent, but it had occurred. Usually it meant that the child in question was destined for the shamanic path. She had not thought Durotan's feet would walk that road. It was rare that a shaman led a clan. There would be too much pulling him in each direction for him to be an effective leader, to both listen to and honor the spirits and to guide one's people well, or more than most orcs could manage. One who could do both would be a remarkable orc indeed. When Kashur did not reply, Grandfather growled and slammed his staff on the ground. Kashur jumped slightly. I will bring him on his initiation day, Kashur assured her ancestor. At last you understand, Tallcross said, shaking his staff at her, and if you fail me, I will take my staff to your head instead of the innocent earth. He could not completely hide a smile as he said it, and Kashur smiled back as her dream self closed her eyes. For all his bluster and short temper, Tallcross was wise and kind, and loved her deeply. She wished she had known him when he was alive, but he had died almost 100 years ago. Kashur's eyelids fluttered open, and she sighed as her spirit returned to her current, real body. As old as Tallcross had been when he died, hands and feet curled up with joint pain, body weak, hair stark white. She knew in her heart that her time would soon come, when she would be able to leave this body, this shell, for the final time and be with the ancestors in the sacred mountain. Drekthar, her apprentice, would then be the advisor to Garad and the rest of the Frostwolf clan. She had every confidence in him, and actually looked forward to the day when she would be pure spiritual energy. Although, she mused as the sunlight trickled in and the birdsong caressed her ears. She would miss the things that being alive granted her, the simple things like birdsong and hot food and the loving touch of her granddaughter. Bring him, Grandfather had said, and so she would. Chapter 4. Last night, with the full moon overhead and the stars gleaming as if in approval, a young male was initiated into adulthood. It was the first time I have had the chance to be a part of this ritual, the Omragor. In my earlier years, I was cut off from the rites and traditions of my people, and truth be told, all orcs had been cut off from such rites for too long. And once I had set my feet on my destiny's path, I had become embroiled in battle. War consumed me. Ironically, the need to protect my people from the Burning Legion and to give them a place where our traditions could again flourish took me far away from these things. But now, Durotar and Ogremar are established. Now there is a peace, tenuous though it might be. Now there are shamans reclaiming the ancient ways. Young males and females coming of age who, if the spirits will, may never know the ashy taste of war. Last night, I participated in a timeless ritual that had been denied an entire generation. Last night, my heart was filled with joy and the sense of connection for which I had always longed. Durotan's heart hammered in his chest as he stared at the Talbuk. It was a mighty beast, worthy prey. Its horns were not mere decoration, but sharp and dangerous. Durotan had seen at least one warrior gored to death, impaled upon the 12 prongs as surely as if upon a spear. And he was to take it down with only a single weapon and no armor. There had been whispers, of course. Any mature Talbuk would do to satisfy the needs of the ritual, he had heard someone murmur in his ear as he sat blindfolded in the waiting tent. They are all fierce fighters, but at this season the males have shed their horns. Other whispers. You may only carry one weapon, Durotan, son of Garad, but you could hide armor in the wilderness where no one would know. And, most shameful of all, the shaman will determine if you are successful by tasting the blood upon your face. The blood from a long-dead Talbuk tastes exactly like that of one freshly slain. He ignored all the temptations. Perhaps there had been other orcs who had succumbed to them, but he would not be among them. Durotan would seek out a female, who was quite well equipped with horns at this time of the year. He would take the one weapon he was permitted, and it would be the blood of a beast he killed, steaming in the cold air that would anoint his cheeks. And now, standing in the early, unexpected fall of snow, his axe growing ever heavier in his hand, Durotan shivered, but he never faltered. He had been tracking the Talbuk herd for 2 days now, surviving only on what he could gather, creating meager fires in the twilight that bathed the snow in a rich, lavender hue, and sleeping in what shelter he stumbled upon. Orgrim had already completed his rite of passage. Durotan envied the fact that his friend had been born in summer. He had thought it would still not be too difficult in early autumn, but winter had decided to come ahead of time, and the weather was bitter. It seemed as if the Talbot herd, too, was taunting him. He could come upon their tracks and droppings easily enough, see where they had scraped the snow for dry grass or pulled bark from the trees, but they always seemed to elude him. It was late afternoon on the third day when it appeared as though the ancestors had decided to reward his determination. Twilight was coming, and Durotan had thought with a sinking heart that he would have to again seek shelter to mark the end of a fruitless day. Then he realized that the small pellets of dung were not frozen hard, but fresh. They were close. He began to run, the snow squeaking beneath his fur boots, a new warmth filling him. He followed the tracks as he had been taught, cleared a rise, and beheld a herd of the glorious creatures. Immediately, he crouched behind a large boulder and peered around to gaze at the beasts. They were still dark brown against the white snow, their winter coats not yet upon them. There were at least 24, maybe more, mostly females. It was good that he had found the herd, but now he had another problem. How would he take down just one? Talbot, unlike many prey animals, would protect others in their herd. If he attacked one, the rest would come to defend it. Shaman accompanied the hunters in order to distract the animals. Durotan was alone, and suddenly he felt very vulnerable. He frowned and rallied himself. He had been searching for these creatures for almost 3 days, and now here they were. Nightfall would see a fresh haunch of meat devoured by a hungry orc youth, or would see a stiffening orc corpse in the snow. He watched them for a while, aware that the shadows were lengthening, but not wanting to hurry and make a fatal mistake. The Talbot were diurnal creatures, and they were busy digging hollows in the snow in which to curl up. He knew they did such a thing, but now he watched in dismay as they settled entirely against one another. How would he separate one? Movement caught his eye. One of the females, young and healthy from a gentle summer, spent feasting on sweet grass and berries, seemed to be in a feisty mood. She stamped and tossed her head, crowned with a glorious set of horns, and almost danced around the others. She did not seem inclined to join them, but like 1 or 2 others, opted to sleep on the outside of the cluster of furry bodies. Durotan began to grin. What an offering from the spirits. It was a good omen. The liveliest, healthiest one in the herd, the one who did not need to follow mindlessly, but choose her own path. While that choice would likely be her death, it would also give Durotan a chance to win his honor and right to be treated as an adult. The spirits understood the balance of such things. At least, he was told they did. Durotan waited. Twilight came and went, and the sun sank below the mountains. With the sun went even the feeble warmth it had hitherto provided. Durotan waited with the patience of the predator. Finally, even the edgiest of the herd tucked up its long legs and bedded down with its fellows. At last, Durotan moved. His limbs were stiff, and he almost stumbled. He crept slowly from his hiding place behind the boulder and went down the slope, his eyes on the drowsing female. Her head drooped on its long neck, and her breathing was regular. He could see small white puffs appearing in front of her muzzle. Slowly, pacing his feet as carefully as he could, he moved toward his quarry. He did not feel the cold. The heat of anticipation, the powerful focus, drove any sensations of discomfort away. Closer he came, and still the Talbot dreamed. He lifted his axe and swung it down. Her eyes opened. She tried to scramble to her feet, but the death blow had already come. Durotan wanted to scream the battle cry he had heard his father utter so many times, but he bit it back. It would not do to slay the Talbot only to be slain himself by a dozen of her herd in retaliation. He had sharpened the blade to shocking keenness, and it sliced through the thick neck and vertebrae as if slicing through cheese. Blood spurted, the warm sticky fluid spattering Durotan gently, and he smiled fiercely. Anointing himself with the blood of his first solo kill was part of the ritual. The Talbot had done it for him. Another good omen. Silent though he tried to be, he heard the sounds of the awakening herd. He whirled, breathing heavily, and let loose with the blood-chilling battle cry his throat had been aching to utter. He held his axe, the gleam of its metal blade now obscured with crimson blood, and bellowed again. The Talbot hesitated. He had been told that if it was a clean kill, they would flee rather than attack, intuiting on some primal level that they could no longer help their fallen sister. He hoped this was true. He might be able to take down 1 or 2, but would fall beneath the padded feet if they chose to attack. Moving as one, they began to back away, and then finally whirled and turned to run. He watched them gallop over the rise to disappear, their paw prints in the pristine snow the only evidence that they had been there. Durotan lowered his axe, panting with exertion. He raised it again and let out a cry of triumph. His empty belly would be full tonight. The spirit of the Talbot would enter his dreams, and on the morrow he would return to his people, an adult male, ready to take his place in serving the clan, ready to one day become its leader. "Why do we not ride?" Durotan asked petulantly, glowering like a child. Because that is not the way it is done, Mother Kashur said curtly. Irritated, she cuffed the boy. Duratan was young and fit. The lengthy hike to the sacred mountain of the ancestors was nothing to him. She, on the other hand, would have deeply appreciated being able to ride atop her great black wolf Dreamwalker. But the traditions were ancient and specific, and as long as she was able to walk she would. Duratan bowed his head in acknowledgement. They continued on. Despite the fact that each trip exhausted her more than the previous one, Mother Kashur felt a sense of excitement that helped temper the pain and weariness. She had taken many a youngling, both male and female, for each was as valued as the other, on this final part of the rite of adulthood. But never before had she been asked to bring one before the ancestors. She was not too old to be curious. It was less than a few hours for the young, about a day for the older bones to make the trip. Evening was coming, and they were almost there. Mother Kashur looked up at the familiar shape of the mountain and smiled. Unlike other mountain ranges, whose angles seemed to be random, Ashugan's spire was a perfect triangle. Gleaming like a crystal, its facets catching the sun, it resembled the surrounding terrain not at all. It had come from the heavens long ago, and the spirits had been drawn to it. It was for this reason the orcs had settled here, in its sacred shadow. Whatever squabbles and petty differences they had as living beings, they were as one here, inside this mountain. She would go there again soon, she knew, but not as a hobbling elderly woman. This was her last visit in such a broken vessel. The next time Kashur approached Ashugan, she would come as a spirit, floating in the air as the birds did, her heart light and clean and made new. "What's wrong, Mother?" Duratan asked, concern in his young voice. She blinked, coming out of a reverie, and smiled at him. Not a thing, she assured him truthfully. The shadows had chased away the sunlight by the time they reached the foot of the mountain. They would sleep here tonight and begin their ascent at dawn. Duratan fell asleep first, wrapped in the hide of the Talbot dock he himself had slain not too long ago, and Mother Kashur watched him fondly as he slept in the deep sleep of the innocent. She herself would have no dreams. Her mind needed to be clear if she was to be ready to receive visions on the morrow. The climb was a long, tiring one, harder by far than the simple hike to reach the mountain, and Kashur was grateful both for her sturdy staff and Duratan's strong hand. But today, Kashur's feet seemed to move more surely, her lungs worked more efficiently as she and her young charge climbed. She felt as if the ancestors were pulling her forward, aiding her physical body with the power of their spirit ones. They paused at the entrance of the sacred cave. It was a perfect oval in the smooth surface of the mountain, and as always, Kashur felt as though she were entering the womb of the earth. Duratan tried to look brave, but succeeded in only looking slightly nervous. Mother Kashur did not smile at him. He should be nervous. He was about to enter sacred space at the specific request of one of his long-dead ancestors. Even she was not unmoved. She lit a bundle of dry grasses that gave off a sweet, pungent scent, and waved the smoke over him to purify him. Then she marked him with the blood of his own father had shed for this moment, kept carefully in a small stoppered leather bag. Kashur placed her withered hand upon his smooth low brow, murmured her blessing, and then nodded. "You well know that few are called before the ancestors, who do not walk the path of the shaman," she said gravely. Brown eyes wide, Duratan nodded. "I do not know what will happen, maybe nothing, but if something occurs, you know to behave with honor and respect to the beloved dead." Duratan swallowed and nodded again. Then he took a deep breath and stood straight and tall, and in the yet unmolded body of the boy, Kashur saw a hint of the clan chieftain to come. Together, they went inside, Mother Kashur going first to light the torches that lined the walls. The orange illuminations showed them the downward twining path, worn smooth by years of bare or booted orc feet. Here and there, steps had been carved to make those pilgrims' feet more secure. It was always cool inside this tunnel, warmer than it was outside in winter. Kashur let her hand brush the sides of the wall, remembering the first time she had come here long ago, the blood of her mother wet on her face, her eyes wide, her heart racing. Finally, the long, gentle downward slope ceased. There were no more torches on the wall to light, and Duratan looked at her puzzled. "We will not need to bring fire to come before the ancestors," Kashur said. They continued on a level surface, traveling into darkness. Duratan was not frightened, but he did look confused as they left the comfort of fire behind. Now it was completely dark. Kashur reached out a hand and grasped Duratan's to guide him. His strong, stubby fingers folded gently around hers. Even now, when he might be expected to clutch my hand, he remembers how it aches, she thought. The next Frostwolf chieftain would have a considerate heart. They continued without speaking, and then, subtly, like the arrival of dawn after a long, dark night, light began to grow around them. Now Kashur could dimly see the shape of the youth who stood beside her. So much younger than she, and yet already walking in a body of a grown male. She watched him as they moved forward. The miracle of the cave of the ancestors was familiar to her, but Duratan's reaction was not. His eyes widened and he inhaled swiftly as he looked around. The glow emanated from a pool in the center of the cavern, casting a soft white light over everything. All was smooth and soft and dimly radiant. There were no sharp angles or rough places, and Kishore felt the familiar sensation of deep peace wash over her. She let Duratan look his fill in silence. The cavern was huge, larger than the main drumming and dancing area at the Horde festival, and branching tunnels led to places that Kishore had never dared to explore. It would have to be so large, would it not, to be able to host the spirit of every orc who had lived and died. She walked to the water, and he followed her, watching her closely. She removed the pack she carried, and gestured that he do likewise. Carefully, Kishore removed several water skins, opened them, and with a soft prayer, added their water to the glowing liquid. "You asked about the water skins as we departed," she said quietly to Duratan. "The water in here is not native to this place. Long ago, we began offering blessed water to the spirits. Every time we come, we contribute to the sacred pool. And even so, I know not how, the water does not dissipate as it would in an ordinary hollow. Such is the power of the mountain of spirits." Once she had emptied the water skins, she sat down with a soft grunt and peered into the luminous depths. Duratan emulated her. She knew the angle at which she could see her reflection, and made sure that both were positioned correctly. At first, all she could see was her own face and that of Duratan. Their features looked spectral themselves, reflected in a white pool rather than a dark one. Then a third figure joined them, as if Grandfather Talcraw was standing right beside her shoulder, his reflection as clear as theirs. Their eyes met, and Kishore smiled. She craned her neck to look up at him, but Duratan continued to gaze into the water, as if searching for the answers there. Kishore's heart sank a little, but immediately she reprimanded herself. If Duratan was not of the shamanic path, then he was not of the shamanic path. Surely his destiny would be an honorable one regardless, born to lead his clan as he had been. "My many times, great-granddaughter," Talcraw said with more gentleness than Kishore had ever heard from him before. "You have brought him, as I asked." Leaning heavily on a staff as insubstantial as he, the spirit of Grandfather moved in a slow circle around Duratan as the young orc continued to look into the water. Kishore watched both Frostwolf males closely. Duratan shivered and looked about, no doubt wondering where the sudden chill came from. Kishore smiled to herself. He could not see his ancestor spirit, but he knew, somehow, that Talcraw was there. "You cannot see him," she said a bit sadly. Duratan's head came up, and his nostrils flared. Swiftly, he got to his feet. In the eerie light, his tusks looked blue, and his skin had a green cast to it. "No, mother, I cannot. But, is an ancestor present?" "Indeed he is," Kishore said. She turned her attention to the ghost. "I did bring him here, as you requested. How do you find him?" Duratan swallowed hard, but remained standing straight and tall as the spirit circled him thoughtfully. "I sensed something," Talcraw said. "I had thought he would be a shaman, but if he cannot see me now, then he never will. But although he will not see spirits, or summon the elements, he is born to a great destiny. He will be an important asset to the Frostwolf clan, indeed, to all his people." "He will be a hero?" Kishore asked, her breath catching. All orcs strove to uphold a code of courage and honor, but only a few were powerful enough to have their names engraved upon the memory of their descendants. At her words, Duratan inhaled swiftly, and she could see the wanting on his face. "I cannot tell," said Talcraw, frowning a little. "Teach him well, Kishore, for one thing is certain. From his line will come salvation." In a gesture of tenderness, the likes of which Kishore had never seen, Talcraw reached out and brushed an insubstantial finger across Duratan's cheek. Duratan's eyes went wide, and Kishore could see he had to fight the natural instinct to draw back, but Duratan did not quail beneath the spectral caress. Then, like mist on a hot day, Talcraw was gone. Kishore stumbled a little. She always forgot how the energy of the spirits fed her. Duratan stepped forward quickly to catch her arm, and she was grateful for his youthful strength. "Mother, are you all right?" he asked. She gripped his arm and nodded. His first concern was for her, not for what the ancestor might or might not have said about him. Even as she pondered the words, she decided not to tell Duratan of them. Level-headed and great-hearted though he was, such a prophecy could corrupt even the truest of orcish hearts. From his line will come salvation. "I am all right," she reassured him, "but these bones are no longer young, and the energy of the spirits is powerful." "I wish I could have seen him," Duratan said a bit wistfully. But I know I felt him." "You did, and that is more than most are honored with," Kishore said. "Mother, can you tell me what he said about me being a hero?" He was trying to act calm and mature, but a note of pleading crept in. She did not blame him. All wanted to live on in glorious memory, through tales told of their adventures. He would not be an orc if he did not share that desire. "Grandfather Talcraw said it was uncertain," she said bluntly. He nodded and hid his disappointment well. That much was all she had planned to say, but something moved her to add. "You have a destiny to fulfill, Duratan, son of Garad. Be not a fool in battle and die before you can fulfill it." He chuckled then. A fool does not serve his clan well, and that is what I wish to do. Then, future chieftain, said Kushur, chuckling also, you had best be about finding a mate. And she laughed out loud as, for the first time on their journey together, Durtan looked completely unnerved. Chapter 5. Upon reflection, so Drekthar tells me, this time in our history was as a perfect day in early summer. We orcs had everything we truly needed. A hospitable world, the ancestors to guide us, the elements to aid us as they saw fit. Food was plentiful. Our enemies were fierce but not invincible, and we were rich with blessings. If the Draenei were not necessarily our allies, neither were they foe. They shared their knowledge and their bounty whenever they were asked. It was we, the orcs, who always held back, and it is we, the orcs, who would unwittingly be twisted to serve another's end. Hate is powerful. Hate can be internal. Hate can be manipulated, and hate can be created. In the darkness visible, ageless, timeless, Kil'jaeden dwelt. The power surged and throbbed through him, better than blood now, more nourishing than meat or drink, heating and calming at the same time. He was not omnipotent, not yet, or else worlds would fall before him with a thought rather than through battle and destruction, and on the whole, he was content with this. But they yet lived, die exiles. Kil'jaeden could sense them, though centuries had passed according to those whom time still mattered. They were lying low. Velen and Dai wrestled the fools, too cowardly to face him and Archimonde, who had worked as his friend and ally through the changes, as he had when they were simple beings. He, Archimonde, and the others no longer thought of themselves as Eredar. Velen would call them Minari, but they called themselves the Burning Legion, Sargeras' army, the Chosen Ones. He extended a scarlet hand, long and elegant and clawed, into the nothingness that was everything, and felt it ripple beneath his inquiry. Scouts had been dispatched the moment the enemy had escaped. Scouts who reported nothing but failure. Archimonde wanted them to die for their lack of success, but Kil'jaeden opted otherwise. Those who feared, fled. He had good cause to know. Those who sniffed reward and their lord's approval stayed, hungering for it. So while Kil'jaeden made his disapproval known, those who had failed him usually got a second chance, or third, if he believed them to be doing all they could, and not simply coasting on his goodwill. Archimonde disagreed on this obsession that occupied Kil'jaeden. There are worlds aplenty to conquer and devour, in service to our master, Sargeras, Archimonde rumbled. The blackness glowed around them as his voice pierced it. Let the fool go. We would sense it if he used his talents on any level that would pose a threat. Let him rot in some world, bereft of everything that mattered to him. Kil'jaeden slowly turned his massive head to regard the other demon lord. It is not about rendering him powerless, Kil'jaeden hissed. It is about destroying him and those foolish enough to have followed him. It is about crushing him for his lack of faith, for his stubbornness, for his refusal to think about what was best for all of us. The large, clawed hand turned into a fist, and the sharp nails dug into the palm. Molten fire poured forth, then the flow stopped as it hit what passed for air, leaving a thick ridge like a scar. Kil'jaeden's body was covered with many such welts. He took pride in them. Archimonde was powerful, elegant, smooth, intelligent, but he lacked the burning desire for utter obliteration that Kil'jaeden nursed. He had explained it time and again, and now simply sighed and opted not to discuss the matter further. For centuries now, they had had this argument. No doubt, they would continue to have it for centuries more, or until Kil'jaeden succeeded in the destruction of the being who had once been his closest friend. Archimonde had never had particular feelings for Velen, other than as a fellow leader of the Eredar. Kil'jaeden had loved Velen as a brother, closer than that, loved him almost as another aspect of himself, and then, again the huge hand clenched, and again unholy fire poured forth in lieu of blood. No, it would not be enough to think of Velen sitting in some backwater world, nursing his hurt pride, living off the land in some cave. Kil'jaeden once would have said he wanted blood, but blood, powerful in its own ways as it was, would not satisfy him now. He wanted the essence of shame, of utter and complete humiliation. That would be even sweeter than a coppery taste of life flowing from Velen and his stupid followers. Archimonde tilted his head, a gesture Kil'jaeden recognized. One of his own servants was speaking to him. Archimonde had his own schemes and machinations, all, like Kil'jaeden's, in service to the Dark Master and his ultimate conquest. Without a word, Archimonde rose to his full imposing height and departed, his movements lithe and sleek, belying his size. At that moment as well, Kil'jaeden felt a slight scratching inside his head. He recognized it at once. It was Talgoth, ever his right hand, seeking contact, and the sensation emanating from the thought was one of a cautious hope. "What is it, my friend? Speak," Kil'jaeden commanded in his mind. "My great lord, I do not wish to plant false hope, but I may have found them." Tempered delight rose inside Kil'jaeden. Like the being he haunted, Talgoth was ever the cautious one of his minions. Only a little lower in rank than Kil'jaeden himself, he had proven his loyalty over the centuries. He would not say even this guarded statement without good cause. Where, and what makes you sense this? There is a small world, primitive and insignificant, and I have sensed their peculiar brand of magic minting the area. It is possible that they may have come and gone. Such, alas, has happened before. Kil'jaeden nodded. Even though Toggoth was not present to see the gesture, some things from his past yet lingered, he thought, smiling a little at the ancient movement that betokened agreement in nearly every sentinel species he had encountered. You speak truly, he acknowledged. Many times before, Kil'jaeden's forces had arrived in some world or other, lured by the sweet essence of Eredar magic, only to find that somehow Velen and his wretched followers had gotten wind of the approach and escaped. But I remain hopeful. I will find them and twist them to my purposes, and I have eternity in which to do so. A thought occurred to him. So often before, Kil'jaeden's forces had descended upon a world where Velen was thought to be, only to have him escape. Kil'jaeden had nursed his insulted pride by destroying such worlds, but the slaughter of primitive races, though pleasant, did not slake his demonic thirst for complete and total revenge. He would not behave that way this time. He would not send Toggoth at the head of the Burning Legion. Velen had once been the strongest of them, the wisest, the most attuned to magic and science. Kil'jaeden could not imagine that his old friend would have dropped his guard, not after such a relatively brief time. Velen would be constantly on the alert, ready to flee in the face of so obvious of a threat. But what about a less obvious threat? Toggoth, I want you to investigate this world for me, my lord. Toggoth's mental voice was smooth and poised, but puzzled. We have descended upon worlds in force before, and to no avail. Perhaps this time only one is sent. One only, but one who can be trusted completely. Kil'jaeden sensed unease and pride roaring in Toggoth's thoughts. There are many ways to destroy one's enemy than with an army. Sometimes those ways are better. You wish me to find such a better way, then? Precisely. Visit this place on your own. Learn about it. Investigate. Tell me if the exiles are truly there, and if so, what their state is. Tell me what they live on, if they are fat and settled like tame livestock, or lean and edgy like prey animals. Tell me what their world is like, what other peoples live there, what creatures, what seasons. Investigate, Toggoth. Do nothing without express orders from me. Of course, my lord. I shall prepare at once. Still puzzled, but obedient and intelligent, Toggoth had served the Minari Master well in the past. Now he would serve well again. Kil'jaeden's face, though it little resembled what it had been before he had cast his lot with the great Lord Sargeras, was still able to twist into the facsimile of a smile. Durotan, like all his people, had been ready to begin training with weapons at the age of 6. His body was already tall and filling out, and the usage of weaponry came naturally to his people. At 12, he had gone with the hunting parties, and now, after the rite that marked him as an adult, he had been able to join them in the hunt for ogres and their obscene, twisted masters, the Grom. This year, as the autumn Koshhag came, he joined the adults in the circle after the children had been sent to bed, and as he and Ogrim had learned years before, being an adult and being able to attend the fireside circle was not very interesting. However, the one thing he did find interesting, as he watched with observant brown eyes, was interacting with those whose names he had known for many years, but who never spoke much to him because of his youth. Mother Kashur, of course, was from his own Dan. He knew she had high standings among the shaman of the other clans, and he took pride in that fact. He noticed her huddled by the fire on his first night, a woven blanket wrapped around a frame that seemed to him little more than bone and skin. He knew, without knowing how he knew, that this would be her last Koshhag celebration, and the thought saddened him more than he had expected. Next to her, younger than she but older than Durotan's parents, was Kashur's apprentice, Drekthar. Durotan had not spoken much with Drekthar, but the older orc's sharp tongue and sharp eyes were deserving as much respect. Durotan's brown eyes continued to roam over the assembled company. Tomorrow, the shaman would be gone, departing for their meetings with the ancestors in the cavern of the sacred mountain. Durotan shivered as he recalled their visit there, and the cold breeze that he felt like a draft, but was nothing so ordinary. Over there was Grom Hellscream, the young and slightly manic chieftain of the Warsong clan, only a few years older than Durotan and Ogrim. He was new to his position. There had been mutterings about the mysterious circumstances under which the former chieftain had died, but the Warsong clan did not challenge Grom's leadership. Durotan thought it no wonder. Though youthful, Grom was intimidating. The dancing, flickering light of the fire only served to make him look more menacing. Thick black hair flowed down his back. Upon his ascension to chieftainship, Grom's jaw had been tattooed a uniform shade of black. Around his neck hung a necklace of bones. Durotan knew their meaning. Among the Warsong, it was tradition that a young warrior wear the bones of his first kill, inscribed with his personal runes. Beside Grom was the enormous, imposing Black Hand of the Blackrock clan. Next to Black Hand, munching in silence, was the chieftain of the Shattered Hand clan, Kargath Bladefist. In lieu of a hand, He had a scythe embedded in his wrist, and even now, as an adult, Durtan found himself unsettled as the blade glinted in the firelight. Next to him was Kilrog Deadeye, chieftain of the Bleeding Hollow clan. The name was not a familiar one, but one he had taken for himself. One eye flitted over the assembled company, the other sat, mangled and dead in truth, in its socket. If Grom was young for a chieftain, then Kilrog was old for one. But it was clear to Duratan that despite his years and grizzled appearance, Kilrog was far from done with either life or leadership. Uneasily, Duratan turned his attention elsewhere. On Drekthar's left was the famous Ner'zhul of the Shadowmoon clan. For as long as Duratan could remember, Ner'zhul had led the shaman. Once, Duratan had been permitted to attend a hunt at which Ner'zhul had been present, and the mastery this shaman had over his skills was shocking. While others grunted and labored to contact the elements, directing them powerfully but without grace, Ner'zhul remained tranquil. The earth shook beneath him when he asked it. Lightning came down from the skies to strike where he directed. Fire, air, water, earth, and the elusive spirits of the wilds all called him companion and friend. He had not seen Ner'zhul interact with the ancestors, of course. No one but shaman were witness to such things. But it was clear to Duratan that if the ancestors had not favored Ner'zhul, he would not have serenely carried power all this time. Ner'zhul's apprentice, however, Duratan did not like. Olgrim was sitting next to his boyhood friend, and, seeing where Duratan's gaze led, leaned over and whispered, "I think that Gul'dan would better serve his people if he were set out as bait." Duratan looked away, so that no one else would see him smile. He did not know how experienced Gul'dan was as a shaman. Surely he must have some ability, or else Ner'zhul would not have taken him on to succeed him. But he was not a very prepossessing orc. Shorter than many, softer than most. With a short bushy beard, he did not exemplify the orc as a warrior. But Duratan supposed that one did not have to be a hero to contribute. Now that one, she, is a warrior born. Duratan looked in the direction that Olgrim had indicated, and his eyes widened slightly. Olgrim had spoken the truth. Standing tall and straight, her muscles rippling beneath smooth brown skin in the firelight, as she reached and sliced a chunk of meat off the roasting Tabla carcass. The female in question seemed to Duratan to be the epitome of all the orcs valued. She moved with the frail grace of one of the black wolves. Her tusks were small, but sharpened to deadly points. Her long black hair was pulled back in an efficient but attractive braid. Who is she, Duratan murmured, his heart already sinking. Surely this magnificent female was a member of another clan. He would have noticed if such a beauty, strong, supple, graceful, had been in his own clan. Olgrim gofled and slapped Duratan on the back. The sound and gesture caused several heads to turn in their direction, including, Duratan realized, that of a lovely female. Olgrim leaned in to whisper the words that made Duratan's spirit rise. "You unobservant dog. She is a frostwolf. I'd have claimed her for myself if she were of my own clan. A frostwolf. How in the world had Duratan failed to notice such a treasure in his own clan? He turned his gaze from Olgrim's grinning visage to look at her again. He found her staring directly at him, their gazes locked. "Draka!" The female started and turned away. Duratan blinked as if returning to himself. "Draka," he said quietly. No wonder he had not recognized her. No, Olgrim, she was not a warrior born. She was a warrior made. Draka had been born sickly, her skin a pale fawn color rather than the healthy tree bark brown that marked most orcs. For most of his childhood, Duratan remembered the adults speaking of her in low whispers, as of one already on the way to joining the ancestors. His own parents once spoke of her sadly, wondering what her family had done that the spirits would curse them with such a frail child. It was soon after that Duratan realized, putting the pieces together, that Draka's family had moved to the outskirts of the encampment. He had not seen much of her, busy as he was with his own duties. Draka had sliced off several chunks of meat and brought them back to her family. Duratan noticed two young men sitting with the orcs who presumably were her parents. Both looked fit and healthy. Feeling her gaze upon him, Draka turned her head and met his eyes steadily. Her nostrils flared as she sat up straighter, as if daring Duratan to look upon her with pity and compassion rather than admiration and respect. No, this one did not need any pity. By the grace of the spirits, the healing of the shaman, and the power of the will he could see burning in her brown eyes, she had cast off her childhood frailty to mature into this vision of female orc perfection. His breath escaped him in a whoosh as Olgrim elbowed him. Duratan glared at his childhood friend. "Stop gaping. It makes me want to put something in your mouth to shut it," Olgrim grumbled. Duratan realized he had indeed been gaping, and that more than one knowing, grinning glance was coming his way. He returned his attention to the feast, and did not glance at Draka again for the rest of the night. But he dreamed of her, and when he awoke, he knew that she would be his. He was the heir to chieftaincy, and one of the proudest of the orc clans. What female could deny him? "No," Draka said. Duratan was stunned. He had approached Draka the next morning and invited her to go hunting with him the following day, alone. Both both knew what that meant. Male and female hunting in a pair was a courtship ritual, and she had rebuffed him. It was so unexpected, he did not know how to react. She watched him almost contemptuously, her lips curving around her perfect tusks in a smirk. Why not? Duratan managed. I am not yet of age, she replied. The way she phrased it made it sound more like an excuse than a reason. But Duratan would not be put off so easily. I had intended this to be a courting hunt. That much is true, he said bluntly. But if you are not of age, I will respect that. Still, I would like your company. Let this be a hunt shared by two proud warriors, nothing more. Now it was her turn to be startled. Duratan guessed that Draka had expected him to either push the point or leave in anger. She paused, her eyes wide. Then she grinned. I will come on such a hunt, Duratan, son of Garad, leader of the Frostwolf clan. Duratan thought he had never been happier. This was vastly different from the usual hunt. He and Draka had set a brisk, loping pace. All his challenges of Ogrim had given Duratan stamina, and for a moment he worried he was going too fast. But Draka, once so fragile and now so strong, kept up with him. They did not speak much. There was little to say. They were on a hunt. They would find prey, kill it, and bring it back to their clan. The silence was easy and comfortable. He slowed as they moved into open territory and began to scan the ground. There was no snow on the earth, so tracking was not the simple job it was in the winter months. But Duratan knew what to look for. Disturbed grass, broken bush twigs, an indentation, however slight, on the soil. Cleft hooves, he said. He rose and scanned the horizon in the direction they had gone. Draka still crouched on the earth, her fingers delicately moving aside the foliage. One is injured, she announced. Duratan turned to her. I saw no blood. She shook her head. No blood, but the pattern of prints tells me this. She pointed where he had looked. He saw nothing to alert him to an injured beast and shook his head puzzled. No, not this print. The next, and the one after that. She moved along, careful where she placed her feet, and suddenly Duratan saw what she had. The indentations of one hoof were slightly less deep than the other three. The beast was limping. He turned admiring eyes on her, and she flushed slightly. It is easy to read, she said. You would have found it yourself. No, he admitted honestly. I did not. I saw the prints, but I did not take the time to observe them in full detail. You did. You will make an excellent hunter one day. She straightened and looked at him proudly. Something warm and simultaneously strengthening and weakening rushed through him. He was not one to pray, but now as he looked at Draka standing before him, he sent a quick prayer to the spirits. Let this female look agreeably upon me. They followed the trail, like wolves on the scent. Duratan had stopped leading. This female was his equal in tracking. They complemented one another well. He had the sharper eyes, but she looked more deeply at what he found. He wondered what it would be like to fight beside her. Their eyes on the earth before them, they loped around a sharp turn. He wondered what it would be like to. The great black wolf, crouched, snarling over the same animal they had been tracking, whirled. For an endless instant, three predators regarded one another. But even before the mighty beast had gathered itself to spring, Duratan had charged. The axe felt as nothing in his arms as he lifted and struck. It sank deep into the creature's torso, but Duratan felt the retaliatory bite from yellow teeth crunch down on his arm. Pain, white hot and shocking, coursed through him. He tore his arm free. It was harder this time to lift the axe with his arm pumping blood, but he did. The wolf had turned its attention fully upon Duratan, its yellow eyes boring into his, its mouth open in a roar. Its hot breath stank of brains of meat. At that instant, before the gray jaws closed upon his face, Duratan heard a war cry. There was a flurry of movement in the corner of his eye. Draka sprang upon the beast, her long, ornamented spear preceding her. The wolf's head snapped back as the spear pierced its midsection. In the instant of inattention, Duratan hefted his axe again and brought it down as hard as he could. He felt it cut through the animal's body, down, striking earth, going deep, lodging so firmly he could not pull it out immediately. He stepped back, panting. Draka stood beside him. He felt her warmth, her energy, her passion for the hunt as powerful as his. Together they stared at the mighty beast they had slain. They had been taken unawares by an animal that usually requires several seasoned orcs to bring it down, and they were still alive. Their foe lay dead, blood pooling beneath it, sliced in two by Duratan's axe, Draka's spear protruding from its heart. Duratan realized he would never be able to tell which of them had struck the true killing blow, and the thought made him ridiculously happy. He sat down hard. Draka was there, quickly washing the blood from his lacerated arm, only to mutter under her breath as one more came. She tended him with healing salves and tightly wrapped bandages. Along with some bitter-tasting herbs she added to the water, and ordered him to drink. After a few moments, the dizziness went away. Thank you, he said quietly. She nodded, not looking at him. Then a smile quirked one corner of her mouth. What is so funny? That I was not able to stand? His voice was harsher than he had intended, and she looked up quickly, surprised at his tone. Not at all. You fought well, Duratan. many would have dropped their axe after such a blow. He felt oddly pleased by her comment, delivered as a factual statement rather than flattery. Then, what amuses you? She grinned, meeting his eyes evenly. I know something, and you do not know it. But, after this, I think I will tell you. He felt himself smiling too. I am honored. I told you yesterday I was not of age for a courtship hunt. True? Well, when I said that, I knew I would soon come of age. I see, he said, though he didn't, not quite. Well, when will you come of age? Her smile broadened. Today, she said simply. He looked at her for a long moment, then, with no word, pulled her to him and kissed her. Talgoth had been observing the orcs for some time. Now, he withdrew from them, their bestial nature offending him. Being a Minari was better, except for the female creatures with the leathery wings and tail. Minari slaked their lust with violence, not coupling. He preferred it that way. He would, in fact, have preferred to have slain the two on the spot, but his master had been quite clear about intervening. There would be questions asked if these two did not return to their clan, and though they were as unimportant as flies to him, flies could become a nuisance. Kil'jaeden wanted him to only observe and report back, nothing more, and so Talgoth would. Revenge, mused Kil'jaeden, like fruit on a tree, was sweetest when allowed to fully ripen. There had been moments over a long stretch of years when he had harbored doubts about being able to locate the renegade of Eridar. The more Talgoth shared with him, however, the more confident and delighted Kil'jaeden grew. Talgoth had served him well. He had observed the pathetic so-called cities the once mighty Velen and his little handful of Eridar had created. He had observed how they lived, hunting like the creatures who called themselves orcs, putting grain in the ground with their own hands. He had watched them trade with the hulking, barely verbal creatures, treating them with a courtesy that was positively laughable. Talgoth sensed some echoes of former grandeur in the buildings and limited technology, but overall, Talgoth felt that Kil'jaeden would be pleased with how low his former friend had fallen. Draenei, they called themselves now, the Exiles, and they had named the world Draenor. Kil'jaeden realized that Talgoth was perplexed when, rather than focusing on Velen himself, Kil'jaeden wanted to know more about the orcs. How were they organized? What were some of their customs? Who were their leaders, and how were they chosen? What was important to them as a society, and as individuals? But Talgoth's job was to report, not to evaluate, and he answered his master to the best of his ability. When at last Kil'jaeden had learned everything that Talgoth had learned, right down to the names of the two beasts running after their kill together, he was satisfied, for the moment at least. At long last, revenge would be his. Velen and his upstart companions would be punished, but not quickly, not with an army of enhanced Eridar to rend them to pieces of bloody pulp. That would be too merciful. Kil'jaeden wanted them dead, yes, but he wanted them broken, humiliated, crushed as utterly and completely as an insect beneath a booted foot. And now, he knew exactly how to do it. Chapter 6. The lessons from that time were bitter, bought with blood and death and torment. But ironically, the thing that nearly destroyed us was the thing that would redeem us later, a sense of unity. Each clan was loyal to itself, fiercely dedicated to its members, but not to the others. What we united under and against was dreadfully wrong, and for that, we are atoning still. Generations after me will still pay for those mistakes. But the unity itself was glorious, and it is that lesson I wish to recover from the ashes. It is that lesson that caused me to speak with the leaders of so many seemingly different peoples, to work together towards goals we can all be proud of. Unity. Harmony, that is the good lesson of the past. I have learned it well. Ner'zhul looked up into the twilight sky content. The sunset was brilliant tonight. The ancestors must be pleased, he mused, taking a small amount of pride in the thought. Another Kosh'harg festival had come and gone. They seemed to him to come much harder on each other's heels than they had in the past. And each time a celebration occurred, there was something to rejoice in, and something to mourn. His old friend Kashur, he understood that her clan, the Frostwolves, had addressed her as Mother, had passed to the ancestors. From what he had heard, she had died bravely. She had insisted on joining a hunt, something she had not done for years. The Frostwolves had hunted Cleftos, and the ancient mother had been in the vanguard of the charging warriors. She had been trampled to death before anyone could intervene to save her, and Ner'zhul knew that even as her clan mourned her, they celebrated her life and how she had chosen to depart it. Such was the way of the orcs. He wondered if he would see her, and then chided himself for the thought. He would see her if she saw fit to reveal herself to him. Death was not the vast desert of sorrow to a shaman that it was to other orcs, for they had the privilege to again be in the presence of the beloved dead, learn their wisdom, feel their affection. The Frostwolves had had a double tragedy, for the intervening time between Kosh'hargs had claimed their leader Garad as well. The Frostwolves had had the misfortune of one deceptively sunny day to stumble across no fewer than 3 ogres and one of their monstrous masters. The hideous creatures were stupid, but fierce, and the Gron was a cunning foe. The orcs were victorious, but at a grave cost. Despite all the healers could do, Garad and several others died from their injuries that black day. But in the sorrow of losing a leader, and one that Ner'zhul had known and respected, was the joy of seeing new blood come into its own. Kashur had spoken well of the young Durotan, and from all Ner'zhul had seen, the young orc would make a fine leader. He had watched as Durotan was named chieftain, and had noticed an attractive, fierce-looking female looking on with more than simple clan interest in the proceedings. Ner'zhul felt certain that by the next Koshar, the lovely Draka would be the mate of the new Frostwolf chieftain. He sighed, sifting through the images in his mind, while filling his eyes with the delights of the glorious sunset. The years came and went, and gave their blessings, and demanded their sacrifices. He went to his small hut, which he had once shared with a mate who had passed to the ancestors several years ago. Rolkan visited him from time to time, imparting no words of wisdom, but filling his heart with tenderness and opening him afresh to the needs of his people each time her spirit brushed his. He missed her rough laughter, and her warmth beside him at night, but he was content. Perhaps, he mused, Rolkan would come visit him tonight in a vision. He prepared a potion, chanting over it softly, then drinking it slowly. It would not actually cause a vision. Nothing would unless the ancestors willed it, and sometimes visions came upon him when he least expected them. But over many long years, the shaman had learned that some herbs opened the mind while one slept, so that if one was indeed granted the gift of a vision, one would remember it more clearly the following morning. Ner'zhul closed his eyes, and then opened them again almost immediately, although he knew he was fast asleep. They were standing on a mountaintop, he and his beloved Rolkan. At first he thought they were observing the sunset together, then realized that the sun was rising, not descending into slumber for the night. The sky was glorious, but in a way that roused and moved him, rather than calmed and comforted him. The colors were scarlet, purple, and orange, almost violent, and Ner'zhul's heart lifted. Rolkan turned to him, smiling, and for the first time since she had exhaled her final breath as a living being, she spoke to him. "Ner'zhul, my mate, this is a new beginning." He gasped, trembling, overcome with love for her, flooded with a simmering excitement roused by the vibrant colors of the sunrise. A new beginning. "You have led our people well," she said, "but the time has come to deepen the old ways. Take them further, for the good of all." Something rose inside his mind to nudge at his conscious thought. Rolkan had not been a shaman. She had not been a chieftain. She had only been her wonderful self, which had been more than enough for Ner'zhul. But she had held no position in life that would make it likely that she would speak so authoritatively. Annoyed at his lack of faith, Ner'zhul pushed the voice down. He was not a spirit. He was only flesh and blood, and though he understood the spirit ways more than most, he also knew that there was much he would never understand until he stood with them. Why wouldn't Rolkan speak for the ancestors? "I am listening," he said. She smiled. "I knew you would," she said. "There are dark and dangerous times ahead of us for the orcs. Hitherto, we have only come together at the Koshark festivals. Such isolation must end if we are to survive as a race." Rolkan looked into the sunrise, her face thoughtful and shadowed. Ner'zhul ached to hold her, to take her burden as his own, as he always had in life. But now, he knew he could not touch her, nor force her to speak, so he sat silently, drinking in her beauty, ears straining for her voice. "There is upon this world a blight," Rolkan said quietly. "It must be eliminated. Say it, and it will be done," Ner'zhul swore fervently. "I will always honor the advice of the ancestors." She turned to him, then, her eyes searching his as the light grew brighter. "When it is eliminated, our people will stand proud and tall, even more than they are now. Power and strength will be ours. This world will be ours, and you, Ner'zhul, will lead them." Something in the way she said the words made Ner'zhul's heart leap. He was already powerful. He was honored, perhaps even revered by his own clan, the Shadowmoon clan. He was the leader of all the orcs, in fact, if not in name. But now, desire stirred in his heart for more, and fear stirred in him too, dark and unpleasant, but something that must be faced. What is this threat that must be eliminated before the orcs can claim what is rightfully theirs? She told him. "What does this mean?" Durotan asked. He broke his fast with the two people in his clan he trusted most, Draka, his intended, whom he would wed with full ceremony at the next full moon, and Drekthar, the new head shaman of the clan. Durotan, along with everyone else, had mourned the passing of Mother Kashur. Durotan knew in his bones that she had intended to die that day, and wished to make a good death. She would be missed, but Drekthar had proved himself a worthy successor. Fighting back his personal grief, he had stepped in as the primary healer of the hunt then and subsequently. Kashur would have been proud. Now the three sat and ate in the chieftain's tent, where Durotan, chieftain since his father's death in the battle against the Graan and their ogres, now dwelt. Durotan was referring to the letter that had recently arrived, borne by a long, lean courier on a long, lean black wolf. He again perused its contents as he ate porridge made from blood and grain. On to Durotan, chieftain of the Frostwolf clan. The shaman Ner'zhul gives greetings. I have been granted visions by the ancestors that concern us all, as orcs, rather than individual clan members. I would speak with the leaders of all the clans on the 12th day of this moon, as well as every shaman of every clan. You are to come to the foot of the sacred mountain. Meat and drink will be provided. If you cannot attend, I will take it as a sign that you do not care for the future of our people and act accordingly. Forgive my brusqueness, but this matter is of utmost urgency. Please respond via my courier. Duratan had made the courier wait while he discussed the matter. The courier seemed quite put out, but agreed to stay out for a brief time. The aromatic smell of the porridge, wafting from a large cauldron, perhaps helped convince him. I do not know. Other than that, obviously, Ner'zhul feels this is of extreme importance, Drekthar admitted. Such a thing has never happened outside of the Koshar ceremonies. Always a shaman have a meeting then, in the presence of the ancestors who wish to attend, but never outside of that. And I have never heard of anyone summoning the chieftains. But I have known Ner'zhul all my life. He is a wise and great shaman. If the spirits were to speak to any of us about something that threatens us all, they would speak through him. Draka growled. Summoning you like you are pets to come at his call, she muttered. I mislike this, Duratan. It smacks of arrogance. I do not disagree with you, Duratan said. His hackles had risen at the tone of the letter, and at first he had been inclined to refuse. But as he read it again, he looked past the haughty words to the intent of the letter. Something was definitely troubling the one orc everyone respected, and surely that was worth a few days' travel. Draka watched him, her eyes narrowing. He looked at her and smiled. I will go then, and all my shaman. Draka frowned. I will come with you. I think it would be best if... Draka snarled. I am Draka, daughter of Kelkar, son of Rakish. I am your intended, soon to be your life partner. You will not forbid me to accompany you. Duratan threw back his head and laughed, warm inside at the display of Draka's spirit. He had chosen well, all right. From one born weak had come strength and fire. The Frostwolf clan would flourish with her by his side. Call him the courier, then, if he has finished his meal, Duratan said, humor still lacing his deep voice. Tell him that we will come to this strange meeting of Ner'zhul's, but we had best be assured of its necessity when we are there. The Frostwolf leader and shaman were among the first to arrive. Ner'zhul himself greeted them, and the moment Duratan laid eyes on the shaman, he knew that he had been right to come. While Ner'zhul was not a young orc, Duratan thought he had aged years in the few months since the last Kosharg. He looked thinner, almost wasted, as if he had not been eating for some while. And his eyes looked haunted. He grasped Duratan's broad shoulders with hands that trembled, and his thanks were sincere. This was no arrogant play for power, but a genuine feeling of threat. Duratan inclined his head, then left to see his people settled in. Over the next few hours, as the sun sank toward the horizon, Duratan watched a steady stream of orcs progress to the flat meadowlands at the base of the sacred mountain, almost as if gathering there for the Kosharg festival. He saw the bright banners that announced every clan fluttering in the breeze, and he felt a smile curve his face when he saw the symbol of the Blackrock clan, Ogrim's clan. Since they had become adults, the two boyhood friends had found their time together limited, and while Ogrim had attended Duratan's chieftain ceremony, they had not seen one another since. Duratan was pleased but not altogether surprised to see that Ogrim marched only a step behind Blackhand, the hulking and intimidating leader of the Blackrock clan. Duratan's old friend was now second in command then. Draka followed her future mate's gaze and grunted, also pleased. She got along very well with Ogrim, for which Duratan was grateful. He was fortunate that the two people who mattered the most to him could be friends with one another. While Blackhand was speaking with Ner'zhul, Ogrim threw Duratan a glance and a wink. Duratan grinned back. He was troubled by Ner'zhul's appearance, but at the very least, this gathering would give him a chance to visit with Ogrim. Even as Duratan had had that thought, however, Blackhand turned away with a snort and waved for Ogrim to follow. Duratan felt the smile on his face ebb. If Blackhand demanded that Ogrim attend him throughout this meeting, then even that pleasure would be denied to him. Draka, who knew him so well, reached for his hand and squeezed it. She said nothing. She did not have to. Duratan looked down at her and smiled. Word came from the same long, lean courier that Ner'zhul would not hold the meeting until tomorrow, as various clans would still be trickling in through the night. The Frostwolf encampment was smaller than most, but more harmonious than many. They had brought traveling tents and furs, and the courier had seen to it that they had been given plenty of meat, fish, and fruit. A haunch of Talbuk was now turning slowly over the fire, its tantalizing scent keeping the appetite sharp even as the orcs feasted on raw fish. There were a total of 11, Duratan, Draka, Drekthar, and 8 of his shaman. Some of them looked very young to Duratan, but while shamans certainly grow in skill over time, once the ancestors had appeared to them in visions, they were all accorded with equal honor and respect. A shadowy form appeared beyond the ring of the fire's illumination. Duratan got to his feet and drew himself to his full imposing height, just in case the visitor had too much to drink and had come with belligerent intent. Then the wind shifted, and he laughed as he caught Ogrim's scent. "Welcome, my old friend," he cried as he went to roughly embrace the other orc. Tall as Duratan was, Ogrim was still bigger, as he had been in their youth. As he regarded the Blackrock second in command, Duratan privately marveled how he had been able to best Ogrim in anything. Ogrim grunted and clapped Duratan on the shoulder. Your gathering is small, but it smells the best of any of them, he said, looking at the roasting meat and sniffed appreciatively. Then tear off a hunk of Talbuk and leave your duties behind for a while, Draka said. With that I could, Ogrim sighed, but I do not have much time. If the Frostwolf chieftain would walk with me a bit, I would be honored. Let us walk then, Durotan replied. They left the encampment and walked in silence for a time, until the campfires were small, twinkling lights in the distance, and they were assured that there were no prying eyes or ears to witness them. Both orcs sniffed the wind as well. Ogrim stood silently for a while, and Durotan waited with the patience of a true hunter. At last Ogrim spoke. Blackhand did not want us to come, he said. He thought it demanding that Ner'zhul would summon us like we were pets to his call. Draka and I had that same reaction as well, but I am glad we did. You saw Ner'zhul's face. One look at him was all I needed to determine that we had been right to come. Ogrim snorted derisively, for myself as well, but when I left the camp, Blackhand was still raging against the shaman. He does not see what you and I do. It was not Durotan's place to speak ill of another clan leader, but neither was it any secret what most orcs thought of Blackhand. He was certainly a powerful orc, fully in his prime, bigger and stronger than any orc Durotan had ever seen, and he was also certainly not stupid. But there was an air about him that raised Durotan's hackles. Durotan decided to hold his tongue. I see your struggle, even in the darkness, my old friend, Ogrim said quietly. You do not have to speak for me to know what you would say. He is my chieftain. I have sworn loyalty to him, and I will not break that oath. But even I have my misgivings. The admission startled Durotan. You do. Ogrim nodded. I am torn, Durotan. Torn between my loyalties and what my mind and heart tell me. May you never be put in such a position. A second, I can help moderate him somewhat, but not much. He is clan leader, and he has the power. I can only hope that he will listen to others tomorrow, and not stubbornly sit on his wounded pride. Durotan fervently shared that hope. If things were indeed as bad as Ner'zhul's expression seemed to indicate, the last thing he wanted to see was the leader of one of the most powerful clans behaving like a spoiled child. His eye fell upon a dark shape on Ogrim's back. Pride and sorrow both flooded him as he spoke. You carry the Doomhammer now. I did not know of your father's passing. He died bravely and well, Ogrim said. He hesitated, then said, Do you remember that day long ago when we ran afoul of the ogre and the Draenei saved us? I can never forget it, Durotan said. The prophet spoke of a time when I would receive the Doomhammer, Ogrim said. I was so excited at the thought of wielding it in a hunt. That was the first time I understood, really understood, that the day it became my weapon would be the day I would be fatherless. He unstrapped the weapon from his back and hoisted it. It was like watching a dancer, Durotan thought, a balance of power and grace. The moon shone down upon Ogrim's strong body as he moved, crouched, sprang, swung. Finally, breathing heavily and sweating, Ogrim replaced the legendary weapon. It is a glorious thing, Ogrim said quietly. A weapon of power, a weapon of prophecy, the pride of my lineage. And I would shatter it into 1,000 pieces with my own hands if it would bring my father back. Without another word, Ogrim strode back toward the small cluster of twinkling fires. Durotan made no move to follow. He sat for a long time, staring up at the stars, sensing deep within his soul that the world he would behold upon awakening tomorrow would be radically different than the one he had known all his life. Chapter 7. I know well that we lost more than we gained, we orcs. At that point, our culture was unspoiled, innocent, pure. We were like children, who had always been safe, loved, and protected. But children need to grow up. And we as a people were too easily manipulated. There is a place for trust. No one can accuse me of not knowing this. But we must also be careful. Those who have fair faces can deceive, and even those whom we believe in with all our souls can be beguiled. It is the loss of our innocence that I am lament when I think back to what those days must have been like, and it was our innocence that led to our downfall. It was a long line of solemn faces that turned to look at dye-gathered leaders of the Orclands. Durotan stood next to Draka, his arm about her waist in a protective gesture, although he was not sure why he felt she needed defending. His eyes widened as they met Drek'Thar's, and he saw in his friend and advisor's face something that chilled him to the bone. He wished he could stand with Ogrim. They were of different clans and different traditions, but other than his intended, there was no one Durotan trusted more. But Ogrim, of course, stood beside his chieftain Blackhand, who looked around at the gathered shaman with thinly concealed annoyance. He has been too long away from the hunt, that one, Draka murmured, nodding in Blackhand's direction. He is spoiling for a fight. Durotan sighed. He may well get it. Look at their faces. I have never seen Drek'Thar so, not even when Mother Kishor's body was broken, Draka said. Durotan did not reply, merely nodded and continued to observe. Ner'zhul strode forward into the center of the gathered crowd. Everyone moved back to give him more room. He began to walk sunwise in a circle, murmuring. Then he paused and lifted his hands. Fire burst forth in front of him, leaping skyward in a display that brought soft sounds of appreciation, even from those who had seen such things many times before. It stood, towering over them for a long moment, then subsided, settling down to become a traditional bonfire, albeit a magical one. As the darkness falls, in more ways than one, sit you beside the fire, Ner'zhul commanded. Let each clan sit to itself, with each its own shaman, and I will call you forth to speak when the time is right. Perhaps you wish us to fetch a slain beast for you too, came a fierce, angry voice, and lie obediently at your feet at night. Durotan knew that voice. He had heard it raised often enough at the Koshak festivals in his youth, and had heard its owner utter cries to chill the bone during hunts. It was distinctive and unmistakable. He turned to look at Grom Hellscream, the youthful leader of the Warsong clan, and hoped that the outburst would not overly delay whatever it was Ner'zhul had to tell them all. Hellscream stood in front of his clan, more slender than most orcs, but still tall and imposing. The Warsong colors were red and black, and while Hellscream wore no armor, the simple learners in those strong hues served to send an imposing message nonetheless. He folded his arms and glared at Ner'zhul. Ner'zhul did not rise to the bait, merely sighed deeply. Many of you feel your honor is offended, this I know. Give me leave to speak, and you will be glad that you are here. Your children's children will be glad of it. Hellscream growled, and his eyes flashed, but he said no more. He stood for a moment longer, then with a shrug, as if to indicate that it was by his own will, he sat. His clan followed his lead. Ner'zhul waited until there was quiet, and then began to speak. I have had a vision, he said, from one of the ancestors, whom I trust more than I can possibly say. She has revealed to me a threat, lurking like a poisonous scorpion under a flowering bush. All the other shaman can attest to this, once they have the opportunity to speak. It grieves and infuriates me that we have been so duped. Durotan hung on the shaman's words, his heart racing. Who is this mysterious enemy? How had so dark a foe escaped their notice? Ner'zhul sighed, looking down on the ground, then shook himself. His voice was deep and confident, if laced with sorrow. The enemy of which I speak, he said heavily, is the Draenei. Chaos erupted. Durotan stared, disbelieving. He looked around, seeking Orgrim's gaze, and stared into his friend's wide gray eyes, seeing there the same stunned shock that he himself felt. The Draenei. Surely something was wrong. The Gron, yes. Perhaps they had stumbled across some secret knowledge to use against the hated orcs. But no, not the Draenei. They were not even fighters on the level that the orcs were. They hunted, yes, that was true, but they needed meat as much as any orc in order to survive. They could stand against the Gron, and sometimes had assisted a hunting party a time or two. Durotan's thoughts went back to the day when two young orc children were fleeing before an ogre whose footsteps made the earth tremble, and the tall blue figures that had appeared out of nowhere to save them. Why would they risk themselves to save two boys if they were truly as methodically evil as Ner'zhul believed? It made no sense. Nothing about any of this made sense. Ner'zhul was clamoring for silence, and not getting it. Blackhand was on his feet, veins standing out his thick neck, while Ogrim was doing what he could to placate his chieftain. Then a terrible noise pierced the air, shattering the ears and almost stopping the heart. Grom Hellscream stood as well, his head thrown back, his chest thrust forward, and his black jaw opened so wide it seemed almost to have unhinged itself like a snake's. Nothing could compete with Hellscream's warcry, and stunned silence ensued. Grom opened his eyes and grinned at Ner'zhul, who seemed completely nonplussed at having a former antagonist become an ally so quickly. Let the shaman continue, Hellscream said. So utter was the silence after his outburst that the words were heard by all, even though they were spoken in a conversational tone. I want to hear more of this new, old enemy. Ner'zhul smiled gratefully. I know this startles you. It shocked me as well. But the ancestors do not lie. These seemingly benevolent people have been waiting for years until the time is right to attack us. They sit safely behind their strange buildings, made of materials we do not understand, and they harbor secrets that could benefit us greatly. But why? Durotan spoke, even before he himself realized he had. Heads turned to look at him, but he did not back down. Why do they want to attack us? If they harbor such vast secrets, what do they need from us? And how could we possibly defeat them if this is true? Ner'zhul looked discomforted. That, I do not know, but I do know the ancestors are concerned. We outnumber them, Blackhand growled. Not by that much, Durotan shot back. Not against their superior knowledge. They came here on a ship that sails between worlds. Blackhand, think you they will fall to arrows and axes? Blackhand's heavy brows drew together. He opened his mouth to retort. This has been simmering like a stew on a fire for many decades. Ner'zhul interrupted, forestalling the argument. Resolution and eventual victory will not come overnight. I do not ask you to go to war at this moment, but simply to be aware, to prepare, to discuss with your shaman the right course of action, and to open your minds and hearts to a union that will ensure triumph. He spread his hands imploringly. We are separate clans, yes, each with its own traditions and heritage. I am not asking you to give up that proud history, merely asking you to open your minds to a unity that takes the clans that are strong alone and turns them into an unstoppable force. We are all orcs, Blackrock, Warsong, Thunderlord, Dragonmaw. Don't you see how little those distinctions matter? We are the same people. In the end, we want safe homes for our young, success in the hunt, mates who will love us, honor amongst the ancestors. We are more alike than different. Duratan knew this to be true, and glanced over at his friend. Ogrim stood behind his chieftain, tall and imposing and solemn. Yet when he felt Duratan's gaze on him, he met that gaze and nodded. There had been those who had protested this unusual friendship between two adventuresome and, Duratan had to admit, trouble-prone youths. But Duratan would not be who he is today if he had not drawn from Ogrim's steady strength, and he knew in his bones that Ogrim felt the same about him. But the Draenei. May I speak? The voice belonged to Drekthar, and Duratan turned, surprised. The question seemed to be addressed not only to his chieftain, but to the shaman who had been a mentor to all of them. Ner'zhul looked at Duratan, who nodded. My chieftain, Drekthar said, and to Duratan's shock his voice trembled. My chieftain. What Ner'zhul has said is true. Mother Kashur confirmed it. The other Frostwolf shaman nodded. Duratan stared at them. Mother Kashur. If there was anyone Duratan trusted, it was that wise old orc. His mind went back to the moment when he stood in the cavern, feeling the cold air that was not air on his face, listening and watching with every fiber of his being as Mother Kashur spoke to someone he could not see, but who he knew was there. Mother Kashur said the Draenei are our enemies? He asked, hardly able to believe his ears. Drekthar nodded. It is time for the clan chieftains to listen to their own shaman, as Duratan has, said Ner'zhul. We will reconvene at twilight, and the chieftains will tell me their thoughts. These are the people you know and trust. Ask them what they have seen. The gathered crowd began to disperse. Slowly, looking at one another cautiously, the Frostwolf clan wandered back to their own encampment. As one, they sat in a circle and turned their attention to Drekthar, who began to speak slowly and carefully. The Draenei are not our friends, he said. My chieftain, I know you and the Doomhammer Blackrock stayed with them one night. I know that you spoke well of them. I know that it appears they saved your life. But let me ask you, did nothing strike you amiss? Duratan recalled the ogre bearing down on them, bellowing in fury, its club swinging. And with an uncomfortable sensation, he recalled how very, very quickly the Draenei appeared to rescue him and Ogrim, how they could not return home as it was so conveniently close to twilight. He frowned. It was an uncharitable thought, and yet. Your brow furrows, my chieftain. I take it, then, that your youthful faith in them is now starting to wane. Duratan did not answer, nor did he look at his clan's head shaman. He stared down at the earth, not wanting to feel this way, but unable to stop the doubt from creeping into his heart, like the cold fingers of a frosty morning. In his memory, he again spoke to Restallon, telling the tall blue Draenei, we were not as we are now. No, you are not, Restallon had said. We have watched the orcs grow in strength, and skill, and talent. You have impressed us. He felt again a sharp sting, as if the compliment were a carefully crafted insult, as if the Draenei thought they were superior, even with their strange, unnatural blue skin, their legs shaped like those of a common Talbuk, with long reptilian tails, and shiny blue hooves instead of decent feet like the orcs had. Speak, my chieftain. What do you recall? Duratan told him in a rough and heavy voice of the fortuitous arrival of the Draenei, of Restallon's near arrogance, and Velen, their prophet, asked many questions about us. He was not making idle conversation. He truly seemed to want to know about the orcs. Of course he did, Drekthar said. What an opportunity. They have been plotting against us since they arrived, and to find two, forgive me, Duratan, but two young and naive children to tell them everything they wanted to know. It must have been quite an event. The ancestors would not lie to them, especially about something so important. Duratan knew this. And now that he recalled the events of that day and night in this new light of knowledge, it was obvious how suspicious Velen's actions were, and yet was Velen such a master of deceit that the sensation of trust both Ogrim and Duratan had felt had all been a lie. Duratan bowed his head. There is a part of me that doubts yet, my friends, he said quietly, and yet I cannot stake the future of our people on such thin ice as my own personal doubts. Ner'zhul did not propose an assault tomorrow. He asked for us to train, and watch, and prepare, and draw closer as a people. This I will do, for the good of the Frostwolves and the good of the orcs. He looked at each worried face in turn, some merely friends, some, like Drekthar and Draka, known and loved. The Frostwolf clan will prepare for war. Chapter 8. How easily the mind can be turned to hate from a place of fear, an instinctive, natural, protective response. Instead of focusing on the things that unite us, we focus on what divides us. My skin is green, yours is pink. I have tusks, you have long ears. My skin is bare, yours is covered with fur. I breathe air, you do not. If we had done such things, the Burning Legion would not have been defeated, for I would never have wished to ally with Jaina Proudmoore or fight alongside elves. My people would not have survived to befriend the Tauren or the Forsaken. So it was with the Draenei. Our skin was reddish-brown then, theirs was blue. We had feet, they had hooves and a tail. We lived mostly in the open, they lived in enclosed spaces. We had a fairly short lifespan. No one knew how long-lived they were. Never mind that they had shown us nothing but courtesy and openness, that they had traded with us, taught us, shared whatever they were asked to share. They had no bearing now. We had heard from the ancestors, and we saw with our own eyes how different they were. My prayer, every day, is for wisdom to guide my people, and in that prayer is couched a plea, never to be blinded by such trivial differences.
The training began. It had always been custom among nearly every clan to begin training the younglings once they celebrated their 6th year, but previously, the training had been serious but relaxed. Weapons were for hunting animals, not sentient beings who had their own weapons and skill and technological advantages, and there were plenty of hunters who could easily bring down prey. A young orc learned at his or her own pace, and there was plenty of time for play and enjoying simply being young. No longer. The plea for unity among the orcs was answered. The couriers exhausted their beasts riding to and fro between clans carrying messages. At one point, some bright fellow came up with the idea of training bloodhawks to carry the letters. It took some doing and did not happen overnight, but gradually Duratan grew used to seeing the scarlet birds fluttering to Drekthar and others in the clan. He approved of the idea. Every warm body was needed if battle plans were to be successful. While spears, arrows, axes, and other weapons worked well against the animals of the field and forests, they would need to be supplemented with other types of weapons if they were to be used against the Draenei. Protection would be vital, and whereas before the smiths and leathercrafters focused on armor that would blunt attacks from claws and teeth, now they had to create things that would save the wearer if you were impaled or slashed by a sword. Those who understood the craft of smithing had been few previously. Now, the master smiths found themselves teaching dozens at a time. The forges rang day and night with the sound of hammers and the hiss of hot metal being plunged into water barrels. Many spent long days swinging picks, forcing the earth to yield the necessary minerals for crafting weapons and metal armor. Hunts, which had been conducted as need arose, were now daily events, as food needed to be dried and preserved, and skins were required for armor. The younglings who lined up for training looked very young indeed to Duratan, who was one of the many instructors. He recalled his father teaching him the ways of axe and spear. What would he think of these small ones, all but buckling beneath shiny metal armor, holding weapons that no orc had ever before borne? Draka, with whom he had joined in a quick, quiet ritual, as he did not want to take time or resources away from war training, touched his back gently. Always, she knew what he was thinking. It would be better if we had been born in a time of peace, she agreed. Even the most bloodthirsty knows the truth of that. But we are where we are, my mate, and I know you will not shirk this task. He smiled sadly at her. Nay, I will not. We are warriors. We thrive on the hunt, on the challenge, on the spilling of blood and the cries of victory. They are small, but they are not weak. They will learn. They are fossils. He paused, then added fiercely. They are orcs. Time is passing, said Walcott. I know, but you would not have our people go into battle unprepared, Ner'zhul replied. The Draenei are vastly superior as it stands now. Walcott grunted unhappily, then smiled. Ner'zhul looked at her. Was it his imagination, or did the smile seem forced? We are training as fast as we can, Ner'zhul added quickly, not wishing to offend the spirit who had been his life mate. Walcott was silent. Clearly it was not fast enough. Perhaps you can help us, he said. He was aware that he was babbling. Perhaps there is knowledge that you have that... Walcott frowned, then cocked her head. I have told you all I know, she said. But there are other powers, other beings, that the living do not know of. Ner'zhul almost stumbled at her words. There are the elements, and there are the ancestral spirits, he managed. What other beings are there? She smiled at him. You yet breathe, my mate. You are not ready to treat with them. They are the ones who have been aiding us, so that we may aid you, the beloved ones we left behind. No, Ner'zhul replied. He was pleading. But he could not help it. Please, we need aid if we are to protect the future generations from the Draenei's insidious plots. He did not say that he was enjoying being the center of attention from every single orc in every single clan. He did not say that her earlier promise of power had made him think on such things, and begin to desire them. But even more than that, she had instilled such terror of the monstrous Draenei that the sudden holding back on her part unnerved him totally. Welkin looked at him appraisingly. Perhaps you are right, she said. I will see if they will speak to you. There is one whom I trust the most, whose concern for our people is deep and abiding. I will ask him." He nodded, almost ridiculously pleased at her words, then blinked awake. A smile stretched his lips. Soon, he would see this mysterious spirit, this benefactor, very soon. Gul'dan smiled at him as he brought in fruit and fish to break his master's fast. "Another vision, my master." He bowed low as he presented the food and cup of steaming herbal tea. Upon Welkan's advice, Ner'zhul began drinking a tincture of certain herbs, brewed to a precise strength. Welkan assured him that it would continue to ensure that his mind and spirit remained open to visions. Ner'zhul had found the concoction unpleasant at first, but had shown no sign of his dislike. Now, he found he enjoyed the beverage first thing in the morning, and 3 more times throughout the day. He accepted the cup, and sipped it as he nodded in response to Gul'dan's question. Indeed, and I have learned something important. Gul'dan, for as long as there have been orcs, there have been shaman. And the shaman work with the elements, and with the ancestors. Gul'dan's face wore an expression of puzzlement. Yes, of course. Ner'zhul couldn't stifle a grin that stretched his lips wide over his tusks. And that is still true, but there is more than we know of. More that the ancestors can see, but we as living beings cannot. Welkan has told me she has been in contact with such beings. They have wisdom and knowledge even beyond that of the ancestors, and they will come to aid us. Welkan says there is one in particular who has chosen to take the orcs under his wing, and soon he will show himself to me. Gul'dan's eyes sparkled, and to me too, perhaps, master. Ner'zhul smiled. "You are a strong one, Gul'dan," he said. "I would not have chosen you as my apprentice if that were not the case. Yes, I think so. When he has deemed you worthy, as he has deemed me." Gul'dan lowered his head. "May it be so," he said. "I am so honored to serve. This is a time of great glory for the orcs. We are blessed to live to see it." The Blackrock clan, with Blackhand himself in the vanguard, had begged for the honor of being first to strike. There had been some resentment and grumbling, but the hunting skills of the Blackrock were legendary. And they were a logical first choice, as they also lived fairly near Telmor, one of the smaller, more isolated cities. They had been given the first efforts at armor, swords, metal-tipped arrows, and other weapons of war that would bring down the Draenei. Ogre, the Doomhammer strapped across his back, and clad from head to foot in metal that made him chafe and feel confined, rode at his chieftain's side. The wolf beneath him seemed to have an equal dislike of the armor, and now and then turned his massive head to snap at Ogre's leg, as if at some insect that annoyed him. He also seemed to be laboring a bit as he bore his rider across the soft meadow grass, panting more than usual, pink tongue lolling. Ogre muttered under his breath. It had sounded so simple. Go to war against this new, insidious foe. But when they had all, including Ogre, stood and cheered the decision, no one had stopped to think how difficult it would be to simply prepare. They would need to breed the wolves for size even more now, if the animals were to carry armor as well as orc bodies already heavy with dense bone and powerful muscle. The weapons were not untried. Several times already they had attacked the ogres, rationalizing that although they were lumbering and stupid, and the Draenei were quick and intelligent, fighting them was more akin to fighting a new enemy than killing Tobruk would be. They had lost a few, at first, who were burned on a pyre with due ceremony for the honor of the sacrifice. The weapons felt healing in their hands. The armor slowed them down, but each time the attacks went more smoothly. The last time, they had faced not only a pair of ogres, but one of their masters, a Gron, where the ferocity of the ogres had dominated, and a vile cleverness that made it a much more challenging foe. 2 brave Blackrock soldiers fell before Ogre met in the final blow, swinging his hammer of prophecy and bringing doom upon the battling Gron. Blackhand stood beside him, panting and sweating, blood, his own and that of the creature they had just slain, spattering his face. He wiped his face with his mailed hand and licked the blood, grunting. 2 ogres and their master, he muttered, reaching out a hand to clap Ogre on the shoulder. The pitiful Draenei do not stand a chance against our might. Standing, sweating in the sun, its bright light glinting off the metal plate and almost blinding his eyes, Ogre agreed. Bloodlust rose high in him. He trusted Ner'zhul, and the shaman of his clan. Further, he had spoken with Durtan, and they both agreed that although they had been treated fairly by the Draenei on that long-ago day when they had been rescued by the Blueskins, there had been something peculiar about them. The spirits had never guided them falsely before. Why would they do so now? But as he rode alongside his lord, to where a small hunting party had been reported, Ogre had misgivings. What if the Draenei had been odd? Surely the orcs must have seemed odd to them when they first arrived. Was death truly an appropriate punishment for being different? When had there been a single attack on an orc by the Draenei? A single insult or offense even? Now, 18 Blackrock warriors, armed to the teeth, their bodies coated in protective metal, were riding to slaughter a group of the Blueskins who were doing nothing more threatening than gathering food for the people. Unexpected and unwanted, an image rose in Ogre's mind of a young Draenei girl who had smiled shyly at them. Was it her father or mother who would die here on this glorious summer day? "You look lost in thought, Ogre," said Blackhand in his gravelly voice, startled startling Ogrim momentarily. What fills your mind, my second? The face of an orphan, thought Ogrim, but did not say. Instead, he said gruffly, I was wondering what color Draenei blood was. Blackhand drew back his oversized head and laughed heartily. Ogrim heard a harsh caw and the sound of frantic wingbeats, as the very crows took flight at the noise of the Blackrock chieftain's laughter. I will make sure your face is painted in it, Blackhand said, chuckling. Ogrim's jaw tightened, and he said nothing. The ancestors do not lie, he thought grimly. A child is innocent, always, but its parents have earned death, if they are plotting against us, as the spirits have said. They came upon them with ridiculous ease, not bothering to hide their approach. The scout had said the hunting party numbered 11, 6 males and 5 females, and they encountered a herd of cleftos. While the great, shaggy beasts were strong and difficult to bring down, they did not have the aggressiveness of a roused herd of talbuks, and the Draenei hunting party had already managed to isolate a young bull. It roared, pawing the earth and lowering its head, aiming its single horn at its attackers, but the outcome was assured. Or it would have been, had it not been for the arrival of the orcs. Blackhand drew his company to a halt on a ridge. Ogrim could smell the excitement from his kinsmen. Their bodies quivered with anticipation in their newly crafted armor, their hands clenched and unclenched, wanting to crow about the weapons that were only now becoming familiar. Blackhand held up a mailed fist, his small eyes fastened on the activity below, waiting for the right moment to swoop down like a hawk on a meadow rat. The Blackrock chieftain turned to his shaman, who were in the back. They, too, were armored, but carried no weapons. They did not need to. They would heal their brethren as they fell, and also direct the immense power of the elements towards their foe. You are ready, he asked. The eldest among them nodded. His eyes glowed fiercely, and his lips were curved in a smile. He, too, wanted to see Draenei blood shed this day. Blackhand grunted and brought his fist down. The Blackrock warriors charged. They uttered their battle cries as they came, and the Blueskins turned startled. At first, only surprise registered on those faces. No doubt they merely wondered why such a great number of mounted orc warriors were coming to aid them in a kill. It was only when Blackhand, atop his monstrous wolf, brought his two-handed broadsword down in a smooth blow that severed their leader in half that the Draenei realized that the orcs had come not from the cleft but for them. To their credit, they did not stare in stunned horror at the sight, but sprang immediately into action. Voices that held only the faintest tremor of fear uttered words in a liquid-sounding alien tongue. Although Ogrim did not recognize the words, Durtan had the gift of recall for such things. Not he. The sound was familiar. He knew what to expect from that long-ago day when the Draenei had rescued him and Durtan, and had prepared his kinsmen. So when the sky crackled with an unnatural blue and silver lightning, the shaman were ready. They blasted the strange bolts of light with lightning of their own. The brightness was almost blinding, and Ogrim looked down quickly, his focus on the Draenei warrior in front of him, wielding a staff that glowed and sparked. He roared and lifted the Doomhammer over his head, and brought it crashing down upon his enemy. The armor the Draenei warrior wore could not withstand such an attack, and crumpled like a thin tin bracelet. Blood and brains spattered the ground. Ogrim looked up, searching for his next target. Some of the Blackrocks were held in a magical netting created by one of the Draenei's foul, unnatural lightning. They were proud and strong warriors, but they screamed in agony as the netting burned its way into their skin. The acrid odor of burning flesh mixed with the wreck of blood and fear in Ogrim's nostrils. It was an intoxicating smell. He felt a wind rush his face, chasing away the sense of battle and infusing his lungs with energy. Ogrim selected the one he would next kill and raced towards the warrior, a female who had no weapon, but who was wreathed in a pulsating blue energy. Ogrim grunted in surprise as the Doomhammer struck Die Field and bounced off, the shock shivering up the weapon into his arms and jarring him to the bone. One of the shamans stepped in, the crackling sound of lightning vying with the mysterious, magical energy of the Draenei, and Ogrim cheered as he saw the good, natural lightning beat back that blue field. He swung again, and this time the Doomhammer crunched down on the Blueskin's skull almost satisfactorily. It was all but over now. Only two remained standing, and in a heartbeat they had fallen beneath a mass of armored brown bodies. A few more shouts and grunts, and the unmistakable sound of weighted weapons sinking into flesh. And then all was silent. The corner clefto had escaped.
Ogrim caught his breath, his blood singing in his ears, aflame with the excitement of the kill. He had always enjoyed the hunts, but he had never experienced anything like this. Sometimes the beasts he attacked fought back, but prey such as the Draenei, intelligent, powerful, who fought in the same way he did and not with tooth and claw, was new to him. He threw back his head and laughed, and wondered if somehow he had become drunk on the sensation. The cheers and rough, deep bellows of laughter from the victorious orcs were the only sound in the glade. Blackhand strode to Ogrim and embraced him as best he could through the armor they both wore. I saw the Doomhammer, but it was so fast it was only a blur to my eyes, the Blackrock chieftain rumbled, grinning. You fought well today, Ogrim. I was wise to name you my second. He stooped over the mage that had been Ogrim's last kill and removed his mailed gloves. The skull had been completely shattered, and blue blood was everywhere. Blackhand dipped his fingers in the slain Draenei's life fluid and carefully painted Ogrim's face with it. Deep inside, something shifted in the orc. He remembered doing this himself at his first kill, the blood red and warm. He remembered having this done to him when he went to the sacred mountain as part of the Omragor ritual, with his father's blood on his face. And now, his leader had anointed him again, with the blood of the beings that were their enemy. A bit of the dark blue liquid trickled down his cheek into the corner of his mouth. Ogrim extended his tongue, tasted the fluid, and found it sweet. The bloodhawk settled on its master's arm, its talons digging deep into the protective leather. Ner'zhul paced while the Hawkmaster unrolled the message and delivered it to him. Quickly, he scanned the small piece of parchment. So easy. It had been so easy. Not a single casualty, although some had been injured, of course. Their first foray, and the orcs had been completely victorious. Blackhand spoke contemptuously of how swiftly they had descended upon the party and broken their skulls. It was all unfolding as Rolkan had promised him. Surely now the being with whom Rolkan had allied would appear. The orcs, led by Ner'zhul, had certainly proven their worth with this decisive triumph. He again read the missive. Blackhand and the Blackrock orcs had indeed been the right choice to send against the Draenei. They were powerful and violent, but unlike the Warsong or some other clans, they were completely under the control of their chieftain. That night, he had a victory feast prepared for the Shadowmoon clan, and they ate and drank and laughed and sang until at last Ner'zhul trundled to his bed and fell into a deep, profound sleep. And the being came. It was glorious, radiant, so bright that even with his vision eyes, Ner'zhul could not bear to look upon it at first. He fell to his knees, shaking with the joy and awe that washed through him. "You have come," he whispered, feeling tears well up in his eyes and slip down his face. "I knew that if we pleased you, you would come. Indeed you have, Ner'zhul, shaman, soul tender of the orcs." The voice rumbled through his bones, and Ner'zhul closed his eyes, almost giddy at the sensation. "I have seen your masterful handling of your people, how you brought separate clans together with a common purpose, a glorious goal." "One that was inspired by you, Great One," murmured Ner'zhul. He thought of Rolkan, and briefly wondered why she was no longer appearing to him, then dismissed the thought of her. This great entity was far superior to even the shade of his beloved mate. Ner'zhul craved more words from this magnificent being. "You came to us and revealed the truth," Ner'zhul continued. "We did what was needed. You did indeed, and I am well pleased with you. Glory and honor and sweet victory will continue to be yours if you do as I say." "Of course I will, but, Great One, this humble petitioner would beg a favor." Ner'zhul risked a glance up at the being. It was enormous, radiant in red, with a powerful torso and legs that ended in cloven hooves and curved back like a Talbuck's, or a Draenei's. Ner'zhul blinked. There was silence for a moment, after he voiced his request, and he thought he felt a sudden chill. Then the voice spoke again in his mind and his ears, and it was still smooth and sweet as honey. "Ask, and I will decide if you are worthy." Suddenly, Ner'zhul's mouth was dry and the words would not form. With an effort he spoke. "Great One, do you have a name by which we may call you?" A chuckle rumbled through Ner'zhul's blood. "A simple favor, easily granted. Yes, I have a name. You may call me Kil'jaeden." Chapter 9. It is easy to understand why so many of my contemporaries prefer to let this history die. Let it sink into oblivion silently, slipping beneath the waters of time until the surface of the lake is once again unruffled, and no one knows of the shame lurking in the depths. I too feel that shame, though I was not alive when this occurred. I see it in Drekthar's face as he recounts his part of the tale in a shaking voice. I saw the weight of it on Ogrim Doomhammer. Grom Hellscream, friend and traitor and friend again, was ravaged by it. But to pretend it did not exist is to forget how dreadful the impact was. To make ourselves into victims, rather than claiming our participation in our own destruction. We chose this path, we orcs. We chose it right up until it was too late to turn back. And having made that choice once, we can, with the knowledge that we have of the end of the dark and shameful road, choose not to take it. So I wish to hear the testimony of those who placed one foot in front of the other on a road that spelled near obliteration of our kind. I want to understand why they took each step, and what had to happen for it to seem logical and good and right. I want to know this, so when I see it unfolding again, I will recognize it. Humans have two sayings that are wise beyond imagining. The first is, those who do not learn from history are condemned to repeat it. And the second is, know your enemy. Bellin was deep in meditation when Restlon reluctantly approached him. He sat in the central courtyard of the Temple of Karabor, not on the comfortable benches that flanked the rectangular pool, but on the hard stone. The air was filled with the scent of the flowering bushes of the lush garden, and the water murmured softly as it circulated, trees. Their leaves moving in the wind added their own quiet sounds. It was a tranquil scene, but Valen's attention was inward. Long had the Draenei and the Naru trusted one another. The luminous beings who so seldom opted to take solid form had been first caretakers of the exiled Eredar, then teachers, and then friends. They had traveled together and beheld many worlds. Each time the Naru, particularly the one that called itself Kayur, had been instrumental in helping the Draenei flee when the Minari uncovered their hiding place, and each time Kil'jaeden and the monstrous creatures who had once been Eredar had come closer to capturing them. Velen grieved every time he and his people had to depart a world to save themselves, knowing that any beings they left behind would be as changed as the Eredar had been. Kil'jaeden, always eager for more to join the legion he was creating for his dark master Sargeras, would overlook no possible recruit. Kayur, as sorrowful as Velen, grieved with him, but it spoke in Velen's mind with the unalterable logic that Kil'jaeden, Archimonde, and Sargeras would have destroyed another world in the same amount of time. All worlds, all beings, all races were horrifically equal in Sargeras' eyes. They all needed to be obliterated in a ghastly festival of carnage and fire. Velen's death at the hands of beings who had once been his dearest friends would save none of the luckless innocents, whereas his life possibly would one day. How, Velen had raged once. How is my life more important, worthier than theirs? The gathering is slow, Kayur had admitted, but it continues. There are other Naru like me, who are reaching out to the younger races. When they are ready, they will all be brought together. Sargeras will eventually fall beneath the will of those who yet believe in what is good and true and harmonious, what is the timeless balance of this universe. Velen had no choice but to either believe this being who had become his friend, or to turn his back on those who had trusted him and be twisted into a Minari. He chose to believe. Now, though, he was confused. The orcs had begun attacking lone hunting parties. There seemed to be no reason for the aggression. None of the shaken guards, to whom Velen had spoken, reported anything out of the ordinary. And yet, 3 hunting parties had been killed down to the last Draenei. Restalon, who had investigated the slaughter, had reported that the bodies were not simply killed. They were butchered. So Velen had come to the temple, created in the earliest years of the Draenei on this world. Here, surrounded by 4 of the 7 Adamar crystals that had sprung into being so very long ago, he could hear the faint voice of his friend in his mind. But as yet, Kayur had no answers for him. There would be no flight for them this time if things went wrong. Kayur was dying, trapped in the very vessel that it had provided when it had crashed into this world 200 years past. "Great prophet," said Restalon, his voice soft and weary sounding. "There has been another attack." Slowly, Velen opened his ancient eyes and regarded his friend sorrowfully. "I know," he said. "I felt it." Restalon ran a thick-fingered hand through his black hair. "What do we do? Each attack seems more violent than the last." Examination of the inquiries done to the bodies seemed to indicate that they were improving their weapons. Velen sighed deeply and shook his head. The white braids swung gently with the movement. "I cannot hear Kayur," he said quietly. "At least, not as well as I used to. I fear its time is not much longer." Restalon lowered his gaze, pain evident on his face. The Naru had effectively sacrificed itself for them. All the Draenei knew and understood this. Strange and mysterious as the being was, the Draenei had grown to care for it. It had been trapped and slowly dying for 2 centuries. Somehow, Velen had thought it would take longer than that for the being to die, if it did die, as he understood such things. He rose with purpose, his light-tan robes fluttering behind him. "It yet has wisdom to impart to me, but I have not the skill to hear it any more. I must go to it. Perhaps proximity will help it communicate better." You mean go to the ship?" Restalon asked. Velen nodded. "I must." "Great prophet, I do not mean to question your wisdom, but you do anyways," Velen said, laughing, his startling blue eyes crinkling at the corners with genuine good humor. "Continue, my old friend. Your questioning always has value to me." Restalon sighed. "The orcs have adopted the vessel as their sacred mountain," he said. "I know this," Velen replied. "Then why antagonize them by venturing there?" Restalon asked. "They would surely see this as an act of aggression at any time, particularly now. You would be giving them reason to continue their attacks against us." Velen nodded. "I have thought of this, thought long and hard on it, but perhaps it is time to reveal who we are and what their sacred mountain is. They believe their ancestors dwell there, and they may very well be right. If Kayur does not have much longer, should we not utilize its wisdom and powers while we can? If anyone or anything can broker peace between the orcs and ourselves, this being, greater far than any of us, has that ability. This may be our only hope. Kayur spoke of finding other races, other beings, to join it in its quest for balance and harmony. To stand against Sargeras and this vast, unholy force he has created." Velen placed a white hand on his friend's armor-plated shoulder. One thing for certain has been revealed to me in my meditations, and that is that things can no longer continue as they used to. Orc and Draenei can no longer live in distant familiarity with one another. There's no returning to that, my old friend. There is either war or peace. They will either become our allies or our enemies, and I would never forgive myself if I did not explore every avenue to peace I could. Do you understand now? Restallon searched Valen's face unhappily, then nodded. Yes. Yes, I suppose I do. But I like it not. At least let me send you with an armored guard, for I know they will attack before they will listen. Valen shook his head. No, no weapons. Nothing to provoke them. In their hearts, they are honorable beings. I was able to glimpse the souls of the 2 young orcs who stayed with us a few years ago. There is nothing cowardly or evil in there. Only caution and now, for some reason, fear. They attacked hunting parties, not civilians. Yes, Restallon shot back. Parties that were greatly outnumbered. We found blood that was not our own spilled at those sites, Velen reminded him. They took the bodies back for ritual burning. But there was orcish blood enough on the soil. And with our knowledge, a handful of Draenei can easily stand against many orcs. No, I will risk all on this. They will not slay me where I stand if I state my intentions honorably, and I come without the blatant ability to defend myself. I wish I had your confidence, my prophet, said Restallon resigningly, bowing deeply. I will assemble a small escort party then, and they will not be armed. The Great One, Kil'jaeden, began to visit Ner'zhul with more frequency. First it was only in the dream state, as with the ancestors. He would come in the night while Ner'zhul slept deeply, his body heavy with the drug that opened his mind to Kil'jaeden's voice, and whisper his praise and congratulations and plans for further orc victory. Ner'zhul was in ecstasy. Each letter that arrived by Bloodhawk from the various clans was read with eagerness and delight. We came across 2 scouts far from aid. The Shattered Hand clan chieftain wrote. It was ease itself to dispatch them, outnumbered as they were. The Bleeding Hollow clan is proud to report to the great Ner'zhul that we have obeyed him in all things, said another letter. We have joined with the Laughing Skull clan, more than doubling the number of armed warriors to send against this devious foe. It is our understanding that the Thunderlord clan seek allies. We will send a courier to them tomorrow. Yes, smiled Kil'jaeden. Do you see how they are coming together in a just cause? Before, these clans would be challenging one another if they crossed paths. Now, they are sharing knowledge, sharing resources, working as one to overcome a foe who would see you all destroyed. Ner'zhul nodded, but he felt a sudden pang. It had been glorious to finally behold this beautiful, powerful entity, despite the fact that he looked so much like the hated Draenei. But he had stopped seeing Welkan. He found he missed her. He wondered why she was no longer seeking him out. Hesitantly, he spoke. Welkan. Welkan has done her part in bringing you to me, Ner'zhul, soothed Kil'jaeden. You know she is well and happy. You have seen her. We do not need her as an intermediary any more. Now that I have been convinced of your worthiness to be my voice among your people. And as before, Ner'zhul's heart flooded with joy. But this time, despite the comforting and exciting words of Kil'jaeden, he felt a sad little jerk in his heart as it beat, and still wished he could speak with his mate. Ner'zhul was deep in thought when Gul'dan brought the missive to him. The apprentice bowed and handed his master a piece of parchment, stiff with blue liquid. What is this? Ner'zhul asked, taking the parchment. It was taken off a Draenei approaching from the south, Gul'dan replied. A party? A single courier, no arms, not even a mount. The fool was walking. Gul'dan's lips twisted into a smile, and he chuckled. Ner'zhul looked down at the parchment, realizing now that the blue stains were the courier's blood. What had possessed the idiot, walking alone, unarmed, into the heart of Shadowmoon territory? He unfolded it carefully, trying not to tear it, and quickly began to read. Even as his brown eyes darted over the words, the room was suddenly filled with radiance, and both shaman prostrated themselves. Read it out loud, great Ner'zhul, came Kil'jaeden's smooth voice. Share it with me and your loyal apprentice. Yes, please, my master, said Gul'dan eagerly. As he read it, for the first time since he had spoken with his beloved Welkan, Ner'zhul tasted doubt. On to Ner'zhul, shaman of the Shadowmoon clan, the prophet Valen of the Draenei sends greetings. Recently, many of our people have come under attack from the orcs. I do not understand why this is. For generations, your people and mine have lived in peace and tolerance, a state that has benefited us both. We have never lifted a weapon toward an orc, and indeed, once we were instrumental in saving the lives of 2 young orcs who unwittingly placed themselves in danger. Ah, Gul'dan interrupted. I remember. Durotan, who is currently the Frostwolf chieftain, and Ogrim Doomhammer. Ner'zhul nodded absently, his thoughts distracted for a moment, then resumed reading. We can only assume there is a terrible misunderstanding, and wish to speak with you so that no more lives, orc or Draenei, are lost in such a tragic fashion. It is my understanding that the mountain you call Ashogun is sacred to your people, that this is where the wise spirits of your ancestors dwell. While this place has long had deep meaning for the Draenei as well, we have always respected your decision to claim it as your holy site. However, the time has come for us to recognize that there is far more that we share than that divides us. I am called the prophet among my people, because at times I am granted wisdom and insight. I seek to lead well and peacefully, as I am sure you and the leaders of the various clans do your own people. Let us meet peaceably at the place that holds so much meaning for both our races. On the 3rd day of the 5th month, I and a small party will be moving in pilgrimage to enter the heart of the mountain. No one in the group will bear arms. I invite you and any others who feel so moved to join me. As we enter the deep place of magic and power, I ask the wisdom of beings much wiser than we, how we can heal this rift between us. In light and blessings, I bid you peace. Gul'dan was the first to speak, or, more accurately, to laugh. Such arrogance! My lord, great Kil'jaeden, this is an opportunity not to be missed. Their leader comes like a cleft-hoofed calf to the slaughter, unarmed and stupidly thinking that we know nothing of his evil intentions. And he thinks to violate Ashogun. He will die before he sets a vile blue hoof upon even the root of our holy mountain. What you say pleases me, Gul'dan, Kil'jaeden rumbled in that smooth-as-water voice. Ner'zhul, your apprentice speaks wisdom. But Ner'zhul found words stuck in his throat. He opened his mouth twice to speak, and finally words rasped forth on the 3rd attempt. I do not disagree that the Draenei are dangerous, he said haltingly. But we are not Gron, to kill unarmed foes. The courier was slain, Gul'dan pointed out. He was unarmed, and even unmounted. And I regret that, Ner'zhul snapped. He should have been taken into custody and brought to me at once, not killed. Kil'jaeden said nothing. The scarlet radiance bathed Ner'zhul as he continued, groping his way to a solution. He will not be permitted to defile our sacred place, the shaman continued. Have no worries about that, Gul'dan, but I will not have him killed without having the chance to speak to him. Who knows but that we might learn something? Yes, said Kil'jaeden, his voice rich and warm. When one is in pain, one will reveal all he knows. The word startled Ner'zhul, but he did not reveal his surprise. This magnificent being wanted him to torture Velen. Something inside him was excited at the prospect. But something else inside him recoiled. Not yet. He would not do such a thing. We will be waiting for him, he assured both his great lord and his apprentice. He will not escape. Lord, said Gul'dan slowly, a suggestion, if I may. What is it? The closest clan to the mountain is the Frostwolf clan, Gul'dan pointed out. Let us have them take Velen and his party and bring them to us. Their leader once tasted Draenei hospitality, and although he has not hindered our efforts, I do not recall hearing that he has led any attacks against the Draenei. We shall kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Take the Draenei leader captive, and make Durotan of the Frostwolves prove his loyalty to our cause. Ner'zhul felt 2 pairs of eyes boring into his, die small, dark ones of his apprentice, and the glowing orbs of his master Kil'jaeden. What Gul'dan had suggested sounded like wisdom. Then why was Ner'zhul so reluctant to agree? The heartbeats ticked away, and perspiration sprouted on Ner'zhul's low brow. Finally, he spoke, and he was relieved to hear his voice sounded sure and strong. Agreed. It is a good plan. Find me a pen and parchment. I shall notify Durotan as to his duty. Chapter 10. I have never been so proud of my father as when Drek'Thar told me of this incident. I have good cause to know how hard it is to make the right decisions at times. He had much to lose and nothing to gain by making the choices he did. No, that is not right. He retained his honor, and there can be no price high enough to sacrifice that. The letter brooked no disagreement. Durotan stared at it, and then with a deep sigh, passed it to his mate. Draka read it quickly, her eyes darting over the words, and growled soft and low in her throat. Ner'zhul is cowardly to lay this at your feet, she said softly, so as not to be overheard by the courier who waited outside. The request comes to him, not you. I have promised to obey, Durotan said, his voice equally soft. Ner'zhul speaks for the ancestors. Draka cocked her head thoughtfully. A stray beam of sunlight penetrating the tent from a gap in the scams caught her face, throwing her strong jaw and high cheekbones into sharp relief. Durotan's breath caught in his throat as he looked at his beloved. For all the chaos, madness even, that seemed to have suddenly descended upon himself and his people, he was grateful for her. He touched her brown face lightly with a sharp-clawed finger, and she smiled briefly. My mate, I do not know that I trust Ner'zhul, she said. her voice barely above a whisper. He nodded. But we both trust Drekthar, and he has confirmed what Ner'zhul has said. The Draenei have been plotting against us. Ner'zhul says that Velen has even insisted on entering Ashugan. Again, the chieftain of the Frostwolf clan regarded the letter. I am pleased that Ner'zhul has not asked me to slay Velen. Perhaps, once we have him in our power, we can convince him to change his ways. Have him explain why they are so bent on harming us. Perhaps we can negotiate a peace. The thought seized his heart and squeezed it hard. As glorious as his life was with Draka, as proud as he was of his clan, how much happier would he be simply doing as his father had done, hunting the beasts of the woods and fields, dancing in the moonlight at the Koshak festivals, listening to the old tales, and basking in the loving warmth of the ancestors. He had not said anything to Draka, but he was secretly glad that they had not yet conceived a child. This was not a time that was easy on the young orcs. Their childhood had been stolen from them. Adult duties had been placed on shoulders still not quite broad enough to bear them. If Draka were to bear a child, Durotan would not hesitate to have his son or daughter trained as the other children were. He would ask nothing of the other parents that he would not do himself. But he was glad that he was not faced with that decision quite yet. Draka watched him with intense, narrow eyes. It was as if she could read his thoughts. You have met Velen before, she said. I watched you try to reconcile your memories of that encounter with the news that they were trying to destroy us all. It was not easy for you. Nor is it now, he replied. Perhaps it is just as well that I am assigned this task. Velen will remember that night, of that I am certain. He may be willing to treat with me, whereas he might not be so willing to treat with Ner'zhul. I wish I had seen the letter he had sent. Draka sighed and got to her feet. I think that would have been most enlightening, she said. Durotan emulated her. I will tell the courier that his master may rest content. I will not shirk my duty. He felt her worried gaze boring into his back as he left. Velen held the violet crystal close to his heart. The red and yellow ones rested at his side as he sat in meditation, casting a soft glow upon his alabaster skin. The four others were placed elsewhere in Draenei territory, their great powers serving his people as needed. But the violet one never left him. Its powers opened the mind and spirit. In a way, it was almost like being in direct communication with the Naru. Velen always felt stronger, cleaner, his soul honed to a keen edge when he meditated with the violet crystal. Although each of the 7 crystals was precious and powerful, this was the one he treasured the most. He strained to hear the soft whispers of Kayur, but he could not. Velen's heart ached, and he bowed his head. He heard voices and opened his eyes. Restalon was speaking to one of the acolytes, and Velen waved him forward. What news, old friend? Velen inquired. He indicated a pot of hot herbal tea. Restalon waved his hand, declining the offer. Good and bad, my prophet, he said. I deeply regret to inform you that the courier you sent to the shaman leader Ner'zhul was killed by a group of orcs. Velen closed his eyes. The violet crystal grew warmer for a moment, as if trying to offer comfort. I sensed his death, Velen said heavily, but I had hoped it was an accident. You are certain he was murdered. Ner'zhul says so, and offers no apology. Restalon's voice conveyed his anger and affront at the incident. He was kneeling beside Velen, next to the red crystal. Velen's dark blue eyes darted to the crystal as it pulsed once, briefly, responding to Restalon's emotions. So much for your theory that they would not attack an unarmed man, Restalon continued bitterly. I had so hoped for better, Velen said quietly, but you said there was some good news to mitigate these sad tidings. Restalon grimaced. If you can call it that. Ner'zhul says that an orc contingency will meet us at the base of the mountain. He is not coming. Restalon dropped his gaze and shook his head. No, my prophet, he said quietly. Who does he send in his stead? The letter does not say. Give it to me. Velen stretched out a white hand, and Restalon placed the parchment in his palm. Velen uncurled the parchment and read the letter quickly. Your courier is dead. It is fortunate that those who slew him thought to search the body for his missive. I have read it, and I will agree to send a contingency of orcs to speak with you. I guarantee nothing, not your safety, not a truce, nothing. But we will hear you out. Velen sighed deeply. This was not the response his soul had longed for. What had happened to the orcs? Why in this world, or any other, were they suddenly so bent on harming the Draenei, who had never opposed them in any fashion? I guarantee nothing, Ner'zhul had said, writing in a strong, bold hand. Very well, said Velen quietly. Then nothing is guaranteed. He smiled at Restalon. Rather like life. The day was inappropriately bright and cheerful, Durotan thought, squinting against the bright early summer light that danced down. Surely, On a day when his soul felt so bleak and unhappy, the weather ought to reflect it. Clouds, at the very least. More appropriately, a cold, drizzling rain. But the sun did not care about an orc's heavy heart, or even the fate of an entire race of people. It shone down as merrily as if all was right every place its rays touched. Ashugun almost seemed to be on fire, so bright was the light that reflected off its multifaceted crystalline surface. Durotan had chosen a position of strength. From where he had positioned his warriors, he would be able to see Valen's traveling party long before they spotted the orcs. He had decided to wait and let the prophet of the Draenei come to him directly. Although he had strategically positioned his warriors so that if the Draenei attempted to flee, no avenue of flight would be open to them. And all the orcs who waited patiently on this offensively glorious day were armed to the teeth, with shaman at the ready. With their sharp eyes and superb fighting skills, Draka was highly useful to him as a scout. He had positioned her as one of the lookouts in the first group of warriors. The instant that Velen was visible, she would send word to her mate via a spell cast by Drekthar. Drekthar himself, though, was standing beside Durotan. As the most powerful shaman in the clan, his place was to protect the clan's leader. The two stood on a rock outcropping just above the entrance to the gleaming sacred mountain. Dozens of warriors, weighted with arrows, hand axes, and javelins at the ready. Others had spent days maneuvering large boulders into position. At a word from Durotan, a simple movement would send death in the form of huge stones crashing down upon the Draenei. The threat of death, in fact, was everywhere on this lovely mountain, on this beautiful sunny day. A breeze stirred Durotan's black hair, and a bird sang brightly. Drekthar looked at his chieftain with concern. "My chieftain, you are doing what you have been told to do," Drekthar said earnestly. "These beings are our enemies." Durotan nodded, and wished he could believe it as easily as every other orc seemed to. The breeze brushed his cheek again, more insistently, and this time he heard words on the wind. Draka's message, borne to him by Drekthar's bond with the elements. "They are coming. 5 of them. None of them is wearing armor or carries any visible weapons. They walk serenely." The wind wafted her words away, and he knew it went to touch the ears of all the orcs assembled. When the time was right, Drekthar would harness the wind to give orders to Durotan's troops. Durotan straightened, and his heart beat more swiftly. His hand gripped his battle axe tightly. "There they are," said Drekthar grimly. Durotan followed his gaze. Draka's report had been accurate, right down to her interpretation of the manner in which the Draenei approached. The 5 Draenei did not wear the strange blue and silvery armor that Durotan remembered from his single encounter with them. They were dressed instead, as they had been for the meal, in robes of beautiful hues that caught the breeze and fluttered behind them like banners. Walking at the very front of the little group was Prophet Velen himself. He was unmistakable. His simple tan robes contrasted with those of his entourage, and of course, his strange white skin was unique. Durotan grinned, a little despite the direness of the situation. The Draenei were so garishly clad that only a blind orc would have failed to spot them from a great distance. The smile faded at what that had to represent. They wanted to be spotted immediately. They wanted the orcs to be confident that they carried no weapons, and were on what Mother Kashur would have called a pilgrimage. Or was it all just an elaborate trick? Shaman needed no spears to destroy. Neither did the Draenei. Durotan remembered the magical nets that scarred and blackened flesh on contact. Nets of energy, alien to the orcs, that had to come from nowhere. No, even unarmed, the Draenei were far from harmless. He had briefed his warriors, and knew they would obey. They understood they were not to fire a warning shot, not to utter even an insult, without Durotan's express command. But they knew how the Draenei fought, and would not be taken unawares. Durotan could smell the tension emanating from those warriors closest to him. He wondered if the Draenei could too. Durotan watched as the groups he had set farthest away came out of hiding to close the ranks behind the Draenei. They were far enough back so that Durotan hoped the Draenei would not notice. If they did, they gave no sign, but merely continued with that steady, confident, serene pace. Durotan and Drekthar made no attempt to disguise themselves. After several long minutes, Velen lifted his head and looked up, right into Durotan's eyes. Durotan did not break the gaze, but stood waiting for his enemies to continue their approach. They reached the base of the mountain, but before they could continue farther, dozens of orcs moved purposefully out of hiding to surround them. Velen did not look in the least bit surprised. He glanced around, smiling a little, and then returned his gaze to Durotan. Slowly, Durotan descended until he stood face to face with the Draenei prophet. "Long has it been since you and I last stood so, Velen," Durotan said in a calm voice. He deliberately did not use the Draenei's title. "Long indeed, Durotan, son of Garad, chieftain of the Frostwolf clan. Velen said in that rich, smooth voice that Durotan remembered. Are you friends with Ogrim still? Indeed I am, Durotan replied. He carries the Doomhammer now, and is second in his own clan. Sorrow flitted across the pale face, a sorrow that was deep and unquestionably genuine. Again, Durotan remembered that night so long ago, when this being had sat with them and talked of orcish ways, of the Doomhammer, and the cost at which Ogrim would buy it. I hope his father and yours pass away with great honor, Velen said. We are not here today to speak of the past, Durotan said, more forcefully than he intended. He did not like to remember that night. We are here because you have informed us that you dare trespass on our most sacred place. There it is, then, he thought. Let us not mince words. Velen held Durotan's gaze and nodded. I had sent a missive to Ner'zhul, not to you, Durotan. He has declined to meet with me. I wonder, did he share this missive with you? There is no need for me to read it, Durotan replied. I was asked to come in his stead, and I have done so. Durotan saw the broad shoulders slump a little. Velen sighed deeply. I see, he said. He may not have told you why I wished to come today. I do not need to know your purpose, Draenei, Durotan said. But you do, or this conversation will be for nothing. The voice was clear and crisp, and there was nothing old or frail about it, despite Velen's obviously ancient age. Durotan raised an eyebrow. That Velen was a wise elder was immediately apparent, but now, for the first time, Durotan caught a glimpse of the sheer strength of will that had buoyed Velen for countless years. This mountain is sacred to your people. We know this, and we have respected it, but it is also sacred to us. Velen took a step forward, his gaze locked on Durotan's. The orc warriors around him shifted, murmured, but otherwise did not move. Deep inside the mountain is a being that has long cared for the Draenei people, Velen continued. It is older by far than anything either of our minds can grasp, and more powerful, but even old and powerful things can die, and it is dying now. There is wisdom and grace and reconciliation we can have from it. Your people and mine. We. Blasphemer. Durotan startled. The bitter cry had sprung from the throat, not of some short-tempered warrior in the crowd, but from the orc who stood beside him. Drekthar's eyes were wide, and his body trembled with outrage. The veins stood out on his neck, and he shook his fist at Velen. Durotan was so shocked by the outburst that he did not silence it as quickly as he should have, and Drekthar continued. Ashugan belongs to us. It is the home of the beloved dead, cradler of their spirits, and your hideous cloven feet are not fit to take one step up in its blessed sides. Velen, too, seemed surprised at the outburst. He turned his attention to the shaman and stretched out a hand imploringly. Your spirits are housed within these walls, it is true, and I would never say it was not so, Velen cried. But they are drawn there because of this being. It seeks to. It was exactly the wrong thing to say. Drekthar bellowed in outrage. Other cries went up, and before Durotan realized quite what was happening, he saw his warriors surge forward. Draka moved toward them, trying to stop the attack, but she might as well have been trying to hold back the incoming tide. Durotan spun and struck Drekthar hard across the face. The shaman whirled, snarling. Protect them, Durotan cried. You will obey my orders, and we must take them alive. Protect them, curse you. Drekthar's eyes flashed in fury, but only for an instant. He lifted his hands and closed his eyes, and suddenly a huge circle of flames sprang up around the five Draenei. A wind sprang up, whipping the fire even higher, and physically buffeting the orcs. The warriors stepped back, and to Durotan's horror, some of the archers began knocking arrows on their bowstrings. Hold, bellowed Durotan, the wind taking his order and bearing it to his warriors' ears. I will slay anyone who fires. Between his command and Drekthar's powerful, if reluctant abilities, the Draenei were unharmed. Durotan raced down the mountainside to his prisoners, for such they now were. Drekthar was at his heels. Dismiss fire, Durotan told Drekthar. At once, the sheets of flame that almost singed Durotan's eyebrows dissipated. He stood face to face now with Velen, and a wave of emotion he could not properly name rose inside him as he realized that the Draenei elder was still as calm and serene as he had been when they had simply been talking. Velen, you and your people are now prisoners of the Frostwolf clan, Durotan said in a soft, dangerous voice. Velen smiled, sweetly, sadly. I expected nothing less, he said. He and the other four somehow maintained their composure, while Durotan ordered them stripped and searched. Their glorious robes were taken and given to Durotan's top warriors, and the Draenei were clad now in sweat-stiff tunics. His stomach turned at the jeers, insults, and spits that came their way at the humiliation, but he did not stop it. As long as no physical harm came to the prisoners, and Durotan watched closely to ensure that none would, he would let his warriors have their sport. Beside him, Draka looked angry at the behavior of her fellow frostwolves and whispered, "My mate, can you not silence them?" He shook his head. "I want to see how the Draenei react. And the warriors have stayed their hands when they might have been expected to kill. I will not silence their tongues as well." Draka looked at him searchingly, then nodded and withdrew. He knew she did not approve, and he did not like what he was seeing either, but he was walking a delicate line, and he knew it. "My chieftain," cried Rokar, Durotan's second in command, "come see what they have brought us." Durotan went to Rokar's side and peered into the sack he had opened. His eyes widened. Nestled inside, swathed in soft fabric, were two exquisitely beautiful stones. One was red, the other was yellow. Durotan ached to touch them, but did not. He looked up and met Velen's gaze. "Long ago, Restlawn showed us a crystal similar to this one," he said. "That one protected a city. What do these do?" "Each has its own strength. They are a part of our legacy. They were bequeathed to us by the being that dwells in the sacred mountain." Durotan growled softly. "You would do well not to mention that again," he said. "To Rokar," he said. "Feed them, bind their hands, and put them on wolves, with shaman to guard them. Give the stones to Drekthar. We will take the Draenei back with us and deliver them to Ner'zhul. He should have been there in my stead today." He turned and stalked off, not wanting to look at Velen's odd, glowing blue eyes, not wanting to see the disapproval in Draka's. During the long ride back, Durotan wrestled with his emotions. On the one hand, he shared Drekthar's offense. Ashugan was sacred to the orcs. The idea that something other than the ancestors dwelt inside it, indeed, as Velen claimed, was so powerful that it lured the ancestors to it, struck him to the core. He could only imagine how the shaman felt about such a declaration. Everything seemed to point to Ner'zhul being correct, that the Draenei were a blight upon the world and should be eliminated. What nagged at him was why. He would get an answer to that question tonight. With everyone, including the 5 captives, mounted, they made good time. The sun was only starting to set when they returned. Durotan had sent outriders ahead with the good news, and the clan was waiting eagerly for their arrival. On his right were Drekthar and Rokar, who shared the sentiments of the Frostwolves. On his left was Draka, who had been uncharacteristically silent through the entire event. Durotan knew that he did not want to hear what she had to say. He was already being pulled in too many directions as it was. The prisoners were ungraciously shoved into 2 tents, and an immediate guard was set up around them. 4 seasoned warriors and Drekthar's most trusted shaman stood proudly, pleased with the duty entrusted to them. Durotan had ordered Velen isolated. He wanted to speak with the Draenei prophet alone. After the excitement had settled down somewhat, Durotan took a deep breath. He was not looking forward to this conversation, but it had to be done. He nodded to the guards and entered the small tent that hosted Prophet Velen. Since he had ordered Velen bound, he expected to see the elder with his hands tied. Instead, he saw that whoever carried out his order had done with excessive zeal. The tent had been erected a sturdy tree, and Velen was bound to the trunk. His arms had been yanked back at an awkward angle, the ropes around the white flesh of his wrists tied so tightly that even in the dim light of the twilight, Durotan could see that they were turning a darker shade. A rope tied, thankfully loosely, around his neck forced him to keep his head up or risk choking. A dirty cloth had been shoved in his mouth. He was on his knees, and his hoofs too were bound behind him. Durotan uttered a deep oath and drew a dagger. Velen gazed at him, with no sign of fear in those deep blue eyes, but Durotan did notice that the Draenei looked surprised when the orc used the weapon to cut the bonds rather than his throat. Velen made no sound, but a flicker of pain passed over his ghostly white face as blood returned to his limbs. "I told them to bind you, not truss you up like a talbuck," Durotan muttered. "Your people are very eager, it would seem." Durotan passed the elder a waterskin and watched him closely while he drank. Sitting before him in filthy clothing, gulping at tepid water, his white flesh raw from the bonds, Velen did not look like much of a threat. How would he feel, he wondered, if he had gotten word of the Draenei treating Mother Kashur so? Everything about this felt so wrong. Yet Mother Kashur herself had assured Drekthar that the Draenei were a threat so dire as to be almost unimaginable. There was a bowl of cold porridge on the ground. With his right foot, Durotan shoved it toward the prisoner. Velen eyed it, but did not eat. "Not quite the feast you served Ogrim and me when we dined in Telmore," Durotan said, "but it is nourishing." Velen's lip curved in a smile. "That was a memorable evening." "Did you get what you wanted from us that night?" Durotan demanded. He was angry, but not with Velen. He was angry that it had come to this, and the one who had showed him nothing but courtesy was now his captive. "And so we took it out on the prophet. I do not understand. We merely wished to be good hosts to 2 adventuresome boys." Durotan got to his feet and kicked over the bowl. Congealed porridge oozed onto the earth. Do you expect me to believe this? Velen did not rise to the bait. He replied calmly, "It is the truth. It is your choice as to whether you believe it." Durotan dropped to his knees and shoved his face into Velen's. "Why are you trying to destroy us? What have we ever done to you?" "I might ask you the same thing," said Velen. A flush had come to his white face. "We have never lifted a finger to harm you, and now over 24 Draenei are dead from your attacks." The truth of the comment made Durotan even angrier. "The ancestors do not lie to us," he snarled. "We have been warned that you are not what you would seem, that you are our enemies. Why did you bring those crystals, if not to attack us?" "We thought it might help us better communicate with the being in the mountain," Velen spoke quickly, as if trying to get the words out before Durotan could silence him. "It is not an enemy to the orcs, nor are we. Durotan, you are intelligent and wise. I saw this in you that night so long ago. You are not one to blindly follow like an animal to slaughter. I know not why your leaders lie to you, but they do. We have ever sought to interact peaceably with you. You are better than this, son of Garad. You are not like the others." Durotan's dark brown eyes narrowed. "You are wrong, Draenei," he spat. "I am proud to be an orc. I embrace my heritage." Velen looked exasperated. "You misunderstand. I do not malign your people. I merely what? Merely tell us that the only reason we are seeing the beloved dead is because of your god trapped in the mountain." "It is not a god. It is an ally, and would be to your people as well, if you would permit it to be." Durotan swore and rose, stalking about the tent, his hands clenching and unclenching. Then he uttered a deep, long sigh, the anger in him burning down to ashes. "Velen, your words are but wood on the fire of our wrath," he said quietly. "Your claim is arrogant and offensive. It will support those who are already prepared to slay your people on the word of our ancestors. I do not understand myself, but you are asking to choose between people I trust, traditions I have been raised on, and your word." He turned and faced the Draenei. "I will choose my people. You need to know this. If you and I come face to face on the field of battle, I will not stay my hand." Velen looked only curious. "You will not take me to Ner'zhul, then?" Durotan shook his head. "No. If he wanted you, he should have come for you himself. He appointed me to treat with you, and I have carried out my duties as I saw fit." "You were supposed to deliver a prisoner to him," Velen said. "I was to meet with you, and listen to your words," Durotan said. "Had I captured you in battle, stricken a weapon from your hands, and wrestled you to the earth, then yes, you would be a prisoner. But there is no honor in binding a foe who extends his hands willingly for the rope. We are at an impasse, you and I. You insist that you have no ill will toward the orcs. My leaders and the ghosts of my ancestors tell me otherwise." Again, Durotan knelt before the Draenei. "They call you a prophet. Do you know the future then? If so, then tell me what you and I can do to avert what I fear will unfold. I would not shed innocent life, Velen. Give me something. Anything I can take to Ner'zhul that will prove that what you say is true." He realized he was pleading, but the fact did not distress him. He loved his wife, his clan, his people. He hated what he was seeing. An entire generation rushing headlong to adulthood with only blind hate in their hearts. If begging before this strange being could change this, then beg he would. The strange blue eyes held an unspeakable empathy. Velen extended a pale hand and placed it on Durotan's shoulder. "The future is not like a book one can read," he said quietly. "It is ever-changing, like the rush of water or the swirl of sand. I am granted certain insights, but nothing more. I felt very strongly that I needed to come unarmed, and behold, I am greeted not by the orc's greatest shaman, but by the one who has slept safely under my roof. I do not think this is an accident, Durotan, and if anything can be done to avert this, it lies with the orcs, not with the Draenei. All I can do is tell you what I have already said. The river's course can be changed, but you are the ones who must change it. That is all I know, and I pray it is enough to save my people." The look on his ancient, oddly cracked face and the tone of his voice told Durotan what his words did not, that Velen did not, indeed, think it would be enough to save his people. Durotan closed his eyes for a moment, then stepped back. "We will keep the stones," he said. "Whatever power they have, the shaman will learn how to harness." Velen nodded sadly. "Such I assumed," he said, "but I had to bring them. I had to trust that we could find a way past all of this." Why was it, Durotan wondered, that he felt closer at this moment to one he had been told was an enemy than to the spiritual leader of his own people? Draka might know. She had known all along. She said nothing, understanding with a wisdom he could not comprehend, that he had to come to this moment on his own. But he would speak to her tonight, alone in the tent. "Get up," he said, speaking roughly to hide his emotions. "You and your companions may leave safely." He grinned suddenly. "As safely as you might, in the darkness, with no weapons. If you come to your deaths this night, when you are past our territory, it will not be on my head." "That would be convenient for you," agreed Velen, getting to his feet. "But somehow, I think it is not what you want." Durotan did not reply. He marched out of the tent and told the waiting guards. "Velen and his 4 companions are to be safely escorted to the borders of our lands. Then, they will be released to return to their city. No harm is to befall them, is that clear?" The guard looked as if he was about to protest, but another, wiser warrior shot him a fierce glance. "Very clear, my chieftain," the first guard murmured. As they went to fetch the other Draenei, Drekthar hurried up to Durotan. "Durotan, what are you doing? Ner'zhul expects prisoners." "Ner'zhul can take his prisoners himself," Durotan snarled. "I was in command, and this is my decision. Do you question it?" Drekthar looked around and walked Durotan away from prying ears. "I do," he hissed. He heard what he said. "He claims the ancestors are like moths to a torch around this god of his. The arrogance. Ner'zhul is right. They must be eliminated. We have been told so." "If it is to be, then it will be," said Durotan. "But not this night, Drekthar. Not this night." As he and his companions walked slowly over the dew-drenched grasses of Dye Meadows, past the towering black silhouettes of the trees of the Terakar forest, toward the nearest city, Valen's heart was heavy. 2 of the Atomalt crystals were now in the possession of the orcs. He had no doubt but that of Durotan's words were correct, and that their shaman would surely unlock their secrets, but they had missed one. They had missed it because it did not wish to be found, and when it came to the crystals, light obeyed its wishes and bent itself, so that the violet crystals remained hidden from the view of the searching orcs. He held it close to his heart now, feeling its warmth seep into his ancient flesh. He had gambled and failed, not completely. That he and his friends were alive and walking toward safety was testimony to that. But he had hoped the orcs would listen, that they would at least accompany him to the heart of their own sacred mountain, and behold something that did not negate their faith, not in the slightest, but had in fact given birth to it. The outlook was grim. As he had walked into the camp, he had observed what was happening. Younglings were being trained so hard they were dropping from exhaustion. Forges were going, even so, late at night. For all that he was walking freely now, Velen knew that the incidents of today had done nothing to avert what would come. The orcs, even the ones led by the insightful, slow-to-anger Durotan, were not just preparing for the possibility of war, they were convinced of the certainty of it. When the sun showed her yellow head tomorrow morning, she would look upon the inevitable. The crystal he held so close to his heart pulsed, sensing his thoughts. Velen turned to his companions and looked upon them sorrowfully. "The orcs will not be dissuaded from this path," he said, "and therefore, if we are to survive, we too must walk the path to war." Far in the distance, broken, dying, resting as peacefully as possible below the waters of the sacred pool, the being known as Kaor uttered a deep, agonizing cry. Velen startled, recognizing the voice, and bowed his head. The Frostwolf orcs gasped at the sound and turned to regard the perfect triangle of Ashugan. "The ancestors are angry with us," a young shaman cried. "Angry for letting Velen go." Durotan shook his head. He ought to rebuke the youngster, and on the morrow, if such words were uttered again, he would. But now, his heart was full of sorrow. It was not a cry of anger that came from the sacred mountain. It was the wrenching sound of an ultimate grief. And he shuddered inside as he wondered why the ancestors mourned so very, very deeply. Chapter 11. Ner'zhul, Gul'dan, 2 of the darkest names ever to sully the history of my people. And yet, Drekthar tells me that once Ner'zhul was admired, even beloved, and truly cared for the people whose spiritual leader he was. It is hard to reconcile those words with what Ner'zhul has become, but I try. I try because I want to understand. And yet, try as I might, I do not. "What?" Ner'zhul's shriek of outrage made his apprentice Gul'dan wince. Durotan did not bat an eye. "I released the prophet Velen," the chieftain of the Frostwolf clan said calmly. "Your orders were to take him and the others prisoner." Ner'zhul's voice climbed with each word. It had been so plain, so easy. What had Durotan been thinking? To toss away this opportunity like bones when the meat had been devoured. How much information could they have extracted from Velen? What kind of bargaining power over the Draenei would he have bought them? But that thought was dwarfed by the overwhelming horror of how Kil'jaeden would react. What would he do when he learned that Velen had not been captured? The beautiful being had been seemingly well pleased at the prospect when Ner'zhul told him of the plan, flushed with pride at his cleverness, thinking victory already assured. Ner'zhul had even dared to offer Velen to Kil'jaeden as a sort of present. Now what would happen? The realization that he felt fear rather than chagrin at bringing disappointing news was not lost on the shaman. "You put me in charge of the capture, and capture them I did," Durotan replied. "But there is no honor in a prisoner taken willingly. You want us to be strong as a people, rather than as individual clans. But we cannot do that without a code that is inviolable. That is... Duratan continued speaking in his gruff, deep voice, but Ner'zhul was no longer listening. At that instant, that frozen space and time, Ner'zhul had a sudden realization that Kil'jaeden might not be the benevolent spirit he presented himself as. Duratan, lost in his own voice, speaking words to explain his decision, did not notice the shaman's shift in attention. But Ner'zhul felt Gul'dan's gaze upon him, and another fear welled up inside him that Gul'dan was bearing witness to his master's first hints of doubt. What was the right thing to do? How can I best serve? Why is Ralkan no longer coming to me? He blinked and came back to himself when he realized that Duratan had ceased speaking. The large chieftain was regarding Ner'zhul intently, waiting for the shaman to speak. How best to handle this? Duratan was well regarded among the clans. If Ner'zhul punished Duratan for his decision, there would be many who would respond with sympathy to the Frostwolf clan. It could cause a rift in the fabric Ner'zhul was trying to weave. The tightly knit fabric of a united Orc nation, a horde, if you will. On the other hand, if he condoned Duratan's actions, it would be a severe and insulting blow to those who had fervently supported his previous position that the Draenei must die. He could not decide. He stared at Duratan, who began to frown slightly. My master is so overcome with rage that he cannot speak, came Gul'dan's smooth voice. Both Duratan and Ner'zhul turned to look at the younger shaman. You have disobeyed a direct order from your spiritual leader. Return to your camp, Duratan, son of Garad. My master will send you a letter shortly conveying his decision. Duratan glanced back at Ner'zhul, his dislikes of Gul'dan playing on his broad face. Ner'zhul gathered himself and stood tall, and this time, when he reached for words, he found them. Begone, Duratan. You have displeased me, and worse, you have displeased the being who has shown us such favor. You will hear from me soon enough. Duratan bowed, but did not leave immediately. There is one thing I do bring you, he said. He extended a small bundle to Ner'zhul. The shaman accepted it with hands that shook, and hoped desperately that both Duratan and Gul'dan would interpret the trembling as fury and not fear. We took these off the prisoners, Duratan continued. Our shaman believe that they may hold power that we can use against the Draenei. He hesitated a moment longer, as if waiting for further word from Ner'zhul. When the silence stretched long and uncomfortably between them, he bowed again and left. For a long moment, neither master or apprentice spoke. My master, please forgive me for interrupting. I saw you were so overcome that you could not speak, and I feared that the Frostwolf boy would misinterpret your anger as hesitancy. Ner'zhul shot him a searching look. The words sounded sincere. Gul'dan's face looked sincere. And yet, there was once a time when Ner'zhul would have confessed his doubts to his apprentice. He had trusted and trained him for years. But now, at this moment, although battered by uncertainties, as if by opposing winds, Ner'zhul knew one thing very clearly. He did not want Gul'dan to see any weakness in him. I was indeed overcome with rage, Ner'zhul lied. Honor serves nothing if it hurts your people. He realized he was clutching the bundle Duratan had given him. Gul'dan was staring at it almost hungrily. What did Duratan give you, to offset your anger with him? Gul'dan inquired. Ner'zhul looked at him with a superior air. I will examine it first, and share it with Kil'jaeden, apprentice, he said coolly. He was looking for a reaction, and dreaded seeing it. For the briefest of moments, anger flitted across Gul'dan's face. Then the younger orc bowed deeply, and said contritely, Of course, my master. It was arrogant of me to expect. I am merely curious, that is all, to see if the Frostwolf chieftain has contributed anything of worth. Ner'zhul softened somewhat. Gul'dan had served him well and loyally for many years now, and indeed would succeed Ner'zhul when the time came. He was jumping at shadows. Of course, Ner'zhul said, more gently. I will let you know if I learn anything. After all, you are my apprentice, are you not? Gul'dan brightened. I serve you in all things, my master, looking happier. He bowed again and left Ner'zhul alone. Ner'zhul sat heavily on the skins that served him for a bed. He cradled the bundle in his lap and said a prayer to the ancestors that if Duratan had failed to deliver the leader of the Draenei, perhaps at least the Frostwolf chieftain had managed to obtain something of value. He took a deep breath, unwrapped the bundle, and gasped. Nestled against soft fur were two glowing gems. Gingerly, Ner'zhul touched the red one and gasped again. Energy, excitement, and a sense of power flowed through him. His hands wanted to grip a weapon, although he had had no need for one for years. He yearned to swing it. Somehow, he knew that if this crystal were on his person, his aim would be true. What a gift this was to the orcs. He would have to see how he could turn this hot, red passion for fighting that lurked in the center of the stone to his purposes. The yellow one next. Ner'zhul grasped it. This time, he had some idea of what to expect. Again, he felt it emanating warmth and a sensation of power. But this time, there was no excitement, no urgency. As he held the yellow crystal, his mind cleared, and he realized that he had hitherto been seeing things as if in a fog-dense valley. He could not find the words to describe it, but there was a purity, a clarity, a precision to everything. It was, in fact, so keen, so clear that Ner'zhul began to perceive this opening of his mind as pain. He dropped the crystal back into his lap. A brilliant clarity, knife-sharp, faded somewhat. Ner'zhul smiled. If he did not have Velen himself to present to Kil'jaeden, at least he had these precious items to offer to appease the magnificent being. Kil'jaeden was furious. Ner'zhul quaked before that anger, prostrating himself on the earth, murmuring, "Forgive me," as Kil'jaeden raged. He squeezed his eyes shut, anticipating pain such as he had never experienced to suddenly start shooting along his body, when abruptly the raging ceased. Cautiously, Ner'zhul risked a glance to his benefactor. Kil'jaeden was once more looking serene, poised, and calm and bathed in radiance. "They are of little use to me," said Kil'jaeden. Ner'zhul winced. "But I think your people might find them helpful in your battle to crush the Draenei. That is your battle, is it not?" Fear again clenched at Ner'zhul's heart. "Of course, Lord. It is the ancestors' will." Kil'jaeden looked at him for a moment, his brilliant eyes emanating flames. "It is my will," he said simply, and Ner'zhul nodded frantically. Of course. It is your will, and I obey you in all things." Kil'jaeden seemed satisfied by the response and nodded. Then he was gone, and Ner'zhul sank back, wiping a face greasy with the sweat of terror. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a flash of something white. Gul'dan had seen everything. We had been planning an attack for some time now, and last night, when the Pale Lady did not shine, we descended in force upon the sleeping little town. Not a one was left alive, not even the few children we found. Their supplies, food, armor, weapons, some strange items we know nothing of and shun. This bounty is now shared between the two ununified clans. Their blood, blue and thick, dries now upon our faces, and we dance in celebration. There was more to the missive, but Ner'zhul did not read it. He did not have to. Although the details might be different, the essence of the letters was always the same. A successful attack, glory in the killing, the ecstasy of blood spilled. Ner'zhul glanced at a pile of letters he had received just that morning, 7 of them. With each month that passed, even throughout the long, hard winter months, the orcs grew more skilled at killing Draenei. They had learned much about their foe with each victory. The stones that Durtan had given Ner'zhul proved to be valuable indeed. Ner'zhul worked with them, alone at first, and then in the company of other shaman. The red stone they dubbed the Heart of Fury, and they found that when the leader of a raid carried it, not only did he fight with more energy and skill, but everyone under his command benefited as well. The stone was passed from clan to clan at each new moon, and was highly coveted. Yet Ner'zhul knew no one would dare to steal it for himself. The second stone he called the Brilliant Star, and he found that when a shaman carried the crystal, he or she experienced a profound focus and clarity. While the Heart of Fury roused the emotions, the Brilliant Star calmed them. The thought process was swifter and more precise, and concentration was not easily broken. The result was powerful magic, precisely controlled, another key to orcish victory. The delicious irony that they were using the Draenei's own magic against them further improved the morale among the orcs. But all these things did not hearten Ner'zhul. The sudden flash of doubt that had shuddered through him when he had spoken with Durtan had shaken him to the bone. He fought back the suspicions, terrified that somehow Kil'jaeden was able to read his thoughts, but they came, like maggots writhing from a corpse, to haunt his sleeping and waking thoughts. Kil'jaeden looked very, very similar to the Draenei. Was it possible that they were somehow the same? And was he, Ner'zhul, being used in some sort of civil war? One night, he found he could no longer bear it. Silently, he dressed and roused his wolf Skychaser, who stretched and blinked at him sleepily. "Come, my friend," Ner'zhul said affectionately, as he settled on the great creature's back. He had never before ridden to the sacred mountain. Always he had walked, as was tradition. But he needed to return before he was missed, and he was certain that the urgency of this mission would mitigate his offense with the ancestors. It was almost spring, almost time for the Kosh'hark festival, but spring seemed far away as the cold wind bit at Ner'zhul's ears and nose. He huddled down, grateful for the warmth of the massive wolf, and shielded himself as best he could from the wind and now snow. The wolf pressed on through the drifts, making steady, if not swift, progress. At last, Ner'zhul looked up and saw the perfect triangle of the Mountain of Spirits, and a great weight suddenly lifted from his heart. For the first time in months, he truly felt as if he was doing the right thing. Sky Chaser would have difficulty climbing, so with a command to stay, he settled down, burrowing into a drift and curling up tightly. Ner'zhul did not imagine he would be more than a few hours, and hurried to climb the mountain with more alacrity than he had felt in a long time, his sack heavy with water skins and his heart full of anticipation. He should have done this long ago. He should have gone right to the source of wisdom, as shaman before him had done. He had no idea why he had never thought of this before. At last he came to the entrance and paused before the perfect oval. As anxious as he was to reach the ancestors, he knew the ritual must be honored. He lit the bundle of dry grasses he carried, and let its sweet scent calm and purify his thoughts. Then he stepped forward, murmuring a spell to light the torches that lined the walk. Ner'zhul had walked this path more times than he could recall, and his feet moved steadily, as if of their own accord. Down twined the smooth path, and Ner'zhul's heart raced with hope as he stepped forward into the darkness. It seemed to take longer than usual for him to become aware of the increase in light. Ner'zhul stepped into the cavern, and thought that somehow the light emanating from the sacred pool seemed dimmer than it had been in the past. The thought unsettled him. He took a deep breath and chided himself. He was bringing his own external fears into this sacred space, nothing more. He stepped to the pool, removed the water skins from his pack, and poured out the contents. The soft splashing of water was the only sound, and it seemed to echo. His offering complete, Ner'zhul sat by the water's edge and waited, gazing into the radiant depths. Nothing happened. He did not panic. Sometimes the ancestors took their time about responding. But when more time had passed, Uncase began to stir in Ner'zhul's heart. Moved, he spoke aloud. Ancestors, beloved dead, I, Ner'zhul, shaman of the Shadowmoon clan, leader to your children, have come seeking, no, begging wisdom. I have lost my way to your light. The times are dark and fearful even as we grow stronger, more united as a people. I question the path I am on, and I beseech your guidance. Please, if ever you loved and cared for those who have followed in your footsteps, come to me now and advise me, that I may lead them well. His voice quavered. He knew he sounded lost and pathetic, and for a moment stubborn pride made him flush with shame. But then that feeling was chased away by the knowledge that he did care for his people, and he did want to do what was right for them, and at this moment he had no idea what that might be. The pool began to glow. Ner'zhul leaned forward eagerly, his eyes roaming the surface, and in the water he saw a face looking back at him. Rolkan, he breathed. For a moment quick tears mercifully blurred her image. He blinked and his heart lurched with pain as he saw the look in her ghostly eyes. It was hatred. Ner'zhul recoiled as if struck. Other faces began to appear in the water, dozens of them. All of them had the same expression. Nausea welled in him, and he cried out, "Please, help me. Grant me your wisdom that I may win favor again in your eyes." Rolkan's severe features softened somewhat, and it was with a trace of compassion in her voice that she spoke. "There is nothing you can do, not now, not in 100 years, to win favor in our eyes. You are not a savior of your people, but their betrayer." "No," he shrieked. "No. Tell me what to do, and I will do it. It is not too late. Surely it is not too late." "You are not strong enough," said another rumbling voice, this one male. "If you were, you would never have walked so far down this path. You would have not been so easily gulled into doing the will of one who bears no love for our people." "But I do not understand," Ner'zhul murmured. "Rolkan, you came to me. I heard you. You, Grekshar, you advised me. Kil'jaeden was the one you wanted me to embrace, the great friend to all the orcs." She said nothing in response to this. She did not have to. Even as the words tumbled from his lips, he understood now how profoundly he had been misled. The ancestors had never appeared to him at all. It had all been a trick concocted by Kil'jaeden, whatever he was. They were right not to trust Ner'zhul now. Any shaman who would be so easily deceived could never be trusted to put things right again. All was an elaborate web of lies and deceit and manipulation, and he, Ner'zhul, had been the first foolish insect to become inextricably trapped in it. Nearly 100 Draenei were dead. There was no turning back, no requesting aid from the ancestors. He could not trust any of his visions ever again, except to understand that they were likely to be lies. Worst of all, he had delivered his people into the hands of one who, despite his fair appearance and honeyed words, did not have their best interests in whatever passed for his heart. Even as he stared into the ghostly eyes of his beloved, she turned away from him. One by one, the myriad faces reflected in the water followed suit. Ner'zhul trembled with the horror of what he had done. There was nothing he could do to make it right. Nothing he could do except continue on this path that Kil'jaeden had so carefully contrived for him to walk, and pray to ancestors who no longer listened to him that somehow, someway, things would turn out all right. He buried his face in his hands and wept. Crouching in the darkness in a bend in the tunnel, Gul'dan listened to the sound of his master sobbing, and smiled to himself. Kil'jaeden would be grateful for the information. Chapter 12.
We are all weak, in one way or another. It does not matter the species. Sometimes, that weakness is a strength in disguise. Sometimes, it is our utter undoing. Sometimes it is both. The wise man understands his weakness, and seeks to find a lesson from it. The fool lets it control and destroy him. And sometimes, the wise man is a fool. As he rode back atop Skychaser, hands so cold that he wondered if he would ever be able to unclench them entwined in thick black fur, Ner'zhul wished for the dark night to swallow him. How could he return to his people, knowing what he had done to them? On the other hand, how could he flee, and where would he possibly go that Kil'jaeden would not find him? He longed bitterly for the courage to take the ritual knife he carried at all times and drive it into his heart, but he knew he could not. Suicide was not regarded with honor among his people. It was a coward's answer to the problems that came to him. He would not be permitted to live on as a spirit if he took that seductive way to escape the horrors that confronted him. He could continue to pretend that he suspected nothing, and even perhaps subtly undercut Kil'jaeden. Despite his massive powers, there had been no evidence that the so-called Beautiful One had the ability to read thoughts. The thought brightened Ner'zhul somewhat. Yes, he could mitigate the damage this interloper was trying to do to his people. That was how he could continue to serve. Exhausted both physically and emotionally, Ner'zhul stumbled into his tent in that faint hour before dawn, looking forward to simply collapsing on the skins and sleeping in an effort to forget, for at least a brief while, the agony of what he had brought about. Instead, a bright light nearly blinded him, and he fell to his knees. "You would betray me then," said the Beautiful One. Ner'zhul threw up his hands, trying vainly to protect his eyes from the awesome radiance. His stomach roiled, and he feared he was about to be sick in his terror. The light dimmed somewhat, and he lowered his hands. Standing beside Kil'jaeden was Ner'zhul's apprentice, grinning darkly. "Gul'dan," whispered Ner'zhul sickly. "What have you done?" "I have informed Kil'jaeden of the rodent," Gul'dan said calmly. That dreadful smile never left his face, and he will decide what to do with the vermin who would so turn against him. There was still snow on Gul'dan's shoulders. Dully, Ner'zhul realized what had happened. His apprentice, hungry for power, how was it Ner'zhul had closed his eyes to the obvious for so long, had followed him, had heard the ancestors' words, and still he clung to Kil'jaeden, after hearing the same things Ner'zhul had heard. For a moment, his own fear and selfishness went away, and Ner'zhul felt only a wave of pity for an orc who had fallen so far. "It wounds me," Kil'jaeden said. Ner'zhul looked at him, startled. "I chose you, Ner'zhul. I gave you my powers. I showed you what you needed to do to advance your people and ensure that they are never second in this world." Ner'zhul spoke without thinking. "You have deceived me. You have sent me false visions. You have maligned the ancestors and all they stood for. I don't know why you are doing this, but I know that it is not out of love for my people. And yet they flourish. They are united, for the first time in many centuries." "United under a lie," Ner'zhul said. He was giddy in his rebellion. It felt good. Perhaps if he continued, Kil'jaeden would lose patience with him and slay him, and Ner'zhul's problem would be solved. But Kil'jaeden did not respond with deadly fury, as Ner'zhul hoped he would. Instead, the being sighed deeply and shook his head, like a parent disappointed in a wayward child. "You may yet regain my favor, Ner'zhul," Kil'jaeden said. "I have a task for you. If you complete it, your lapse of faith will be overlooked." Ner'zhul's lips moved. He wanted to shout out his rebellion again, but this time the words would not come. He realized that the moment had passed. He did not want to die, any more than any sane, living being wanted to die, and so he remained silent. "What happened with the Frostworld chieftain troubles me," Kil'jaeden continued, "not least because he is not the only one who has murmured against what is happening. There are others. The one who wields the Doomhammer. Some among the Blackwind and Redwalker clans as well. It would be one thing if these opposing voices belonged to those of no consequence, but many of them do not. There must be no risk to the success of my plan. Therefore, I will guarantee their obedience. It is not enough for them to swear loyalty," Kil'jaeden continued. He tapped his cheek with one long red finger thoughtfully. "Too many seem enamored of changing what honor and oath mean. We must ensure their cooperation, for now all time. Gul'dan's small eyes glinted. What is it you suggest, Grey One? Kil'jaeden smiled at Gul'dan. Already, Ner'zhul could see the bond between them, see how like Kil'jaeden Gul'dan was in a way that Ner'zhul had never been. Kil'jaeden had been forced to use seductive lies and trickery in order to pull Ner'zhul to his cause. With Gul'dan, he could speak openly. There is such a way, Kil'jaeden said, speaking to both Orc Shaman now, a way to make them forever bound to us, forever loyal. Ner'zhul had thought that he had become inured to the Horde after what the ancestors had revealed to him, but now he realized that he was capable of experiencing an entirely new level of shock as he listened to Kil'jaeden's outline for the plan. Forever bound, forever loyal, forever enslaved. He looked up into Kil'jaeden's blazing eyes, and words would not come. A nod would suffice, he knew, but he could not even bring himself to do that. Instead, he simply stared, transfixed, like a bird before a snake. Kil'jaeden heaved a deep sigh. You refuse your chance at redemption in my eyes, then. As he heard Kil'jaeden speak, it was as if a spell had been removed from Ner'zhul. The words that had been stuck in his throat came rushing out, and although he knew they would mean his doom, the shaman made no move to stop them. I refuse utterly to forever doom my people to a life of slavery, he cried. Kil'jaeden listened, then nodded his massive head. This is your choice. You have also chosen the consequences. Know this, shaman. Your choice averts nothing. My desires will still be carried out. Your people will still be slaves. But instead of leading them and lingering in my favor, you will be forced to be a helpless observer. I think that will be sweeter than if I simply slew you. Ner'zhul opened his mouth to speak, but he could not. Kil'jaeden narrowed his great eyes, and Ner'zhul could not even move. Even his heart, slamming wildly in his chest, beat only by the will of Lord Kil'jaeden, and he knew it. How had he been such a gullible fool? How had he not seen through the lies? How could he have mistaken an illusion sent by this monster to be the spirit of his beloved mate? Tears welled in his eyes and slipped down his cheeks, only, he knew, because Kil'jaeden permitted it. Kil'jaeden smiled at him, and slowly, deliberately, turned his attention to Gul'dan. Even in his wretched state, Ner'zhul took the faintest comfort in the knowledge that he had not turned to Kil'jaeden with the expression Gul'dan now wore, that of a hungry pup eager for praise. There is no need to trap you with pretty lies, is there, my new tool, said Kil'jaeden, speaking almost fondly to Gul'dan. You do not shrink from the truth. Indeed, no, Lord. I live to do your bidding. Kil'jaeden chuckled. If I will do away with lies, so must you. You live for power. You hunger for it. You thirst for it. And over the last few months, your skill has grown to where I can make proper use of you. Ours is not a partnership of adoration or respect, but one of convenience and selfish benefit, which means that it will likely last. Various emotions flitted across Gul'dan's face. He did not seem to know how to react to the words, and Ner'zhul took pleasure in his former apprentice's discomforts. As you will, Gul'dan stammered finally, then with more confidence. Tell me what you would have me do, and I swear it will be done. You have no doubt perceived that I wish to exterminate the Draenei. Why I do so is no concern of yours. You need only know that I wish it. The orcs are doing moderately well in this, but they can do better. They shall do better. A warrior is only as good as his weapons, and, Gul'dan, I intend to give you and your people such weapons as you have never conceived. It will take a little time. You must be educated first, before you are fit to teach the others. Are you ready and willing? Gul'dan's eyes shone. Begin the lessons, glorious one, and you will see how apt a pupil of yours I am. Kil'jaeden laughed. Durotan was covered with blood, much of it his own. What had gone wrong? Everything had progressed as normal. They had found the hunting party, descended upon them, initiated the attack, and waited for the shaman to use their magic to fight the Draenei. They did not do so. Instead, Frostwolf after Frostwolf fell beneath the shining blades and blue-white magics of the Draenei. At one point, fighting for his very life, Durotan saw that Drek'Thar was fighting desperately, using nothing but his staff. What had happened? Why had the shaman not come to his aid? What was Drek'Thar thinking? He could wield a staff hardly better than a child. Why did he not use his magic? The Draenei fought furiously, seizing the opportunities the shaman's inexplicable inaction had given them. They pressed their attack harder than Durotan had ever seen, their eyes glinting as for perhaps the first time they sensed victory. The grass was slippery with blood, and Durotan's feet went out from under him. He fell, and his attacker raised his sword. This was the moment, then. He would die in glorious battle, except he did not feel that this was a glorious battle. By instinct, alone, he raised his axe to parry the blow that would come, although his arm had been deeply cut at the joint of the armor, and his limb quivered. He looked up into the the eyes of the one who would slay him, and recognized Restolon. At that moment, the Draenei captain of the guard's own glowing blue eyes widened in recognition, and he stayed his blow. Duratan gasped for breath, trying to summon the energy to rise and continue the fight. Restolon uttered something in his ululating tongue, and every Draenei halted almost in mid-swing. As Duratan got to his feet, he realized that there were only a handful of his warriors left alive. 2 more moments of the battle, and the Draenei would have slaughtered the entire party, with only 2 or 3 casualties on their own side. Restolon whirled on Duratan. Various expressions roared on his ugly face: compassion, disgust, regret, determination. For the act of compassion and honor you showed our prophet, Duratan, son of Garad, you and those of your clan who yet live have been spared. Treat your wounded and return to your homes, but do not think to receive such mercy from us again. Honor has been satisfied. Duratan weaved as if he had too much to drink, as blood dripped from the deep wound. He forced himself to stay on his feet by sheer will, as the Draenei turned and disappeared over the horizon. Once they were out of sight, he could force his legs to hold him no longer, and he fell to his knees. Several ribs had been cracked or broken, and each inhalation sent a stabbing pain through him. Duratan. It was Draka. She too had been badly injured, but her voice was strong. Relief washed over Duratan. Thank the ancestors, she yet lived. Drekthar hurried up to him and placed his hands on Duratan's heart, murmuring under his breath. Warmth flooded Duratan, and the pain ceased. He took a deep, nourishing breath. At least they will let me heal, said Drekthar, so softly that Duratan was scarce certain he heard the words. Tend to the others, and then we will speak, Duratan said. Drekthar nodded, not meeting his chieftain's eyes. He and the other shaman hastened to magically heal what wounds they could, and treat with salves and bandages what they could not. Duratan still had injuries, but nothing life-threatening, and he assisted the shaman. When Duratan had done all that he could, he rose and looked around. No fewer than 15 bodies were stiffening on the green grass, including Rokar, his second. Duratan shook his head in stunned belief. He would have to return with litters to bear the fallen back to their lands. They would burn on a pyre, their bodies given to fire, their ashes to air, to be consumed by water and earth. Their spirits would go to Ashragan, and the shaman would converse with them on matters of profound importance. Or would they? Something terrible had happened, and it was time he found out what. Sudden anger flooded him at the waist. Despite what the ancestors had told him, something inside Duratan continued to whisper that his attack on the Draenei was a grave mistake. He whirled on Drekthar, and with a deep growl, seized the smaller orc where he sat gulping water, and hauled him to his feet. This was a slaughter, Duratan cried, shaking furiously. 15 of our kin lie dead before us. The earth drinks deeply of their blood, and I never saw you, or any of the others, lend your skill to the fight. For a moment, Drekthar could not speak. The meadow was deathly silent, as every frostwolf watched the confrontation. Then, in a faint voice, Drekthar replied, "The elements. They would not come this time." Duratan's eyes narrowed, still clutching Drekthar by the front of his leather jerkin. He demanded of the wide-eyed, silent shaman, "Is this true? They would not lend their aid to the battle." Looking stunned and sick, the shaman nodded. One said in a quavering voice, "It is true, great chieftain. I asked all of them in turn. They said it was out of balance, and they would no longer permit us to use their powers." Duratan's shock was broken by an angry hiss. He turned to see Draka's scowling face. "This is more than a sign. This is a shout, a battle cry, that what we are doing is wrong." Slowly, trying to comprehend the magnitude of what had happened, Duratan nodded. If it were not for the mercy Restolon had shown him, he and every last member of the war party would be lying on the earth, their bodies growing colder by the moment. The elements had refused their assistance. They had condemned what the shaman were asking of them. Duratan took a deep breath and shook his head, as if to physically shake away the dark thoughts. "Let us get the injured back to their homes, as swiftly as we may. And then I will send out letters. If what I fear is true, that is not only the shaman of the Frostwolf men who are shunned by the elements for what we are doing to the Draenei, then we must confront Ner'zhul." Chapter 13. How is it we did not see? It is easy to lay the blame on the charismatic Kil'jaeden, or the weak Ner'zhul, or the power-hungry Gul'dan for our fall. But they asked each individual orc to pretend that hot was cold, that sweet was sour, and even when everything in us screamed against what we were being told, we followed. I was not there. I cannot say why. Perhaps I, too, would have obeyed like a whipped cur. Perhaps the fear was so great, or the respect for our leaders was so ingrained, perhaps. always was. I do not know about this, Gul'dan, he rumbled. His oversized hand went to the hilt of his sword, fondling it in an uneasy gesture. When Gul'dan had asked to meet with Blackhand a fortnight ago, and to bring his most promising shaman, but to tell no one of what they were to be doing, he had agreed. Blackhand had always liked Gul'dan better than Ner'zhul, although he was not sure why. When Gul'dan sat down with him over a lavish meal and explained the current situation, Blackhand was very glad he had come. Now he knew why he liked Gul'dan so much. The former apprentice, now master, was like Blackhand himself. He had no use for ideals, only practicalities. And power, good food, lavish armor, and bloodshed were things both orcs craved. Blackhand was chieftain of the Black Rock orcs. He could rise no higher, at least, not until now. When the clans were separate, the greatest glory was to lead one's clan. But now they were working together. Now Blackhand could see the glint of greed in Gul'dan's small eyes. He could almost smell the hunger wafting off the other orc, a hunger he shared. Ner'zhul was an honored and valued advisor, Gul'dan said as he chewed a dried fruit, extending a claw to pick a chunk where it had gotten lodged between his teeth. He has great wisdom, but it has been decided that I would be a better choice to lead the orcs from this point on. Blackhand grinned savagely. Ner'zhul was nowhere to be seen. And a wise leader surrounds himself with trusted allies, Gul'dan continued. Those who are strong and obedient, who will fulfill their obligations, and who, for their loyalty, will be held in high regard and richly rewarded. Blackhand had begun to bridle at the description of obedient, but was mollified when Gul'dan mentioned high regard and richly rewarded. He glanced over at the 8 shaman he had brought to Gul'dan. They were sitting huddled over a second fire some distance away, being attended to by Gul'dan's servants. They looked wretchedly unhappy, and were conveniently out of earshot. Blackhand said, "You asked for the shaman. I assume you know what is happening to them." Gul'dan sighed and reached for a Talbot leg. He bit deeply into it, the juices running down his face. He wiped his jutting jaw absently, chewed, swallowed, and answered, "Yes, I have heard. The elements are no longer obeying them." Blackhand watched him intently. "Some are beginning to mutter that it is because what we are doing is wrong. Do you think that?" Blackhand shrugged his massive shoulders. "I don't know what to think. This is all new territory. The ancestors say one thing, but the elements won't come." He was harboring a growing suspicion about the ancestors as well, but held his tongue. Blackhand knew that many thought him a fool. He preferred to let them think that he was nothing more than a strong arm and a powerful sword. It gave him distinct advantages. Gul'dan perused him now, and Blackhand wondered if the new spiritual leader of the orcs had sensed that there was more to the orc leader than met the eye. "We are a proud race," Gul'dan said. "It is sometimes painful to admit we do not know everything. Kil'jaeden and the entities he leads, Blackhand, the mysteries they harbor, the power they wield, power they are willing to share with us." Gul'dan's eyes sparkled now with excitement. Blackhand's own heart began to race. Gul'dan leaned forward and continued to speak in an awed whisper. "We are as ignorant as children before them, even you, even I, but they are willing to teach us, share with us some of their power, power that is not dependent upon the whim of the spirits of air, earth, fire, and water." Gul'dan made a dismissive gesture. "Power such as that is feeble. It is not reliable. It can desert you in the middle of a battle and leave you helpless." Blackhand's face hardened. He had witnessed this very thing. It had taken all the strength of his warriors to snatch victory when the shaman had begun yelping in terror that the elements were no longer working with them. "I am listening," he growled softly. "Imagine what you could do if you let a group of shaman who controlled the source of their powers, instead of begging and scraping for it," Gul'dan continued. "Imagine if these shaman had servants who could also fight on your side. Servants who could, say, send your enemies fleeing helplessly in terror, suck their magic dry as the insects in Somerset blood, distract them so that their attention was not on battle." Blackhand lifted a bushy eyebrow. "I can imagine success under those conditions. Success almost every time." Gul'dan nodded, grinning. "Exactly. But how do you know this is true, and not some false promise whispered in your ear?" Gul'dan's grin widened. "Because, my friend, I have experienced this, and I will teach your shaman over there everything I know." "Impressive," mumbled Blackhand. "But that is not all I can offer. The warriors, I know a way to make you, and everyone who fights at your side, more powerful, fiercer, deadlier. All this can be ours, if we but claim it. Ours. I cannot continue to waste my time speaking with every single leader of every single clan every time they have a complaint," Gul'dan said, waving his hand imperiously. "There are those who are in agreement with what you and I think is the best way to proceed, and those who are not." "Go on," said Blackhand. But Gul'dan did not. was silent, gathering his thoughts. Blackhand grasped a stick and poked at the fire. He knew well that most of the orcs, even those of his own clan, thought him hot-headed and impetuous. But he knew the value of patience. I envisioned two groups of leaders of the orcs. One, a simple governing council to make decisions for the whole, its leader elected, its business conducted openly for all to see. The second, a shadow of the school, hidden, secret, powerful, Gul'dan said quietly. This shadow council, will be comprised of orcs who share our vision, and who are willing to make the necessary sacrifices to obtain it. Blackhand nodded. Yes, I see. A public leadership and a private one. Gul'dan's mouth stretched in a slow grin. Blackhand regarded him for a moment, and asked the question, and to which shall I belong? Both, my friend, Gul'dan answered smoothly. You are a born leader. You have charisma, strength, and even your enemies know you are a master strategist. It will be case itself to have you elected as leader of the orcs. Blackhand's eyes flashed. I am no puppet, he growled softly. Of course not, said Gul'dan, which is why I said you would belong to both. You would be the leader of this new breed of orc, this Horde, if you will, and you will be on the Shadow Council as well. We cannot work together unless we can trust one another, can we? Blackhand gazed into Gul'dan's glinting, clever eyes and smiled. He did not trust the shaman in the least bit, and he suspected that Gul'dan felt the same about him. It didn't matter. They both wanted power. Blackhand knew he did not possess the talents and skills that would enable him to wield the sort of power for which Gul'dan lusted, and Gul'dan did not want the sort of power Blackhand craved. They were not in competition, but in league. What benefited one would benefit the other, not rob him of a thing. Blackhand thought of his family, his mate Urukal, his two sons Rand and Maine, his daughter Griselda. He did not dote on them the way that the weak Durtan doted on his mate Draka, of course, but he cared for them. He wanted to see his mate bedecked in jewels, his sons and daughters revered, as befitted the children of Blackhand. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a movement. Turning, he beheld Ner'zhul, once the powerful, and now the discarded, slipping out of the door of the tent. What about him? Blackhand asked. Gul'dan shrugged. What about him? He means nothing now. The beautiful one wishes to keep him alive for the moment. He seems to have something special in mind for Ner'zhul. He will still be a figurehead. Love of Ner'zhul is too ingrained in the orcs to cast him aside just yet. But do not worry. He is no threat to us. The Blackrock Shaman. You say you will train them in these new magics. The magics that you yourself have studied. That they will be invincible. I will train them myself, and if they adapt well to the new arts, I will place them first among my new warlocks. Warlock. So that is the name of this new type of magic. It had an interesting sound to it. Warlock. And the Blackrock Warlocks will be the first ones chosen. Blackhand, chieftain of the Blackrock clan, what say you to my proposal? Blackhand slowly turned to Gul'dan. I say, hail to the Horde, and hail to the Shadow Council. It was an angry crowd that showed up at the front door of the Sacred Mountain. Durtan had sent out messages to the others he trusted, and had received confirmation that the elements indeed had shunned the shaman. One particular painful report came from the Bone Chewer clan. Their entire party had fallen to the Draenei, their annihilation remaining a mystery until a few days later when a shaman who had stayed behind tried to heal a sick child. Now they were coming, the clan leaders and their shaman, to meet with Ner'zhul and demand an explanation. Ner'zhul came out to greet them, waving his hands and asking for silence. I know why you have come today, he said. Durtan frowned. Ner'zhul was far away and seemed to be a mere speck, and yet Durtan could hear him perfectly. He knew that usually Ner'zhul achieved this feat by asking the wind to bear his words, so that all could hear him. Yet, if the elements had indeed refused the shaman, how was that possible? He exchanged glances with Draka, but both remained silent. It is indeed true that the elements no longer answered the shaman's call for aid. Ner'zhul kept speaking, but his words were being drowned by angry shouts. He looked down for a moment, and Durtan regarded him closely. The spiritual leader of the orcs looked more frail, more downtrodden than Durtan had ever seen. Of course, Durtan thought. After a few moments, the shouting died down. The orcs assembled were angry, but they wanted answers more than they wanted to vent their rage. Some of you have, upon discovering this, leaped to a conclusion that what we are doing is wrong, but that is incorrect. What we are doing is achieving power, the likes of which we have never seen. My apprentice, the noble Gul'dan, has studied these powers. I will let him answer any questions you have. Ner'zhul turned and, leaning heavily on the staff, stepped aside. Gul'dan bowed deeply to his master. Ner'zhul did not seem to notice. He stood, his eyes closed, looking old and frail. In contrast, Durtan had never seen Gul'dan looking better. There was a new energy about the orc, a strong sense of confidence in his bearing, and his voice when he spoke. What I am about to tell you hard for you to accept, but I have faith that my people are not closed-minded when it comes to the ways to better themselves, he said. His voice was clear and strong, just as we were surprised and awed to learn that there are more powerful beings other than the ancestors and the elements. We have discovered that there are ways to harness magic other than cooperating with the elements. Power that is not predicated on asking or begging or pleading. Power that comes because we are strong enough to demand it to come, to control it when it does, to force it to obey us, bend to our will, rather than the other way around. Gul'dan paused to let this sink in, looking around at the gathered orcs. Durotan glanced at Drekthar. Is this possible? He asked his friend. Drekthar shrugged helplessly. He looked completely startled at Gul'dan's words. I have no idea, he said, but I tell you, after that last battle, Durotan, the shaman were doing the work of the ancestors. How could the elements refuse us under those circumstances? How could the ancestors allow such a thing? His voice turned bitter as he spoke. The shock and shame was still upon him. Durotan understood, but the shaman felt like a warrior who had reached confidently for his axe and found it turning to smoke in his hands. An axe a trusted friend had given him, an axe he had been asked to use in a good cause. Yes, I see you understand the value of what the beautiful one who has taken us under his wing is offering, said Gul'dan, nodding. I have studied with this great entity, as have these few noble shaman. He stepped back and several shaman, dressed in some of the most beautifully tooled leather armor Durotan had ever seen, stepped forward. They are all Blackrock orcs, Draken murmured, her brows drawing together in a frown. Durotan had noticed that too. What they have learned, Gul'dan continued, will be taught to every single shaman who wishes to be instructed. This, I swear to you. Follow me now to the open lands, where our Koshar rituals have been held as far back as anyone can remember. I will have them demonstrate their formidable skills. For some reason he could not fathom, Durotan felt suddenly ill. Draka squeezed his arm reassuringly, noticing his abrupt paleness. My mate, what is it? She asked quietly as, along with everyone else assembled, the two moved toward the Koshar festival grounds. He shook his head. I don't know, he said in an equally soft voice. I feel as though something terrible is about to happen. Draka grunted. I have been feeling that way for a long time now. Durotan kept his face neutral with an effort. He was responsible for the welfare of his people, and his position with Ner'zhul, and likely now Gul'dan, was already precarious. Durotan was well aware that if either shaman sought to discredit him or his clan, it would be easier than it had been in the past. With a clear focus on union, for the Frostwolf clan to be exiled or in any way cut off would spell extinction for them. Durotan did not like the direction in which things were going, but he could protest only so much. For himself, he did not care, but he could not permit his clan to suffer. And yet, his blood raced, his heart shook, his body trembled with foreboding. He said a quick prayer to the ancestors, that they would continue to guide his people wisely. They reached the flat river valley that for generations had played host to the Koshar festival. As his feet touched the sacred ground, Durotan felt himself relaxing slightly. Memories came back to him, and he smiled as they brushed his mind. He recalled that fateful night when he and Ogrim had both decided to fly in the face of tradition, and dared to spy on the adults as they spoke, and how disappointed both had been at the mundane conversations. Wiser now, he was sure that he and Ogrim, bold though they had thought themselves at the time, had likely not been the first to be so daring, nor were they likely to be the last. He recalled, too, his first real glimpse of the female who would become his life mate, hunting in these lush fields, dancing around the fire to the sound of drums throbbing in his veins, and chanting to the moon. As long as his people still had this, he thought, all would still be well with them. Heartened somewhat, he looked over where the dancing was usually held. A small tent was erected, and he wondered what it was for. He and Draka halted a few yards away from the tent, assuming it was part of the demonstration. The others followed suit. The sun shone brightly as more and more orcs gathered. Durotan saw that most of those who had come today were clan chieftains and their shaman, so the site did not have to accommodate quite as many as it did during the festival time. Gul'dan waited until everyone else was assembled before striding purposefully toward the tent. The shaman trained in this mysterious new magic followed him. They all strode with confidence and pride. Coming to a halt in front of the tent, Gul'dan beckoned to a few of the Blackrock warriors, who stepped forward and stood at attention. At that moment, the wind shifted. Durotan's eyes widened as a familiar scent was carried to his nostrils. Draenei. Low murmurs around him told him that he was not the only one who had caught the scent. At that moment, Gul'dan nodded to the warriors. They disappeared inside the tent for a brief moment. 8 Draenei, their hands tightly bound, emerged from the tent. Their faces were puffy and swollen from beatings. Rags had been shoved in their mouths. Blood was caked on the blue skin and what remained of their clothing. Dirt of magic I'm about to share with you. Their victory was so absolute that they were able to take several prisoners, Gul'dan said proudly. These prisoners will help me show you what these new magical abilities can do. Outrage flooded Duratan. Slaying a foe in armed combat was one thing. Slaughtering helpless prisoners was another. He opened his mouth, but a hand on his arm stayed his words. He glanced up angrily into Ogrim Doomhammer's cool gray eyes. You knew about this, Duratan hissed, his words for his old friend's ears alone. Keep your voice down, Ogrim hissed back, glancing about to see if anyone was paying attention to them. No one was. Everyone's attention was riveted on Gul'dan and the Draenei prisoners. Yes, I knew. I was there when we captured them. It is the way of such things, Duratan. It did not used to be the way of the orcs, Duratan replied. It is now, Ogrim said. It is a sad necessity. For what it is worth, I do not believe that this will become a common practice. The goal is to slay the Draenei, not torture them. Duratan stared at his old friend. Ogrim kept the gaze for a moment, then flushed and looked away. Duratan felt his outrage abate somewhat. At least Ogrim understood what a violation this was, even if he supported it. What else could Ogrim have done? He was second in command to Blackhand. He was oath-bound to support his chieftain. Like Duratan, he had responsibilities to others he simply could not shirk. For the first time in his life, Duratan wished he were a mere clan member. He looked down into his mate's eyes. She stared, aghast, first at him, and then at Ogrim. And then, he saw the sorrow and resignation flit across her features, and she lowered her head. These beings have worth to us in this moment, Gul'dan was saying. Duratan, his body feeling heavy as lead, dragged his gaze to the shaman. We will use them to demonstrate these new powers. He nodded to the first Blackrock shaman in line, who bowed. Looking slightly nervous, the female closed her eyes and concentrated. A sound like rushing wind filled Duratan's ears. A strange pattern written in purple light appeared at her feet, encircling her. Above her head, a purple cube turned idly. Then, suddenly, a small squawking creature appeared at her feet. It capered, its eyes blazing red. Its small but sharp teeth bared in what looked like a smile. Duratan heard murmurings and some hisses of fear. Other shaman followed suit, summoning the same eerie purple circles and cubes, manifesting creatures seemingly out of thin air. Some were large, shapeless things in hues of blue and purple, hovering ominously. Other beings were fair to look upon, save for their hoofed feet and bat-like wings. Some were large, some small, and all sat or stood quietly beside those who had called them into being. Pretty little pets, to be sure, came the distinctive voice of Grom Hellscream, dripping with sarcasm. But what do they do? Gul'dan smiled indulgently. Patience, Hellscream, he said, almost condescendingly. It is a strength, not a weakness. Hellscream's brows drew together, but he stayed silent. He was as curious as anyone, Duratan assumed. Blackhand stood, smiling a little, looking like a proud father, only he seemed unsurprised by what was unfolding here, and Duratan realized that he must have already witnessed the powers of the newly trained shaman. Witnessed, and approved. One of the Draenei was cut loose from the rest, and shoved forward. His hands still bound, he stumbled a few steps on his cloven feet, then stood erect. His face was impassive. Only his slowly moving tail gave any indication of stress. The first shaman stepped forward, moving her hands and murmuring slightly. The little creature at her side squawked and jumped about. Then suddenly, fire erupted from its clawed hands to slam into the helpless Draenei. At the same moment, a ball of darkness formed at the shaman's fingertips and rushed toward the prisoner. It grunted in pain as its blue flesh was blackened and burned from the small creature's attack, but it dropped to its knees in obvious agony when the shadow ball struck it. Again the shaman muttered something, and flames erupted from the very flesh of the tortured Draenei. But before he had been stoic and silent, he now screamed in torment, his cries muffled somewhat by the gag in his throat, but not completely. He jerked and spasmed on the earth, flailing like a fish freshly hooked, his eyes rolling wildly. Then he was still. The wreck of burned flesh filled the air. For a moment, there was silence. Then came a sound that Duratan had never thought to hear, cries of approval and delight at the sight of a bound foe dying in helpless torment. Duratan stared in horror. Another prisoner was slain for demonstration purposes. This one was beaten with a whip by one of the fair servants of the shaman, standing transfixed while fire rained upon it, and darkness pummeled it. The third was brought forward, its magical essence sucked out of it by a monstrous creature that looked like a deformed wolf with tentacles sprouting from its back. Bile rose in Duratan's throat, as blue blood and ashes covered what once had been sacred land that had been, and was even now lush and fertile, though its profound sense of tranquility had been brutally violated. Here he had danced, and sung to the moon, had conspired with a boyhood friend, had courted his beloved. Here, generations of orcs had celebrated their unity on a place so holy that any fights that broke out had been halted immediately. The combatants ordered to make peace or to depart. Duratan was no shaman. He could not sense the earth or the spirits, but he did not need to in order to feel their pain as his own. Mother Kashur, surely this is not what you wanted, he thought. The cheering filled his ears. The stench of blood and charred flesh assaulted his nostrils. Worst of all was the sight of his brethren, even some among his own clan, who were caught up in the frenzy of inflicting pain and torment upon beings who were rendered incapable of even spitting on their opponents. He was dimly aware of his hand hurting. Somewhat in a daze, he looked down to see that Draka was clenching it so hard she threatened to break the bones. "For the shaman!" cried someone. "No," Gul'dan's voice carried over the noise of the cheering crowd. "No longer are they shaman. They were abandoned by the elements. They will call them no longer and beg for their aid. Behold those who have power, and who are not afraid to wield it. Behold, the warlocks." Duratan tore his gaze from his fingers and twined with his mates to look up at the sacred mountain. It jutted serenely skyward as it ever had, its sides catching and reflecting the light, and for a long moment Duratan wondered why it did not shatter and break, like the heart of a sentient being overcome with horror at what was being done in its once comforting shadow. There were wild celebrations that night. Duratan participated in none of them, and forbade members of his clan to do so. As the Frostwolf shaman sat by their small fire, subdued and eating in silence, Drekthar dared ask the question that Duratan knew was in their hearts. "My chieftain," Drekthar said quietly, "will you permit us to learn the ways of the warlocks?" There was a long silence, unbroken save by the crackling of the fire. Finally Duratan spoke. "I have a question for you first," he said. "Do you approve of what was done to the prisoners today?" Drekthar looked uncomfortable. "It would be better if we had attacked them in honest combat," he admitted. "But they are our enemies. They have proven that. Proven that they will fight back when attacked," Duratan retorted. "That is all that has been proven." Drekthar started to protest, but Duratan waved him to be silent. "I know. This is the will of the ancestors. But today I beheld something that I never thought I would see. I saw the sacred fields, where for countless years our people met in peace, defiled by the blood of those who couldn't even lift a hand to defend themselves." He saw movement at the edge of the circle, and caught Ogrim's scent. Duratan continued. "In the shadow of Oshugun itself, those who slew the Draenei today did not do so in order to protect an immediate threat to our lands. They butchered prisoners in order to show off their new talents." Ogrim now coughed quietly, and Duratan motioned him forward. Ogrim was well known to all present, and he sat down by the fire with the familiarity of one known and welcome. "Ogrim," Draka said, touching her friend's arm gently, "the first warlocks are from your clan. What are your thoughts?" Ogrim stared into the firelight, his heavy brows knitted together as he sorted through his thoughts. "If we are to fight the Draenei, then we Frostwolves are resigned to the necessity of it. Then we should fight to be victorious. The elements have abandoned the shaman. They are fickle and unpredictable at their best, and were never the most reliable allies, not like one's friends." He glanced at Duratan and smiled a little. Despite the heaviness in his chest, Duratan smiled back. These new creatures, these strange powers, they seemed to be more dependable than destructive. There was something about them. Draka's voice trailed off. Drekthar broke in quickly. "Draka, I know your concerns. They were definitely not natural powers. At least not natural as we shaman have always known them. But who is to say that is wrong? They exist. They must have some place in the order of things. Fire is fire, whether it comes from the fingers of a little dancing bee, or with the spirit of fire's blessing. It burns flesh just the same." "I agree with our esteemed guest. We have committed to the battle. Surely we do not fight to lose it." Draka still shook her head, her beautiful eyes unhappy. Her hands moved as if she were physically groping for the words. "It is more than summoning fire, or even the strange bolts of darkness," she said. "I have fought Draenei. I have slain Draenei. And never have I seen them writhe in such pain, nor give voice to such torment. The things who are serving the warlocks seem to enjoy that." "We enjoy the hunt," Duratan pointed out. He disliked arguing with his mate, but as always, he needed to see all sides of an issue in order to decide what was best for his clan. "The wolves enjoy feasting on steaming flesh." "Is it wrong to wish to win?" Ogrim challenged, his gray eyes narrowing. "Is it wrong to take pleasure in the victory?" "In the hunt? In the victory? No. It is the suffering of which I speak." Drekthar shrugged. "Perhaps the beings who are summoned to serve feed on that. Perhaps it is necessary to their existence. But is it necessary to ours?" Draka's eyes glittered in the firelight, and Duratan knew with a pang that it was not from anger, but from tears of frustration. "The Draenei have always had superior magics to ours, even with the aid of the elements," Drekthar said. "I have always been a shaman. I was born so. And now I tell you, I will embrace the path of the warlock if my clan leader will permit it. because I understand what those powers can do for us, having dealt with the elements for as long as I have. I would say, Draka, I am sorry, but yes, this is necessary to our existence. If we do not have the powers of the elements to call upon, the Draenei will obliterate us from the face of the earth. Draka sighed and buried her face in her hands. The small group was silent, the only sound the crackling of the fire. Durtan thought something was missing. Now he knew. He did not hear the sounds of the night creatures, the birds and insects and other living things who formerly filled the air with quiet sounds. They had been driven from this place by what had occurred here earlier. He tried not to think of this as a moment. I will permit the Phosphor clan to learn these arts, he said heavily. Drekthar bowed his head. I thank you, Durtan. You will not regret it. Durtan did not reply. Chapter 14.
Drekthar weeps as he tells me of these things, tears falling from eyes that can no longer see the present, but too keenly can see the past. I have no comfort to offer him. That the elements have come again to his call, to mine, indeed to that of any Orcish shaman, is testimony to their compassion and forgiveness, their desire to see the balance restored. The spire that still houses darkness is not on this continent. We are well away from its malevolence physically, but not yet out of its shadow. The shadow that was cast so long ago, on the day following the defiling of what had been our most sacred place. The shadow of Blackhand. Sleep did not come easily to Durtan, nor, he realized, to Draka, as she tossed and turned and sighed. Finally, he gave up and lay awake, going over dire events of the day. Everything in him screamed that it was wrong to embrace a magical path that so blatantly throve on the suffering of another being. And yet, what else was there to do? The elements had deserted the shaman, even though the ancestors themselves had given the orcs this task. Without magic to use as an additional weapon, the orcs would be wiped out by the superior technology and knowledge of the Draenei. He rose and left the sleeping tent. He started a fire to shake off the pre-drawn chill, and silently ate cold raw meat. As he broke his fast and watched the sky lighten, he saw a courier approaching. Without stopping, the rider tossed a scroll to Durtan and rode on. Durtan unfolded it and closed his eyes at the contents. There was to be another meeting in 2 days. At that time, the chieftains would elect a leader who would speak for them all, make decisions for them all. They would select one who would be called War Chief. A soft hand stroked his hair. He looked up to see Draka reading over his shoulder. You might as well stay home, she said gruffly. The outcome is decided anyway. He smiled sadly at her. You did not used to be so cynical, beloved. I did not used to live in such times, was all she said. In his heart, he knew she was right. There was only one orc who was well known enough, charismatic enough to win sufficient votes to be elected war chief. Grom Hellscream might give Blackhand a bit of a challenge, but Hellscream was too impulsive to be trusted with such a task. Blackhand had been a visible figure from the very start, at first opposing and then supporting Ner'zhul. It was his shaman who had become the first warlocks. He had won more victories in his attacks against the Draenei than anyone else. Draka, as she was so often, was right in this as well. And 2 days later, Durtan watched with dull eyes as the votes from the clan chieftains were tallied, and his Blackhand of the Blackrock clan was chosen. He felt several glances come his way as Blackhand's name was announced by Gul'dan, and as the big orc stood with false modesty, accepted the title. Durtan did not even bother to object. What would be the point? He was already being watched closely for suspicion of disloyalty. No word he could possibly utter would change anything. At one point, he looked over at Ogrim. To all other eyes, the second in command of the Blackrock clan looked steady and supportive of his leader. But Durtan knew Ogrim better than anyone, and he saw the slight frown that furrowed his friend's brow, the tightness around the lips that indicated that Ogrim was perhaps as unhappy with the decision as Durtan. But he, too, was in no position to object. Durtan hoped that perhaps Ogrim's position, so close to Blackhand, would help mitigate the damage he was certain Blackhand would do. Blackhand now stood in front, waving and smiling at the cheering crowd. Durtan could not object, but neither could he bring himself to cheer for an orc who exemplified everything he despised. Ogrim stood behind his leader on Blackhand's right. Gul'dan, whom Durtan was certain was manipulating things, but was unsure as to how, stood back and gazed at Blackhand respectively. My orcish brothers and sisters, Blackhand cried, you honor me. I will prove a worthy war chief of this vast sea of noble warriors. Day by day, we improve our weapons and our armor, and now, we reject the unpredictable elements and embrace true power, power that our warlocks controlled and wield without groveling or scraping to anyone or anything. This is liberation. This is strength. We are of one purpose, one clear focus. We will wipe the Draenei from our lands. They will be unable to resist this tide of warriors and warlocks, this sweeping horde. We are their worst nightmare. To battle! He lifted his arms and shouted, "For the Horde!" And thousands of impassioned voices cried, "For the Horde! For the Horde! For the Horde!" Duratan and Draka returned home shortly after the election of Blackhand, too disgusted to remain longer. The shaman stayed behind for training. When they returned several days later, Duratan saw they stood tall and proud once again. This new magic had given them back their faith in themselves, something that had evaporated like morning mist when the elements deserted them. For that, Duratan was grateful. He loved his clan, and knew them to be good people. He did not like seeing them broken and disheartened. They practiced their skills on beasts at first, joining the hunting parties, and sending their strange creatures after Kleftov and Talbuk. Duratan was still troubled at the agony the attacked creatures suffered. As time passed, the creatures suffered less, not because the pain was decreased, but because the warlocks were learned to kill faster and more efficiently. The addition of the strange helpers, or pets as some warlocks fondly refer to the beings firmly under their control, seemed to make all the difference. Blackhand seemed to be enjoying his newfound position. Scrolls came almost daily from the couriers, whose wolves and whose selves seemed to wear more ornate adornment each time they rode into camp. Duratan had to admit that knowing what was going on with the other clans was useful information. But one day, someone other than the courier came into the encampment. Duratan recognized the raiment. The approaching orc, mounted on a wolf with a particularly glossy black cloak, was one of Blackhand's personal warlocks, Kurkul. He halted his wolf, dismounted, and bowed before Duratan. "Chieftain, a word with you from the war chief," he said in a surprisingly pleasant voice. Duratan nodded and motioned that the warlock walk with him. They strode until he felt certain they would not be overheard. "What is it that Blackhand sends one of his most important warlocks to me?" he asked. Kurkul smiled around his tusks. "I am writing to all the clans," he said, clearly intending for Duratan to be put in his place. The Frostwolves were not being particularly honored, it would seem. Duratan grunted and folded his arms across his chest, waiting. "The most important factor in our eventual and glorious victory over the Draenei is numbers," Kurkul continued. "They are few, we are many, but we need to be more." "So what is it Blackhand wishes?" growled Duratan. "Shall we leave off fighting for mating?" Kurkul did not blink. "Not leave off fighting, but yes, encourage your warriors to procreate. You will receive accolades for each child that is born to your clan." "That will help, but unfortunately, we need more warriors right now, not 6 years from now." Duratan stared, stunned. He had meant the comment as a crude joke. What was going on? "Children begin training at age 6, Kurkul continued. "They are strong enough to fight at age 12. Summon all your younglings." "I do not understand," Duratan said. "Summon them for what?" Kurkul sighed, as if Duratan were a foolish child. "I have the ability to accentuate their growth," he said. "We will push them forward a bit. If we take all the children that are between 6 and 12 now and age them to 12, we will increase the number of warriors on the field by almost 50%. Duratan couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Absolutely not. I'm afraid it's not a choice. It's an order. Any clan who refuses will be branded a traitor to the Horde. The clan will be exiled, and their leader and his mate executed." Duratan stared, stunned. Kurkul handed him a scroll. He read it, shaking with anger, and saw that the warlock had spoken truly. He and Draka would be put to death, and the Frostwolf clan exiled. "You would rob them of their childhood, then," he said stonily. "For their future, yes. I will drain a little of their lives, only 6 years' worth. They will come to no harm. The Blackrock children certainly didn't. Blackhand insisted on his own 3 young ones be the first to be so honored, and in return, they will be able to fight for the glory of the Horde now, when they can make a difference." Duratan was not in the least surprised that Blackhand had permitted this to be done to his own children. For the first time, Duratan was grateful that there were so few children in his clan. There were only 5 of them older than 6 and younger than 12. He again read the missive, feeling furious and sickened at the same time. These children ought to be able to simply be children. The warlock waited calmly. Finally, Duratan said in a voice he made deliberately harsh to hide his pain, "Do what you must do. For the Horde," said Kurkul. Duratan did not reply. What happened next was barbaric. Duratan forced himself to remain impassive, while Kurkul cast a spell on the 5 Frostwolf children. They writhed in pain, screaming and flailing on the earth as bones were stretched, and skin and muscle burst into unnatural growth. A sickly green line linked the children to the warlock, as if he was sucking the very life out of them. The expression on Kurkul's face was ecstatic. If the children were suffering, he most definitely was not. For an awful moment, Duratan feared the warlock would not stop at age 12, but would continue draining life from the children until they were shriveled and ancient. But thankfully, Kurkul did stop. The young orcs, children no longer, lay where they had dropped the instant the draining had begun. For long moments, they could not be roused, and when they did, they wept, softly, breathily, as if they had no strength left for anything else. Duratan turned toward the warlock. You have done what you have came for. Get out. Kirkle looked offended. Chieftain Duratan, you... Duratan seized him by the front of his scarlet robe. Fear flickered across the other orc's face. Get out. Now. Duratan shoved hard, and Kirkle stumbled backward, almost falling. He glowered at Duratan. Blackhand will not be pleased to hear of this, Kirkle growled. Duratan did not dare speak. If any other words came from his mouth, he knew they would doom his clan. Instead he turned away, shaken with rage, and went to the children who were children no longer. For some time after that, nothing was asked of the Frostwolf clan, save more intensive training and reporting back on that training, and Duratan was both relieved and apprehensive. Somehow, he knew that when Blackhand and Gul'dan chose to notice him, the task they would set for him would be a difficult one. He would not be disappointed. Duratan was looking at a new pattern for armor the smith had just drawn up, when the wolf rider leapt into the Frostwolf encampment. Without breaking stride, the rider tossed Duratan a parchment, wheeled his mount around, and departed. Duratan unrolled it and began to read, his eyes widening. He looked up quickly at the departing figure of the rider. It was not the official courier. Old friend, I am sure it comes as no surprise that you are being watched. They will set a task for you, one that they know you can complete. You must do so. I do not know what they will do if you refuse, but I fear the worst. There was no signature. The missive did not need one. Duratan knew Ogrim's bold script. He crumpled the parchment and tossed it into the fire, watching it twist and curl in on itself like a living thing as the flames licked and consumed it. Ogrim had sent the warning just in time. That very afternoon, a rider wearing the official tabard of a courier approached and handed the Frostwolf chieftain a parchment. Duratan nodded as he accepted it and put it aside. He did not want to see it right now. But the courier looked uneasy. She did not dismount, but neither did she turn her wolf and ride back to the Frostwolf lands. I have been instructed to wait for a reply, she said, after an awkward pause. Duratan nodded and unrolled the parchment. The writing was exquisite, and he knew that Blackhand had dictated the missive. The war chief, smart and cunning though he was barely literate. It was worse than he had thought. Duratan kept his face carefully neutral, though out of the corner of his eyes, he saw that Draka was watching him carefully. On to Duratan, son of Garad, chieftain of the Frostwolf clan. Blackhand, war chief of the Horde, gives greetings. You have now had time to see the skills of our newly trained warlocks in action. It is time to take the attack to our enemies. The Draenei city of Telmor is close to your borders. You are instructed to form a war party and attack them. Ogrim has told me that as boys, the two of you entered that city, that you saw the secret of how the Draenei kept themselves unseen. Ogrim also tells me that you have excellent recall, and that you would remember how to expose the city to our warriors for an assault. I am sure I don't have to tell you what destroying this city would mean to the Horde and to the Frostwolf clan. Reply to this letter immediately, and we will begin preparations for the assault. For the Horde. The signature was an imprint of Blackhand's right hand, stained with ink. Duratan was furious. How could Ogrim have revealed this information? Did he truly follow Blackhand after all? That he would tell the war chief of this incident, and so put Duratan on the spot? The anger ebbed as he realized that the information to which Blackhand referred, their visit there as boys, the way the city was hidden, Duratan's almost uncanny memory, these were things that could have been dropped in conversation at any point over the last few years. Blackhand was intelligent enough to pick up any crumb of information and hoard it until such a time was necessary. Duratan thought about lying, about claiming that he could not recall the words by which Restaurant had dispelled the illusion that kept Draenei City safe and hidden from the eyes of the ogres, and now the eyes of orcs. It had been a long time, and he had only heard the phrase uttered once. Anyone else would have forgotten it, but the threat in Die letter was so thinly veiled as to be almost ridiculous. If Duratan agreed to assist with the attack, he would prove his loyalty to the Horde, to Blackhand, and to Gul'dan, at least for the moment. If he refused, even if he claimed to not recall the words Blackhand wanted him to speak, well, like Ogrim, Duratan feared the worst. The courier was waiting. Duratan made the only decision he could make. He looked up at the courier, his face impassive. I will do as the war chief bids, of course, for the Horde. The courier looked both relieved and a little surprised. The war chief will be pleased to hear this. I am instructed to give you the following. She reached into her leather backpack and retrieved the small sack, which she handed to Duratan. Your warriors and your warlocks will need to train with these. Duratan nodded. He knew what they were, the Heart of Fury and the brilliant star that he had ordered taken off Velen. These stones were perhaps the only things that had spared him once before, when he had incurred Ner'zhul's anger. Now, he would use them against the very people he had taken them from. The war chief will contact you soon, the courier said, inclined her head and turned her wolf. Duratan watched her go. Draka stepped quietly beside him. He handed her the letter and
and went into their tent. A few moments later she joined him, slipping her arms around him from behind while he buried his face in his hands and grieved over the events that led to the terrible decision he had been forced to make. A few days later the war party gathered at the Frostwolf encampment. Most of the warriors and warlocks were from the Blackrock clan, but there were more than a few painted warsong faces in the crowd, and several shattered hands as well. Even the most obtuse among the Frostwolves could sense the mistrust and contempt from the visitors. Durotan knew it was no accident that the other orcs were all from the most martial clans. They were there to make sure the Frostwolves did not falter at any critical point. Durotan idly wondered which among them had the instructions to slit his throat at the first sign of hesitation. He hoped it was not Ogrim. The two old friends exchanged only a few words, and Durotan saw regret in Ogrim's visage. For that, at least, he was glad. A courier had been sent ahead, so there were plenty of bonfires roaring and food and drink for the hungry guests. Many of the Frostwolves gave up their own lodging for the visitors, so that those who would head into battle the following morning would rest as well as possible. Durotan met with Ogrim and the others who led the assault, sketching out a layout of the city as best he and Ogrim could recall it. By daybreak, the war party, a small army of orcs, was on the move. They passed into the meadows that surrounded the Terracotta forest, where so long ago Ogrim and Durotan had raced as youths and been startled by the appearance of an ogre. No lumbering giants troubled the vast wave of orcs as they moved steadily toward their destination this morning. Durotan was in the front, riding beside Ogrim on Night Stalker. They were silent, but Durotan did not miss the fact that Ogrim's gray eyes lingered on the site where the two boys had been rescued by the Jedi warriors. The years have been long since we passed this way, Durotan said. Ogrim nodded. I am not even sure we have the right direction. The forests and fields have changed and grown, and there were precious few landmarks originally, Durotan said heavily. I remember the way. He wished he did not. A pile of stones here, a strange-shaped outcropping there, was enough to guide him. It looked like nothing to anyone else. Blackhand had told his troops that the Draenei were able to disguise their city. Even so, Durotan's sharp ears caught slight murmurings of concern. He frowned. We are drawing close, he said. You must be quiet. There is an excellent chance that we will have been seen and reported already. The war party grew silent then. With a few gestures, Ogrim dispatched some of his outriders to scout the area. Durotan's mind went back to that twilight, when he, too, was worried about where they were going and what the Draenei had planned for them. He brought his wolf to a halt and dismounted. Night Stalker shook his head and scratched behind his ears absently. It was here, or close to here. Durotan felt a desperate hope that perhaps the Draenei remembered that they had exposed their secret to him, that they had changed the hiding place of a magical stone upon which their protection depended. There was no telltale rock beneath which the green gem was secreted. Durotan's memory would have no aid to him uncovering it. He concentrated, walking slowly, hearing the jangling of tack and the soft clinking of armor as the others watched and waited. He closed his eyes to aid his concentration. Saw again Restaurant kneeling on the ground, moving aside leaves and pine needles to uncover. Durotan opened his eyes and moved a few steps to his left. He said a quick prayer to the ancestors. Whether it was asking for help in finding the stone or in not finding it, he was not certain. Mailed hands reached down and brushed away layers of detritus and then touched something cool and hard. There was no turning back now. Durotan closed his fingers around the gem and picked it up. Even in his distraught state of mind, he could sense the stone emanating a comforting energy. It nestled in his palm as if it belonged there. Durotan ran his left index finger over it, drawing out this moment before everything would change irrevocably. You found it, breathed Ogrim, who had silently stepped up to his friend. Durotan was overcome with emotion and could not speak for a moment. He merely nodded, then tore his gaze from the beautiful, pulsating stone, and looked up at the awestruck faces gazing at the treasure he held. Ogrim nodded brusquely. Get into position, he said. We have been fortunate that there has been no advance warning. The stone was so calming to hold. Durotan wanted nothing better than to simply stand and look into its depths. But he knew that he had already made his choice. He took a deep breath and spoke the words that Restaurant had spoken so long ago in the same place. Kella man Samir, Sole ma Kal. He wanted to believe that his thick, orcish accent would not activate the stone, that he was able to fulfill his obligation to his people without storming a small city full of civilians. But apparently, the words were understood by whatever force controlled the green gem. The illusion was already dissipating, the trees and boulders shimmering into insubstantiality, and before the orcish war party, a wide, paved road stretched as if an invitation. They needed no urging. The glorious city of the Draenei lay before them, with cries torn from over 100 throats. The orcs descended upon it. Chapter 15. Drekthar speaks in a broken voice of glories ruined, of beauty destroyed, of the slaughter of children. Through his tale runs an unspoken excuse. It seemed so right at the time. I imagine it did seem right. It did seem just. I can only pray to the ancestors, but I am never placed in the same position as my father. Torn between what I know in my heart is right and the defense of my people. is why I continue to strive to uphold a tenuous peace between us and the Alliance, because few offenses and insults in this or any other world are sufficient to warrant the slaughter of children. Later, Duratan would wonder how the city of Talmor had received no advance notice of a wave of mounted orcs. He would never be able to speak with the Draenei to find out. He could only assume that the Draenei were so certain in their illusionary camouflage that the idea that it could be breached never occurred to them. The quiet air was rent with the sound of war cries and wolfhounds as the riders stormed the streets of the city. Several unarmed Draenei were cut down in the first few seconds of the assault. The white pavement was soon blue with spilled blood, but it did not take very long for the city guards to counterattack. Duratan had shoved the stone into his pack the moment he had finished using it. It would join the red and yellow stones he had taken from Velen. He mounted quickly and rode with grim determination, his axe at the ready. While he had made his own private vow that he would not attack an unarmed foe or child, he had also made his choice, and was prepared to kill or die for it. The first wave flooded the city. A river of orcs forked into streams, pouring into large, spherical public buildings that branched off to either side of the main street, surging up the wide stone steps. The warlocks brought up the rear. The creatures were silent and obedient, save the small ones that muttered constantly under their breaths. They waited for the right moments to bring down the rain of fire, the bolts of shadow, the various curses of torment. The warriors emerged covered with blood, the boots tracking it down the wide steps as they continued onto the next building, and the next. The Draenei guards were in the streets now, casting their own magics. Duratan turned in his saddle barely in time to deflect a blow from a sword that blazed with blue energy. The sword clanged against the head of his axe and jarred his arm to the bone, but that was nothing compared to the shock he felt at recognizing his attacker. For the second time, he and Restolon were meeting in battle. Duratan had spared Velen, and in return, Restolon had spared him when he was helpless before the Draenei warrior. Duratan saw recognition in the other's eyes, and those glowing blue orbs narrowed. All debts between them were paid. This time, there would be no quarter given on either side. Restolon cried something in his musical tongue. Instead of attacking again, he hauled Duratan from his saddle. Duratan was taken by surprise, and before he knew what was happening, he lay on the ground before his enemy. He reached for his axe as Restolon swung his sword, thinking even as his fingers closed about the hilt that he would not be swift enough. Nightstalker, however, was trained almost as well as the orc who rode him. The instant the wolf felt his rider leave his back, he whirled on Restolon. Huge teeth crunched down on the Draenei's arm. Had it not been for the protective armor Restolon wore, his arm would have been severed instantly. As it was, the pressure was enough to cripple him and make him drop the sword. With a grunt, Duratan swung his axe as hard as he could. It slammed into Restolon's midsection, its keen edge cleaving through his armor to bite deep into his flesh. Restolon fell to his knees, his useless arm still held fast by Nightstalker's teeth. The white wolf bit down harder, growling, and started whirring the Draenei's arm as if it were a small animal. Within moments, the wolf would rip it off. Blood gushed from the wound in Restolon's side. He made no sound despite the agony he must be enduring. Duratan got to his feet and struck again. This time, a killing blow. A mercy blow. Restolon sagged, and Nightstalker immediately let go of the arm. The captain of the guards of Talmor was dead. Duratan did not permit himself regret. He mounted Nightstalker quickly and sought out his next target. The city was certainly not the size of Shattrath, their capital, but it was big enough. There were Draenei aplenty to slaughter. It was filled with the cries of bloodlust, of pain and fear, of the clanging of sword on shield and the crackle of spells being cast. Odors assaulted his nostrils, of blood and feces and urine, and the unmistakable, unique wreck of terror. The rage boiling inside him felt good. His senses had never been higher, and he seemed to move without thinking. Over there, another one of the guards fighting over him. Duratan tensed, thinking to rush to his friend's aid, but the Doomhammer swung through the air and crushed the attacker's skull even through his helmet. Duratan grinned fiercely. Ogre needed no aid. He sensed the presence at his side before he heard or smelt it, and turned, bellowing his clan's war cry. He hoisted the gore-covered axe and prepared to bring it down. The child was barely out of puberty, but she screamed in a fury as she tore with bare hands at his armored leg. Tears streamed down her pale blue face, and her teeth were bared. Blue blood, too much of it to be her own, saturated her dress so that it clung to her body. She pounded futilely at him, her tear-filled eyes burning with pain and righteous fury. For a horrible second, she seemed to be the same girl that Duratan and Odin had encountered years ago. That could not be. Surely that girl was a woman now. Or was she? But it did not matter. It was a female child who, both bravely and stupidly, was attempting to attack a mounted orc warrior with her bare hands. It was with an enormous effort that Duratan halted the axe in mid-swing. He would not harm the child. That was not the code. That was not the way of the orcs. Suddenly the girl froze. Her eyes widened. She opened her mouth and blood gushed forth. Duratan's gaze dropped from her face to her chest. could see the spear point tinting the blood-soaked fabric. Before Duratan could react, the shattered-hand orc who had slain the girl shoved the spear to the side, forcing the body to the earth. He put one booted foot on her shoulder. Grunting, he pulled loose his spear and grinned up at Duratan. "You owe me one, Frostwolf," the orc said, then vanished into the close-pressing crowd of slayers and victims. Duratan threw back his head and cried his agony to the ancestors. On surged the orcs, leaving corpses in their wake. The vast majority of the dead were Draenei, but here and there a bound body of a fallen orc could be seen. Some of the orcs who fell yet lived, crying out for aid, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. Shaman could have healed them with spells, but apparently warlock magics did not embrace the healing arts, so they lay where they had fallen, some wheezing out their last breaths next to the Draenei they had slain, while the unstoppable tide poured forward. They followed the road through the foothills, entering each building as they went, and slaughtering anyone they found. No doubt some Draenei had hidden, Duratan thought, and prayed they would not be found. He did not think that prayer would be answered. Once the first round of slaughter had been completed, there would be the looting, and the search for those who had escaped the first assault. He knew it had been planned thus. They had reached the largest building yet, the one that sat highest on the mountain, and Duratan recognized it immediately. It was the Magister's home, where he and Ogrim had had dinner with the Prophet. Bitterly, he thought, that Velen was not much of a prophet if he had not foreseen this black moment.
Nightstalker raced up the steps, and Duratan could not help himself. He craned his neck and looked over his shoulder, back down toward the city as he had done the first time he had climbed these steps on his own 2 feet. Then, the Draenei city had been spread out like jewels on a meadow. Now, it looked exactly like what it was, a broken, taken city, spattered with blood and gore and death, not just of its citizens, but of any hope of peace, or truce, or negotiation. Duratan closed his eyes briefly in pain. "I am proud of my people, and our city," Restylon had said to Duratan. Restylon, who lay dead and stiffening on the white street, along with countless other Draenei. "We have worked hard here. We love Draenor, and I never thought to have the chance to share it with an orc. The ways of destiny are strange indeed, stranger than either orc youth or Draenei guard could have imagined. The rooms that had made 2 orc youths feel slightly penned in years ago now seemed utterly claustrophobic when crammed with adult orc warriors by the dozen. Most were empty. There had been time for an evacuation of all but those who had sworn to die in service of their city, and die they did, the guards who attacked them now. The beautiful, ornate furniture was used as weapons, brought crashing down upon Draenei heads, the breakage adding to the thrill of the fight. Orcs punched holes in the smooth, curving walls for the sheer pleasure of it. Beds were hacked with swords. Bowls of fruit and delicately wrought statuettes swept off furniture that was in turn smashed by axe or hammer. Duratan had had enough. "Hold," he cried, but no one listened. The creatures controlled by the warlocks seemed well pleased with this behavior, almost smug. But the time for destruction had passed, and the ruthless savagery would not serve the orcs now that all the inhabitants of Telmor were either slain or had fled. "Hold!" Duratan yelled again. This time Ogrim heard him, and took up the cry. The Warsong representative also shook his head, as if to clear it of something hazy and obscuring. Then he, too, tried to calm his warriors. Drekthar, back with the other warlocks, had not become as lost in bloodlust as the others, and he was able to stop the others from casting spells. "Listen to me," Duratan roared. Most of them had reached the room where Velen had hosted them at his table. The room was empty, dyed chairs and tables overturned, the wall hanging shredded and cast to the floor. "We have taken the city. It is now time to take what we need from it." They were listening now, their breaths coming in pants that filled the room with a raspy sound. But at least they had stopped swinging their weapons at anything that moved, or even anything that didn't. "First we attend to the injured," Duratan ordered. "We will not leave our brethren to suffer in the streets." Some of them stared guiltily at that. Duratan realized, with disgust, that many of these warriors had completely forgotten that some of their numbers still lay writhing in pain outside, while they enjoyed die wanton destruction of the Magister's estate. He pushed his feelings down and nodded to Drekthar. The warlocks might no longer have healing spells, but they had once been shaman, and knew how to tend battle wounds in a more mundane fashion. Drekthar motioned to several warlocks, and they hurried back the way they had come. "Next, this city has supplies, the likes of which we have never seen. There are foodstuffs aplenty, and weapons, and armor, and other things we know not of. Things that will serve the Horde in its quest to—" He could not say the words as he had planned. "In its quest to wipe out the Draenei." Instead he added somewhat awkwardly, "In its quest, we are an army. An army marches on its stomach. We need to be well fed, well watered, healed, rested, protected. Ogrim, you take a group and start at this end. Guthor, you take a group and head back to the gates. Work your way up the main road until you meet Ogrim's group. Anyone who has any healing knowledge, report to Drekthar, and do exactly as he tells you to do." What if any Draenei we find alive? Asked someone. What indeed? There was no infrastructure to take care of prisoners, and in truth, the only purpose of a prisoner would be for negotiations, since it had been made quite clear that the sole purpose of the Horde was total extermination of the Draenei race. There was no reason to host prisoners. Kill them, Durotan said hoarsely. He hoped the raggedness of his voice would be interpreted as raw fury, rather than the agonizing pain it was. Kill them all. As the orcs he commanded hurried to obey his orders, Durotan found himself wishing that Nightstalker had not been so quick to protect him. It would have been easier had he perished by Restallon's hand this day than speak the words he had just uttered. With any luck, during this horrific campaign to obliterate a species who had never raised a hand to them, death would find Durotan sooner rather than later. Chapter 16. The Shadow Council. Even now, so many years on, we know so little about who they were and what they did. Gul'dan carried many, many secrets to his grave. May he rot there in torment. It is difficult enough for me to understand how one or two may become so corrupt they would doom their descendants for power in their lifetimes. That there were so many, the number is not even known for certain, is beyond the scope of my limited imagination. Yet even these numbers would not have mattered had it not been for the demons who held them in their grasp. Their pain I rejoice in. What they did to others who obeyed them because they trusted them, I condemn with every fiber of my being. That was an excellent test, Kil'jaeden approved, smiling at his subjects. Gul'dan bowed, his eyes bright with his master's approval. Ner'zhul hunkered down, his eyes on the floor, but even so, he was listening. I confess, I was surprised Durotan was able to carry out our orders, Gul'dan said. I expected him to resist, or at least put shackles on what his orcs could and could not do. But the city lies claimed and broken, my lord. All the Draenei who once lived there are gone, most of them dead. Most is not good enough, Gul'dan. You know that. Gul'dan flinched slightly at the criticism. He wondered, not for the first time, about the connection between Kil'jaeden and the Draenei, and why the beautiful ones so despised them. It was our first attempt at taking the battle to them, rather than attacking lone hunting parties, Great One, the warlock replied, a little surprised at his own daring. Kil'jaeden cocked his horned red head, considered, then nodded. True, and there is yet time. It had been several days since the fall of Telmor. Gul'dan, impressed with the job Durotan had done, had tried to give the city to the Frostwolf clan as a reward, but Durotan had declined the offer. The Frostwolves, he stated, would continue to live in their ancestral lands. The Blackrocks, however, had not been so foolish. Blackhand and his family now slept in the beds where the Magister of the city had once slept. At first, the orcs had not known what to make of the trappings of the Draenei, but now they were beginning to incorporate their victims' way of life into their own. They sat in chairs, ate at tables, analyzed and trained with Draenei weaponry, adapted the armor for bulkier orcish frames. Some of the females, and not a few of the males of the Blackrock clan, had taken to wearing Draenei clothing, incorporating it with traditional orcish tunics, robes, and breeches. Gul'dan knew that many wondered why he or Ner'zhul had not taken the city for themselves. It was tempting, but Gul'dan had been well advised by his master. Creature comforts were pleasant, but power was sweeter, and the less Gul'dan claimed for himself publicly, the greater his reach would be in secret. Kil'jaeden would not let him down, as long as Gul'dan did his master's work well. A few items were brought to his new place he called home. An enormous, circular table carved of wood, inlaid with softly glowing shells and stones, along with several beautiful chairs. Gul'dan stepped forward to the massive table, running his hands over the polished surface, smiling to himself. All that remained was to summon those who Gul'dan had reason to believe would answer. Some names were immediately obvious to him. Others came only with extended thought. But he had a list of names now that was long enough to be comprehensive, should enough to be managed. Soon, sooner than he had even hoped, the Shadow Council would form. While on the outside, Gul'dan was advancing the orcs as a race, giving them power and eliminating the enemy that was the Draenei. A handful of orcs almost as corrupt and power-hungry as he would pull the strings. It was not about the orcs as a race. It had never been about the orcs as a race. It was about power, getting it, wielding it, and keeping it. Ner'zhul had never understood that. He liked the power, but was not willing to feed it the meat it craved. Deceit, lies, manipulation. Even Blackhand, who thought he was initiated into Gul'dan's ultimate schemes, hadn't grasped the vastness of Gul'dan's ambitions. It was as huge as Kil'jaeden's desire to destroy the Draenei. It was as enormous as the sky, as deep as the oceans, and knife-sharp as hunger. Gul'dan looked at Ner'zhul with contempt, as the older orc, who had once been a mentor, sat huddled in a corner. His gaze traveled to the blazing eyes of Kil'jaeden, and the great being nodded. "Summon them," Kil'jaeden said, his lips parted in a smile, showing sharp white teeth. "They will come when you call, and they will dance to your tune. I will see to that. Allies. They needed allies. Gul'dan wondered how Kil'jaeden had not foreseen this. The orcs were mighty indeed, especially when controlled and directed properly. The long months, over a year now, that this war had stretched had only made them more so. Their best brains had gotten to work on understanding the technology of the Draenei as best they could. Building had begun on the center fortress, which Gul'dan called the Citadel, where a standing army could be conveniently quartered, trained, and equipped. The orcs had never before attempted anything like this, and Gul'dan was proud that he had suggested the idea. There were warriors. There were shaman. Now, of course, warlocks. There were healers. There were craftsmen. The first three had clear roles and no lack of opportunity to perform their duties. The craftsmen were contributing on a different level, creating the armor and weapons and buildings to support those who had the glory of slaughtering Draenei until their bodies were sticky with spilled blood. Some would call these laborers a lower class of orc. Privately, Gul'dan felt that way himself, but he was wise enough to know that their work, while hardly glamorous or likely to gain them recognition, was as necessary as a warrior's willingness to kill or a warlock's mastery of curses. Those who provided food, shelter, weapons, the warriors and warlocks, would not get very far without them. So Gul'dan had made a show of praising the craftsmen, the pleasant result being that they were inspired to work harder and continually improve. But even though every member of every clan was working as hard as he could, and Gul'dan had spies in each clan to make certain of it, it was not going to be enough. The taking of Telmor had been surprisingly easy, and the boost to morale was tremendous. But Gul'dan knew that the Horde's victory was largely due to luck. No one in that sheltered city believed for a moment that they would be discovered and overrun in a matter of a few hours. They had thought themselves completely and utterly safe, protected by the magic of the green stone Gul'dan had dubbed Leaf Shadow, which shielded them first from Ogre Eyes and then from Orcish. That easy victory would not be repeated. How would? Ogres, he said aloud, thoughtfully. He tapped one sharp nailed finger against his jutting chin. Ogres. Absolutely not, cried Blackhand. He dozed the distance between himself and Gul'dan in 2 strides, towering over the smaller orc. It took every ounce of bravado that Gul'dan had not to retreat from that fearsome face shoved to within inches of his. Come now, Blackhand, Gul'dan soothed. Calm yourself and listen to what I am saying. You will be the one to benefit most from this, after all. That got him. Blackhand growled, snorted, and stepped back. Gul'dan did his best not to look obviously relieved. They are filth, Blackhand grunted. They have long been enemies of the orcs, longer than the Draenei, and with better reason. How is it that I will benefit? Getting right to the point, Gul'dan thought with satisfaction. He had judged Blackhand properly. There are some who still mutter that you were not elected fairly, Gul'dan said. If you succeed in this, it will only add more glory to your name. Blackhand's eyes narrowed. Perhaps, he admitted, but will the orcs agree to this? Gul'dan permitted himself a smile. They will if we tell them to, he replied. Blackhand threw his head back and roared with laughter. Ogrim shifted uneasily in his saddle as he glanced at his leader. When Blackhand had explained what he wanted to do, Ogrim had erupted in protest. He had joined in countless hunting parties over the years to eliminate the ogre threat. More than most orcs, with him it was personal. He had never ceased hating the fact that years ago he had fled from one of the giant, lumbering, thick-skulled creatures. And now Blackhand proposed this. But Ogrim knew that whatever else his leader was, and he was many things that Ogrim did not like, he was a good strategist. The plan was sound if one could detach oneself emotionally from it, so he had agreed to lend his support. Obtaining information had been tricky. The Blackrocks had captured 3 of the ogres, and spent many a long night speaking in sufficiently small words to get their point across before the deceptively pudgy things understood what they wanted and began to cooperate. Now every warrior, warlock, and healer from the entire enormous clan stood prepared for battle. The ogres had told them where the masters lurked, and led them to this place, an opening at the foot of the Blade's Edge mountain chain. They had made no attempt to hide themselves. Refuse littered the area outside, and there were plenty of large bear ogre footprints going in and out. Even as Ogrim watched, he saw a small group of ogres trundling out into the daylight. No doubt, they thought themselves safe, as the Draenei and Telmor had before them. And no doubt, a year ago, they would have been right. But much had changed since then. The orcs were no longer groups of scattered clans, but a unified fighting force willing to put aside an old grudge for a new hatred. Blackhand was in front, flanked by the 3 ogres. Behind him were his sons, Rend and Maim, who spoke to one another in low voices punctuated by the occasional rough giggle. Ogrim had been against allowing the boys to fight at first, but they had proven to be stronger and better than one might think. They lacked their father's cunning, but they certainly had inherited his bloodthirst. Griselda, too, had been trained to fight, but she was not a natural the way the boys were. Their names were appropriate. Their father shot them an angry look, and they sobered at once. Ogrim wondered if Blackhand would make a speech. He hoped not. Blackhand was at his best in action, not words, and his clan was more than ready to follow him. To his relief, Blackhand looked over the sea of warriors, nodded once, and then gave the orders to attack. The first wave charged, screaming wildly and pouring down the side of the foothills where they had hidden. At first the ogres were so confused at the sight of 3 of their own allying with the orcs that they simply stood there and let themselves be slaughtered. Then, as their slow brains began to comprehend that they were under attack, they rallied. They still did not attack their fellow ogres, who lumbered through their ranks to talk to the head of the guard stationed somewhere inside Die Cavern. Ogrim was determined to enjoy the last authorized ogre killing he was likely to taste, and swung the Doomhammer with something akin to glee. His wolf was swift, and darted easily between the tree-trunk thick legs of the ogres who raged impotently and swung his club as fiercely as he could. He recalled how big they had seemed to him as a child. They were still big, but so was he, now, and he wielded a legendary weapon with control and skill. He fractured the shin bone of the ogre, and it roared in agony. Ogrim's wolf danced out of the way as the huge thing fell, making the earth tremble as it landed. It tried to get up, pushing its bulk off the ground with its large, fat hands, but by then other Blackrocks had swarmed upon it. Faster even than Ogrim could reckon, the ogre was dead and bleeding from over 24 wounds. Ogrim wheeled just in time to see one of the orcish warriors hurtling through the air, dead from a single blow from an ogre's massive club. Growling, Ogrim gathered himself to charge the murdering creature when a cry of "Hold! Hold!" brought him up short. It was a testament to the power of Blackhand's personality that even now, even when most of the Blackrocks were caught up in the grip of bloodlust and killing an ancient enemy, they stayed their hands. The ogres didn't, at least not at once, and Ogrim found himself riding away from the battle until the slow ogre brains understood what was going on. The thought galled him. "It is for the good of all of us, Ogrim," he told himself. He glanced over to see the ogres the Blackrocks had befriended talking to their kind, or rather, bellowing at them and occasionally smacking them. But at least the ogres had been distracted from following the retreating orcs and appeared to be listening. One of them, bigger and wearing something that looked like an official sash of some sort, actually seemed to have a brain. Ogrim could not understand the vile things, and used the pause to catch his breath and gulp some water. "Can't wait till we can kill them again," Ren said. Ogrim glanced at his chieftain's eldest son. "If we succeed, they'll be fighting alongside us," Ogrim replied. "You won't be allowed to kill them." Mame spat. "Heh, right. Kill them on the sly." Ogrim grimaced. He himself would like nothing better, but several are dead already, trying to make this plan of your father's work. He wouldn't like you undermining his efforts. Ren sneered at him. Who is going to tell him? "I will. If this works, and they listen to us, if any of them turn up dead, yours are the first names I'll mention." Ren glowered. Right now, he was so young that it looked like a childish petulance, but inwardly, Ogrim was touched with foreboding. He had never liked Blackhand, and liked his children, with the exception of little Griselda, even less. He did not know if it was their parentage, or their forced growth that was responsible, but there was a darkness in them that Ogrim mistrusted. One day, if they survived and began using their brains in addition to their powerful muscles, Rend and Mame would grow up to be even more dangerous and deadly than their father. "I told you he wouldn't listen, Rend," Mame said petulantly. "Old man's forgotten what it's like to have a bloodlust running through him. Let's go." With a final sneer, Rend followed his brother. Ogrim sighed. He had bigger problems than 2 upstart youngsters right now. He turned his attention back to the negotiations, although he doubted the ogres would have understood a word. The attacks appeared to have stopped. Blackhand, who fled the battlefield as he had told all his clan to do, now directed his wolf down to where the ogres were gathered. Ogrim rode to his chieftain's side, arriving just in time to hear the leader of the guards announce, "We no like Gron. Gron hurt us." He beckoned to one of the other ogres, who turned to show his back to Ogrim and Blackhand. Ogrim saw that there were scars crisscrossing the ogre's back. He felt no twinge of pity for the creature. They had done worse to the orcs for decades. Still, it was useful to know. The captured ogres had also spoken of such things, and now they nodded as if they were terribly wise. "What will you give us if we join you?" demanded the guard. Blackhand grinned up at the thing. "Well, for one thing, we won't beat you." Ogrim thought of Blackhand's own sons, but said nothing. "We'll see to it that you're fed, and are given appropriate weapons." Ogrim was relieved that Blackhand had him promised armor. 3 orcs could be armored out of the materials that would protect a single ogre, and fortunately, the guard, obviously one of the more intelligent of the ogres, still wasn't smart enough to think of armor himself. "You'll have food, and shelter, and the delight of smashing Draenei to small wet stains on the grass." The other ogres had been listening intently, and now one of them literally jumped up and down with delight. "Me smash," it roared gleefully, and several others took up the simple but apparently highly entertaining phrase. Blackhand waited for their enthusiasm to die down before continuing. "So, are we agreed?" The ogre captain nodded. "No more hurting of ogres," he growled, and turned to regard those he led. His tiny eyes were shiny with tears, and this time, as he looked upon the ogres whose backs were crawling with scars, Ogrim did feel a little sorry for them. A very little. "What is your name?" Ogrim asked the captain suddenly. It shifted his gaze to him. "Kroll," he said. "Kroll, then," said Blackhand quickly before his second could say more. When do you think we should lead our combined assault? Now, Kroll said, and before either Ogrim or Blackhand could protest, he bellowed something in his hideous native tongue. The other ogres jumped up and down, and they shook the earth as they landed. Then they all turned and purposefully re-entered the cave mouth. Blackhand casted a glance over at Ogrim, who shrugged. He suspected it was easier to stop the tide than this flood of stupid, single-minded giants. Call them, Blackhand said. Ogrim produced a cleft-hoofed single horn and blew on it. The orcs cried out in delight and began to again descend in response. There was no time to remind the Blackrock clan of the plan. Ogrim hoped that they would remember it, especially the overzealous Mame and Rend. Slaughter of ogres aplenty awaited them, but they had damned well better be killing the right ogres. Because if they didn't, if they gave the ogres any reason to question this sudden and very peculiar alliance, then the babes and old males and females who awaited word at the encampment might be all that remained of the Blackrock clan. Ogrim was not optimistic. The Blackrock clan had ever been fierce in the hunt. Blackhand was a little more than a cunning savage, and Ogrim had not failed to observe that recently a sort of manic fury had begun to creep through all the clans. As he whirled his wolf around to charge into the cave with his fellow clan members, he wondered if perhaps his eyes were playing tricks on him. Surely the greenish tinge on the skins of the orcs next to him was nothing more than a trick of the light. Chapter 17. Home. Whatever race you are, it is a word, a concept, that makes the heart swell with longing. Home can be ancient ancestral lands, or a new place that one has made one's home. Home can even be found in the eyes of the beloved. But we all need it, yearn for it, know that without a home, of some sort, we are incomplete. For many years, each clan had its own home, its own sacred lands, its own spirit of earth, air, water, fire, and spirit of the wilds. The uprooting began and continued, each more shattering than the last, until we came to Kalimdor. Here, I found a home for wandering people, a place of rest and sanctuary, where we could regroup and rebuild. Home for me is now named for my father, the land of Durotar. Durotan lifted his head and sniffed the wind. The scent that filled his nostrils was one of dust and desiccation, a foul and acrid sort of odor. Not the smell of something burning, not quite, but similar. Once, Drekthar would have been able to catch the scent even better than he, but those days had passed. He was no longer a shaman, but a warlock. The air would not waft to him when asked, bearing information as detailed as if it had been written on a piece of parchment. And worse, Drekthar, along with the other warlocks of the Frostwolf clan, did not particularly seem to care. There had been no rain for some time now, and the summer seemed hotter than usual. It was the second summer in a row that rains had come scantily, if at all, and on a whim, Durotan knelt and dug his fingers into the soil. Once, it had been fertile loam, dark brown and emitting a rich, earthly scent. Now, his fingers plunged easily into the dust. Its crust crumbled beneath his fingers, yielding instantly to dissolve into sand that would not hold grasses or crops, would not hold anything. It sifted through his fingers like water. He sensed Draka's approach, but did not turn around. Her arm slipped about his waist from behind, and she pressed against him. They stood like that for a long moment. Then with a final squeeze, she released him and stepped around to face him. Durotan dusted off his hands. "We have never relied that much on what we could grow anyway," he said quietly. Draka regarded him with her dark, knowing eyes. His heart ached to look at her. In so many ways, she was better than he. But she was the mate of the chieftain, not the chieftain, and she did not have to make the choices he did. The choices he had. "We have depended on what we could hunt, mostly," Draka said. "But the animals we hunt survive on what the earth provides. We are all connected. The shaman knew that." She fell silent as one of the younger warlocks hurried by, a small capering thing at its heels. As they passed, the little thing turned to look at Draka and smiled, showing a mouth crammed full of pointed teeth. Draka could not suppress a shudder. Durotan sighed and handed her a scroll. "I just received this. We must all prepare for a long march. We are to leave our lands." "What?" "Blackhand's orders. He has relocated to his new citadel that has been made for him, and he wants his army there. It is no longer enough for us to join together to attack. We must all live together and be ready to follow where Blackhand leads us." Draka stared up at him incredulously, then her eyes dropped to the scroll. She read it quickly, then re-rolled it and handed it to him. "We had best prepare," she said quietly, then turned and strode back to their tent. He watched her go, and wondered exactly what it was that made his heart break at the sight. The citadel was incomplete, but the moment it came into Durotan's sight, he was stopped dead in his tracks. Beside him, there were several odd murmurs. So powerful, so big, worthy of a war chief. Had Durotan spoken, he would have said, "Blasphemous, a blight upon the land, out of harmony with everything we are." The traveling Frostwolf clan was still many leagues distant, but the citadel perched upon the horizon like a buzzard. There was nothing in its design that bespoke orcish building.
This structure, this architectural nightmare, this offense to eye and spirit was larger even than the Draenei buildings. Of course, Durotan knew its purpose, and it would have to be enormous if it were to constantly house an elite force of orcish warriors. Still, he had expected something else. Instead of the smooth, sleek lines that marked the structures of the Draenei, this fortress was sharp and jagged. Instead of coexisting with the landscape, it dominated it. Hewn from black stone and jagged wood and metal, it fairly bristled against the sky. Durotan knew that he could see only the main tower from here, but that was enough. He stood as if rooted to the spot, reluctant to take a single step closer to the monstrosity. A silent look passed between him and Draka. Were they the only ones left who saw? The rest of the Frostwolves moved forward, passing their chieftain. Reluctantly, Durotan squeezed his mount and continued. Proximity to the fortress did nothing to make it seem more attractive. Now Durotan could see other buildings, barracks, storage silos, a flat expanse of training areas that were crowded with large weapons he had never seen before. They too looked dark and dangerous and deadly. Officious members of the Blackrock clan and others greeted Durotan perfunctorily and sent the Frostwolves to a flat area in the western part of the complex to begin setting up tents. It was heading on toward dusk when Durotan received the summons to report to the courtyard of the citadel, along with several other members of his clan. The group of about 20 walked the distance and waited. He heard the drums first in the distance. Durotan tensed. They had specifically been instructed not to bring any weapons, just to come and wait for her. They were not told what. Draka glanced at him uneasily. He had no assurance to offer her. He was as in the dark about what was to unfold as she. The drums came closer. The earth began to vibrate beneath Durotan's feet. Such was not unusual when the drumming started in circle, but so far away. He heard other concerned murmurings, and knew that he was not the only one with a twinge of apprehension. The earth continued to shake, the vibrations growing stronger. 2 Blackrock riders approached, looking exultant. "Do not fear, proud members of the Horde," one of them cried. "Our new allies, brought into our ranks by the mighty Blackhand, are approaching. Welcome them." There was something familiar in the feel of the ground shaking. The only other time Durotan had ever experienced such a thing was when he had been fighting. "Ogres," someone screamed. And indeed, now Durotan could see them. Dozens of them, huge and purposeful, were striding toward the gathered groups of orcs. More wolf riders from the Blackrock clan were trotting about, shouting and blowing horns with triumph. The crowd was going insane with delight, yelling and dancing and cheering wildly. These were the new allies. Durotan could scarcely believe it. Even as he stared, unable to find words, the biggest ogre he had ever seen appeared. Blackhand himself strode beside him, his movements as lithe and proud as if the man was playing did not make him look like a child's toy. "We will crush the Draenei," Blackhand bellowed, and as if they had been awaiting cue, the ogres marching with him cried, "Crush, crush, crush!" For a sick, dizzying moment, Durotan was a child again, fleeing before such a monster. He blinked, and he again saw in his mind's eye his father's strong frame smashed and broken, blood and life dripping into the ground, Garad's skull crushed like a nut by a single blow from an ogre's club. Orcs were fighting alongside monstrous, evil-brained creatures in an effort to destroy an intelligent, peaceful race. The world had gone mad. Velen shuddered. His assistant was at his elbow, offering a warm, soothing drink, but the prophet waved it away. No comfort would come from the beverage now. No comfort could ever truly come again. He had grieved when word had come that Telmor had fallen, and with the city his dear friend rested on. It had been even more painful to hear how the attack had occurred. Velen had seen something special in the youth Durotan had been, and his treatment at York's hand had only served to confirm his faith in the chieftain fight alongside the Dreadnought to overthrow Kill Jake once he learned of how he could be. He dismissed the thought of it at once. It was probable that those who were being used by Kill Jake knew the Eridon's true nature and purpose, and the offer of power likely seemed believable as well as seductive. So had Archon and Kill Jake succumbed, and they were far older, stronger, and wiser than his friend. And now, this vision of the insult nature, the vision of a lumbering Horde allied with the Horde, something that he once would have dismissed as a dream brought on by a too rich man. Now he knew it to be the truth. Something had changed the inherent nature of the Horde so drastically, so irrevocably, that they had allied with creatures that they had hated for generations against the Dreadnought, a people they had been sensible friends with for almost as long. If this had happened elsewhere, the response would have been similar. Gone would gather his people in fleet, protected by their honor. But the ship had crashed, and Kiora lay dying. There was no escape out of it fighting against its Horde, and praying that somehow, somewhere, they would survive. Ah, Kiora, my old friend, how I miss your wisdom, and how bitter it is that you leave the hands of the enemy. He does not even understand that you exist. He held the stone known as the Spirit Sun close to his heart, and felt the faintest flickers of the dying light. Then closed his eyes and bowed his head. Gul'dan looked around the room with utter satisfaction. Everything was going as planned. The Shadow Council had been meeting for some time, and thus far, Gul'dan felt confident that he had selected the plan. They were all prepared, men, eager, to turn their backs on the people in order to advance their own aspirations to power. They had accomplished so much already, acting to a puppet that was foolish enough to believe he was a true part of the council, rather than simply a mouthpiece. It had been easy to get elected fortune, and as long as the council smiled and nodded at him in a few moments when he attended the meeting, he did not question his position. But Blackman always departed before the real meeting began, sent on some mission, and made his barrel chest swell with pride. Greetings, Gul'dan said as he slipped into his chair at the head of the table. As always, there's Ulver to the corner, never invited to sit with the others, but permitted to hear their conversation. Kill Jake had so instructed, and while Gul'dan was unsure as to why his benefactor desired this, he wanted nothing more than to stay Kill Jake's good graces and was not to let him. The council murmured perfunctory greeting, and Gul'dan got down to business. How are the various clans reacting to the idea of Ulver and his allies? Argon, let's start with you. The chieftain of the Shattered Kingdom grinned and blinked. They are primed for bloodshed, and they don't care who else has slid over when I goes. Lord Blackwood filled the cavern, as many of the council nodded in agreement. In the dim light provided by the torches, their eyes seemed to go back to their own. A few, however, scowled and did not join in the act. I heard protests from some of the White Claw clans, and Durrican of the Crossroads still bent watching, for all that he led the attack with help. Gul'dan held up a hand. Do not fear. I have had Durrican in my mind for some time. Why has he not been eliminated? Hardback growled angrily. It would be easy to replace him with another more in line with our plans. Durrican has become well known for disagreeing with Blackman's position, and yours as well. That is precisely why I still need him alive, Gul'dan said, watching to see who understood without further explanation. He saw comprehension register on a few faces, while others still looked puzzled and angry. Because he is known for a more moderate stance, Gul'dan continued, regretful that he had to spell it out for anyone on the council. When he does finally go along, everyone else who might have doubts goes with him. He speaks for many who cannot dare speak for themselves. If Durrican agrees, so goes their logic, and it must be all right. As Targat mentioned, the Frostwood clan is not the only one who appears to have the reservations. But, what if there comes a time that he does not agree? Some line he is not willing to cross. Gul'dan smiled thoughtfully. Then we will deal with him in a way that best advances our power without placing him at risk. As we always do, Gul'dan decided it was time to change the subject. He leaned forward, placing his hand on the table. Speaking of those who have reservations, I have heard that there are some who continue to attempt to contact the elements and ancestors. One of the members of their company. I have attempted to dissuade them, but I cannot see how I can punish them for it. It was, after all, believed that the ancestors wanted us to attack the Dreadnought that made this even possible. He sounded a bit defiant. Gul'dan smiled reassuringly. Yes, indeed. That was the bait that hooked them so deep. He glanced over at Natsu. The older shaman met his eyes and glanced down quickly. Such had been the fate that took Natsu as well. Fate that did not hold the same appeal for Gul'dan. But that is no longer necessary, Gul'dan continued. We must make sure that there is no turning back to the old ways. We have been lucky indeed in our campaign, and with the Ogre, success is likely to continue. But if there are any setbacks, any battles that go forward, then those who still hold shamanism close to their hearts will find the friction again. That won't do at all. He tapped his chin thoughtfully. We must do more than simply encourage warlock practices. We must actively discourage shamanism. It would be unfortunate if for some reason the ancestors actually were able to communicate with sense was well into the heart of so vast. Until recently, they had dwelt in a state of being out in peace and tranquility, but now, defilement and hatred and danger had come. They could not reach the sleeping, beloved living any longer. And the beloved living did not come as they used to replenish the sacred pool unintentionally to keep the other alive. Only the greatly deceived one would come, weeping and begging, but too far lost in the deception. Suddenly, their deep dream was disrupted. A tremor was breathing. Feeling savagely, they cried out for aid from the other, who could not help them, could not help himself. The dark unholiness that had once been beings of youth had come. The ancestors sensed their approach. There came the next one, filling their powers, bringing a ring of darkness and suffering from the base of the mountain. Darkness visible dancing and twisted things, were false and friends, lured by the promise of power, but now with the promise of the obliteration of heaven. The ancestors felt the seething, focused hatred coalesce into the manifestation of Greek's black energy, whipping around like separate tentacles, seeking a dreadful union. Slowly, inexorably, they strangled holding police until a rope of dragon power choked them out, sealed it shut, preventing any lost order from entering, and effecting full from the body. And now, the other two cried out to breathe as the circle was sealed shut. For without the shaman to bring the water, they could not even continue to attempt to heal itself. And without the other, they would eventually be their ancestors. Far away in their sleep, the few orcs still secretly thought themselves as shaman, trembling at night. Their dreams corrupted in the night, and then this moment, to escape from the dream. Chapter 18. I am one of the second wave of shaman, just as I am the leader of the second, and I pray for a better and wiser incarnation of the Lord. I have spoken with the elements and spirits, and I have felt them working in harmony many times, and refusing their aid almost as often. But I have never seen the spirits of the ancestors, not even in my dreams. And I still yearn for such a connection. Until very recently, those who once walked the path of the shaman did not even dream of being able to walk it again. But they do. Perhaps one day, the barriers between us and the beloved dead too will be lifted. Perhaps. But I wonder, if they truly knew how far we wandered from their loving teaching, if they saw what we had done for them, done to them, perhaps even now they would turn back and leave us for faith. And if they so chose, I cannot say that I would blame them. I don't understand, I would say. He was the youngest of the first warlock, and still, there again he was forbidden and refused. He had seen Gunslinger's wrinkles and the strange creatures he was forced to utilize in the battle against the dragon. He had seen the youth's face filled with regret until he writhed back and forth. Drekthar brought the boy to Durgan's attention after the declaration of all that condition. What is wrong, hoping that the elements will one day work against him? And why can we not go to Ashram? Durgan had no real answer to him. The decree that no one must ever again practice the shaman regardless of penal severe punishment, or exile, or death, or repeated violation, had seemed unfounded. True, most of those that walked the shaman's path had turned from him and dialed into men. But what about the ancestors? Why in the world, in this time of crisis and need, did Golden forbid the orcs from their sacred place? Because he had no answers for a youth that was open, arrogant, and angry. His voice was corrupt. In order to triumph over the threat, our war chief was concerned now. These allies have given us the warlock power to kill. Do not lie to me. I know you are pleased with the results. Gun shoved me in a long finger, had been working together, and had sloshed the stone. He tossed it up and down in his path. Puritan turned, looking at the boy's skin, the dryness of his place, and harsh conditions under which they had been laboring for nearly 2 years, and now taking toll. Normally smooth brown skin, stretched clay or tough muscle, was dry and flaky. Absent of being scratched by a patch of red skin, Puritan glanced at the skin of the youth, and had a great shame. But monkey, minded, and with timid walked over Durgan. Durgan forced himself to confront him again. There was no mistaking. The skin was indeed slippery. He had no idea what it meant, but it was good. It was straight. He instinctively took the blanket. Young seemed not to have noticed. He hurled the rock at the ground, watching it sail into the distance. Had Young been older, he would have noticed the warning in the twin voices trying to keep him from his doorway. But he was young and wrapped up in his own concerns, and did not heed the warning. The spells, the creatures who obey me. I am pleased with the efficiency, but not with how it is efficient. It feels wrong, watching. Killing is killing, and the elements used to give me powers I killed my foe just as death. But I never felt this way about it when they gave me the power. We were in this war because the ancestors told us we needed to kill the dragon. So why is Golden saying now we cannot go talk to him? Something inside Derrick snapped. He let out a furious bellow and called the boy to his friend. He tweaked the fabric of John's shirt and brought his face to within an inch of the shotgun wall. It doesn't matter, he cried. I will do what is best for the crossroad. And now that means doing what Galdan and Blackman tell us to do. Obey this new order. Gun stared up at him. As abruptly as it came, the white-hot fury departed, leaving sorrow in its wake. Durkin added, in a harsh whisper meant for the boy's ears alone, I won't be able to protect you if you don't. John looked up at him, an odd, orange gleam in his eyes for an instant. Then he looked down and sighed. I understand, my chieftain. I will not bring dishonor upon the prosperous plan. Durkin let him go. John stepped back, straightened his clothes, bowed, and departed. Durkin watched him go, conflicted. John, too, sensed belongings in the way things were unfolding. But a single youth attempting to contact the elements did not stand against it. No one, Durkin thought bitterly, but a single chieftain. The sacred site was the next to fall beneath the might of the Horde. Hard on the heels of the proclamation banning shamanism was the order to march on the place that Draenei called the Temple of Caribou. Although it lay close to the Shadowmoon Valley, the ancestral land of Natsu's own planet, who had taken the name Shadowmoon from that same valley, no orc had ever seen it before. It was a sacred place, and as such had been respected by the orc. At least it had been respected until now. When Blackman stood before the symbol arms and ranked against the so-called spirituality of the Draenei. The cities we have taken so far were mere practice, Blackman declared. One day soon, the capital will be destroyed. But before we shatter the most important city, we will shatter them as a people. We will storm the site, smash their statues, destroy everything and leave anything behind. Slaughter their spiritual leaders. They will lose heart and death. Then claiming their city will be as easy as killing a blind wolfpack. Wilton, who stood with the other arm of mounted warriors, glanced at Odin. As was almost always the case, his old friend stood at Blackman's side. Odin had become a master at keeping his face in passing, but he could not completely hide his feelings from Wilton. He, too, knew what this meant. The temple was no one's home. The prophet had only been visiting Talmud that day, and Odin and Durkin had met him. His place was in the temple, where he prayed and meditated, and served as a prophet and guide to his people. They would very well slay him this day if he was there too. It had been hard enough to kill Restaurant. Durkin would have prayed that he would not be forced to kill Dylan too, had it been leaving making. 6 hours later, as he stood atop the stairs to the great admirable temple of the Draenei, he almost choked from the smells that assaulted his nostrils. The now familiar red of Draenei blood, the stench of urine and feces, and the thick odor of beer, the sweet, poignant smell of incense. Blood covered the soles of his boots as they crunched on strewn mushrooms, releasing a clean fragrance that somehow made all the other things so much worse. Durkin doubled over and vomited, with taste sour in his mouth. He heaved and choked until his stomach was utterly empty. Then with trembling hands, rinsed his mouth with water and spat. Harsh laughter greeted his ears, and he blushed. He turned to see Blackman's two-man friend, grin in hand, laughing. That's the spirit, he said, chuckling to them. That's all they deserve. Our vomit and spit. Yeah, said Blackman, unoriginally. Our vomit and spit. Then he kicked the corpse of a nearby priest battered pale purple vegetables and spat on. Durkin turned away in disgust and horror, but there was no respite. Everywhere he looked, he saw orcs doing the same thing to Fulton, defiantly, brutally, putting on their bloody, red robes and parading about mocking. Others were methodically filling sacks with beautiful carved bowls and plates and candles, while they crunched on sweet fruit that had been left as offerings to deities that the orcs would begin their return and great wanton. Blackman, with another victory to his credit, had found something about the cold beverage and was chugging it down so quickly, some of the green fluid spilled and rolled onto his arm. Is this what we have become? Murderers of unarmed priests, ruining the things fully to them, the violence of their very body. Mother for sure. In a way, I am glad for the dead priests. I would not want them to see it. They have taken the temple, said Fulton, but they have not bound in their bodies. Still Jaden voice with his clean smooth as ever, but his tail laughed madly. Galdan's stomach clenched in fear. Belling the traitor must have known somehow, Galdan said. He was called prophet after all. Kil'jaeden's massive head whipped around, and Galdan had to force himself not to quail. Then Kil'jaeden nodded slowly. You are right, he said. If you were an easy and stupid enemy, I would have found it near now. Galdan began to breathe again. Part of him burned to ask what Balin had done to want warriors. He was certain. His own kind ordered to himself such a single-minded future. But Galdan was wise enough to keep silent. He could live with his curiosity and satisfied on his particular issue. With their temple taken for our own purpose, owners. Blackton was quite comfortably ensconced in the city. But before you order your little puppets to attack the village longer, I have a little gift for them. Ner'zhul waited until Gul'dan was finished. He watchfully packed both lids as Gul'dan wrote letter after letter, getting himself from his stubby fingers, using the same subterfuge to pop it through food or a chunk of meat into his mouth. These were important letters, but normally Gul'dan would have an unfruit scribe send out missives. The temper of it, purged, was the word Gul'dan. The precept lingered to break and foolishly stand against the way forth had been filled with ruthless speed and efficiency. Ner'zhul heard that their bodies had been violent, and found that one of them still held on to enough compassion that the thought sickened. Those violated bodies were long gone, as were their sacred items. Much of the temple had been closed off. The council and the servants could now require that much room. Some furnishings had been taken and used for the council's needs. Others had been torn down or removed, and placed at the guard, ominously, despite the decorations that were rapidly becoming inextricably associated with the Horde. The entire structure had been renamed the Black Temple, and instead of priests and prophets, now played host to lions and traders. Ner'zhul mused bitterly. He was certainly among that number. At last, Gul'dan was finished. He dusted the ink with powder, and then sneered and sat back. He looked up at his former master, who thinly veiled disgust, addressed him and taking him to the courier. See that you do it quickly. Ner'zhul inclined his head. He still could not bring himself to bow before his erstwhile apprentice, and Gul'dan, knowing full well just how broken Ner'zhul was, did not press him. He sat down in the chair Gul'dan vacated, and when only Gul'dan's heavy stride could no longer be heard, he immediately began to read. Gul'dan expected him to read the letters from forth, and indeed, there was nothing contained in them that Ner'zhul could not know. He was privy to all meetings of the Shadow Council, though he was forced to sit on the cold stone floor of the Black Temple, and not at the huge stone table for those who had the real part. He was not certain just why he was allowed it, only that for some reason Kil'jaeden wanted him there. Otherwise, he was certain Gul'dan would have dispatched him like that. His eyes grew at the words, and he was sickened by them. He felt utterly inept, like a fly trapped in the sticky sap that flowed down the bark from the lemon tree, or that used to. From what he had heard, the trees that provided the sweet nectar had either been cut down or were used for weapons, or were died. Ner'zhul shook off the imagery and began to roll up the missive. His eyes falling on an unused piece of parchment and still filled with a pen. The thought was so audacious, his heart stopped for an instant. Quickly he looked around. He was completely alone. There was no reason to expect Gul'dan back. Gul'dan, Kil'jaeden, the council, they thought it broken. Its harmless as a nature, two of its work that warmed its old bones by the fire, until at last it slipped into the sleeping nap. But they were wholly right. Mostly. Ner'zhul had reconciled himself to the fact that the antagonist's power had taken away from him. His power, but not his will. That too had been taken from him. He would have been unable to resist Kil'jaeden. my head, I'd be grateful that I was not forced to make the choices like that. Gul'dan was so excited he could hardly contain himself. He had looked forward to this moment ever since Phil Jaden had first spoken. He had wanted to move forward even faster with his mastermind, until Jaden chuckled and counted patience. I have seen them, and they are not quite ready yet. Timing is everything, Gul'dan. The same blow delivered too early or too late is not killing, only wounds. Gul'dan nodded, not out of breath, but understood what Phil Jaden meant by it. But now, at last, Phil Jaden got the orcs ready for the final step. The black temple in the central courtyard opened in the night sky. When the temple belonged to the Dreadnought, this area had been a rush start with a rectangular pool at the center. The converts had jumped in Phil to sweep for water over the last few weeks with no care about replenishment. Now the pool was nothing more than an empty space in the center of the garden. The trees and flowering plants that had surrounded it had lost its sky, withering with astonishing speed. At Phil Jaden's request, Hazel and Gul'dan had stood beside him at the pool. Neither of them knew what to expect. For long hours they stood in utter silence. Gul'dan wondered if perhaps he had to squeeze his lure in front right. He thought he would break out in cold sweat, and he glanced nervously at Hazel. He wondered if perhaps tonight the defiant shaman was going to be slain for his disobedience, and he perked up a bit at the thought. His mind was wandering, considering various torments that might be imposed upon Azul, when a sudden loud crack of thunder made them both gasp aloud. Gul'dan looked up at the sky, where there had hitherto been a host of stars. Now there was only black emptiness. He swallowed hard. His eyes riveted on the darkness. Suddenly the darkness began to turn. It looked like a thunderhead, black and pulsing, and it began to swirl and spiral. The spiraling picked up speed. The wind lifted Gul'dan's hair and stirred his livers, gently at first, then more fiercely, until he felt the weight scatter on his skin. The earth beneath his feet rumbled. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Azul glistening, but he could not hear what, if anything, was said. The wind was too loud. The trembling of the earth beneath his increasingly slipping feet too intense. The sky cracked open. Something bright and blazing screamed to earth directly in front of Gul'dan and Azul. It struck the ground so hard that Gul'dan was knocked off his feet. For a long, terrifying minute, he could not breathe. He simply lay on the earth and gasped like a fish until finally his lungs remembered how to function, and he inhaled a great surge of air. He got to his feet, his body shaking uncontrollably. He lost his weapon and wiped it out. It towered over him. Chunks of earth flew as it shook 4 legs that ended in nose, flat arms, rubbery wings and bones. Its hair was more green, brilliant green tendrils over its neck and down its back. Green eyes glittering like fiery stars, and its swooping tusks caught the dim light as it opened its mouth. It seemed to have row after row of sharp teeth, and its bellow made Gul'dan want to drop to the earth and weep in utter terror. Somehow, he remained standing, silent before the monstrosity. It raised its clenched fists and shook them fiercely, and lowered its head and looked around at the huddled, quaking orc. What is that thing? Gul'dan screamed silently. Suddenly, Phil Jaden appeared, looking down at Gul'dan and grinning fiercely. Behold my lieutenant, Manawak. Well as he served me, and well shall he continue to serve. On other worlds, they call him the Destructor, but here, he is the Savior. Gul'dan, blurted Phil Jaden, and suddenly Gul'dan felt weak and sick of him. You know what I am offering for paper. Gul'dan swallowed hard. He did not dare glance at Azul, whose gaze fell borne into his back. Yes, he knew well what Phil Jaden was offering. Power beyond imagining, and slavery for eternity. Phil Jaden offered the former to Azul in exchange for Ladder, and Azul, a coward, and bulk. He had not wanted to do this before. Gul'dan was untroubled by such scruples. All he could think of was the reward Phil Jaden promised. I do know, Raven, Gul'dan said, surprised by the strength and steadiness of his voice. I know, and I accept my lord's most generous offer. Phil Jaden smiled. Excellent, he said. You are wiser than your predecessor. Confident and waiting, Gul'dan turned to gloat at Azul. The elder shaman stared at his former apprentice imploringly. He did not dare to speak, of course, but he did not need to. Even in the dim light of the stars, his expression was clear to read. Gul'dan's lips curled around his tusks, and he turned back to the dark Manawak. It was terribly imposing, but Gul'dan's fear had retreated in the face of his overwhelming desire for power. He gazed at the being, knowing that it, like he himself, was highly regarded by the one he had served. They were brothers in arms. Only a special blade can do what I ask of you, mumbled Phil Jaden. He extended his hand. The dagger seemed tiny in comparison to the huge palm upon which it rested, but it was quite large when Gul'dan curled his own fingers around it. This has been forged in the fires of the mountain in the distance, Phil Jaden said, pointing to the smoking mountain. soon be you who rules the Horde. They are ready. They thirst for what will give them. Told anything turned to look at the flame liquid. All those quenched that wind, and ready. The now familiar warning, awakening the Horde and summoning them to the courtyard, blew before dawn. Durgan had not been sleeping. He could not sleep until morning. He had dropped a rose without a word, and began to dress. Suddenly, he heard her inhale swiftly. He turned at once to see that she was staring at him, her eyes wide. What is it? He asked. Your skin, she said quietly. He looked down at his bare chest. The skin was dry and flaky, and as he scratched at it, the skin beneath it looked green. He remembered seeing the same too, and getting that skin not so long ago. It's just the light, he said, trying to reassure them both. She would not be so easily placated. Draco lifted her own arm with strength. Her skin, too, was green. She lifted dark eyes at him. They both saw. There was no trick of the light. What is happening to us? Draco asked. Durgan had no answer. They continued to dress in silence. As he went outside to the courtyard to wait, Durgan's eyes kept traveling to his arm. The strange green hue of his skin made the beat vented by the light. The announcement about the symbol had come yesterday afternoon, during a training session with some of the younger Orc. Durgan still could be used to seeing children doing, a few months earlier, having barely able to walk, now wielding swords and axes with extraordinary power. They seemed content with their new status, even pleased, but Durgan fought the urge to shake his head every time he saw them. Durgan found he could not even summon curiosity about the next target. It would be the same as before: slaughter, rage, defilement of corpses. Recently, even the bodies of fleeing Horde had been left where they had fallen, the weapons and armor taken to be used on living bodies. Sometimes a flame of family members bowed over the corpse for a moment, but even that was happening less frequently. Gone were the days of bringing home beyond the dead, and placing them in deep ritual upon a female pyre, their spirits sent without ceremony to join the ancestors. Now, there was no time for rituals, or pyres, or the ancestors. There was no time for death. There was no time for anything, it would seem, but slaughter in general, and mending weapons and armor, so the Horde could go out again to continue the task. He stood with dull eyes in the courtyard, awaiting his orders. Blacking rode to the gate of the citadel, where they could see him clearly. There was a wind to them, nothing to block it from its desolate place. It caused the bandits of the various trains to snap fiercely. They had a long march ahead of them, Black replied. You were told to pack supplies. I hope you listened. Warriors, your weapons must be ready, and your armor sound. Healing, have your ointments, potions, and bandages with you. But before we march to war, we will march to glory. We get to the hill, and point off in the distance, to the sullen mountain that jutted against the sky-flat black smoke. That is our first destination. We will stand on the mountain. What happens there will be remembered for 1,000 years. We will begin a time in which the Horde, with no power that we have never before tasted. He paused to let them sink in, and nodded, visibly pleased at the gleam of that lamp in the crowd. Durgan tense, said, it would be today. Never want to talk more than we needed to. Blacking ended this rallying speech with, let us go. Horde surged forward eagerly, curious and excited at Blackman's words. Durgan looked quickly at Draken, who merely nodded in support of his plan. Then, forcing his heavy feet to move, he followed, caught up in the attack. There was a narrow, steep path that led partway up a smoky mountain to a large flat hill. He looked at Durgan, as if a chunk of the mountainside had been cut away with a sword strike, so unnaturally perfect resting. His skin bald like a rock. Very little that communicated life and face was natural, it seemed. Three white slabs of black, polished stone lay in the road, partially embedded in the Perhaps after all, the letter had not been sent by someone who wished him good. Perhaps it had been a trap. Gul'dan barely had time to keep the child from wrong before the other orcs did, and shuddered.
He doubled over for a moment, and the crowd murmured in worry. Durotan stared, horrified, as Grom's hunched-over body pulsated and quivered. Before his eyes, Grom's shoulders, slender for an orc's, broadened. His armor creaked as it settled over his newly powerful body. Slowly, Grom straightened. Tall as ever he had been, reshaped by the green liquid to be stronger and thickly muscled, he looked out over the crowd. What Durotan could see of his face was smooth and healthy and, save for the tattooed jaw, completely green. Grom threw his head back and shrieked again. The cry was louder than Durotan had ever heard it. It was almost like a knife made of sound that ripped through one's body and left one shattered and bleeding. Durotan covered his ears, as did nearly everyone else, but he could not tear his gaze from Grom's face. Grom's eyes now glowed red. "How do you feel, Grom Hellscream of the Warsong clan?" asked Gul'dan, with a peculiar mildness. Grom's expression of ecstasy was so keen it was almost pain, and he seemed to grope for the words. "I feel magnificent. I feel—" He broke off and screamed a third time, as if only the primal cry would do. "Give me Draenei flesh to tear and rip. Draenei blood on my face. I will drink it down until I can hold no more. Give me their blood." His chest heaved with the passion of his emotions, his fists clenching and unclenching. He looked prepared to attack an entire city with nothing but his bare hands, and Durotan thought he would win that battle. Hellscream motioned to his clan. "Voices of the Warsong, come forth. Not a one of you will be denied this ecstasy." The Warsong warriors rushed forward, all eager to feel what their chieftain was feeling. The cup was passed around, and one by one they drank. Each one shuddered for a moment in deep pain. Each one passed through that pain to apparent delight and obviously increased strength. And the eyes of every one who drank turned a blazing red. Blackhand watched, his frown increasing. When the last of the Warsongs had drunk from the cup, he grunted. "I will drink," he demanded, seizing the cup and swigging down with a great gulp. Blackhand clutched his throat for a moment, but stayed completely silent while whatever dark magic was in the cup did its hellish duty. He had removed his armor, and the muscles rippling and growing beneath his taut green skin were clearly visible. Red eyes glowed when he finally looked up. He motioned to his sons, and Maim and Ren shoved other orcs perfunctorily out of their way as they rushed forward. Durotan saw Griselda, Blackhand's only daughter, hesitate before she, too, stepped up to drink. Blackhand sneered at her. "Not you," he snarled. Griselda drew back as if struck. Durotan, who had always been fond of the girl, breathed a sigh of relief. Blackhand intended to shame her. Instead, he was unwittingly giving her a great gift. Blackhand motioned to Ogrim. "Come, friend Ogrim, drink with me." Even now, as his best and oldest friend was being summoned to drink the dark liquid, Durotan could not speak, but thankfully he did not need to. Ogrim bowed his head. "My chieftain, I will not take that glory from you. I am your second, not chieftain, and I do not seek that position." Durotan sagged with relief. Ogrim saw what Durotan had seen, even though he was not privy to the information Durotan had been given. He was not a fool. He owned his own soul, and he would not surrender it for the sort of power that racked the body and made the eyes burn with such a sinister gleam. Now the other clan chieftains lined up, anxious for this blessing that had so excited two of their most famous and respected chieftains. Durotan did not move. Drekthar leaned in and whispered, "My chieftain, do you not wish the blessing?" Durotan shook his head. "No, nor will I permit any of my clan to drink." Drekthar blinked, shocked. "But, Durotan, it is obvious that this drink grants great power and passion. You would be a fool not to drink it." Durotan shook his head, recalling the contents of the letter. He had been skeptical at first. Now he was certain. "I would be a fool if I did," he said quietly, and when Drekthar tried to protest, he silenced the former shaman with a look. Unbidden and unexpected, words from the Draenei prophet Velen floated back to Durotan. "We chose not to sell our people into slavery, and for that we were exiled." Durotan knew in his bones that once the orcs had drunk from this chalice, their will was no longer theirs. Gul'dan was doing exactly what the leaders on the Draenei's home world had done. He had sold his people into slavery. History was repeating itself. Now it was Durotan who defied his leaders for the sake of his people. Perhaps he and his clan, like the Draenei, would soon be exiled ones. It did not matter. What he was doing was right. He realized that now all the chieftains save he had drunk, and the moment he had dreaded was upon him. Gul'dan waved him forward. "The mighty Durotan, the hero of Telmor." Durotan forced his face to remain still. "Come and join with the other chieftains. Drink your fill from the chalice." "Nay, Gul'dan, I will not do so." In the light of the torches, Durotan could see that muscle twitch near Gul'dan's right eye. You refuse. Do you think you are better than the others? Do you think that you do not need the blessing? The other chieftains were frowning now. Their breathing labored as if they had been running, their brows glistening with sweat. Durotan did not rise to the bait. It is my choice. Perhaps others in your clan feel differently, Gul'dan said, sweeping his arms to include the Frostwolf clan in his expansiveness. Will you let them drink then? No. I am the chieftain of the Frostwolf clan, and this is what I have chose. Gul'dan stepped down from the obsidian slab and strode to Durotan. He leaned in and whispered in the chieftain's ears. What do you know, and how do you know it? It was no doubt meant to be an intimidating gesture, but instead Durotan was filled with new hope. Gul'dan felt threatened. But instead of sending an assassin in the night to dispatch someone he regarded as an inconvenience, he was trying to bully Durotan into submission. He had just confirmed the truth of the contents of the mysterious letter, and revealed that he had no idea who its author was. Durotan realized he could survive this and still protect his clan. He said, equally quiet, I know enough, and you will never discover how I learned it. Gul'dan pulled back and forced a smile. It is indeed your choice, Durotan, son of Garad, and if you choose to deny yourself such a blessing, then you must bear the consequences. The words were double-edged, but Durotan did not care. Another day, he might need to worry about what Gul'dan had planned for him, but not tonight. Gul'dan returned to his position and cried out to the crowd. All who wish the blessing of the mighty Kil'jaeden, our benefactor, have received it. Think of this place as hallowed ground, for here the orcs took steps to becoming something far greater than what we were born as. Think of this mighty mountain as Kil'jaeden's throne, where he sits and watches, and blesses us as we do work that will purge us still further of anything other than the best of which we are capable. He stepped back and nodded to Blackhand. His eyes glowing red, his armor catching the flickering of torches, Blackhand lifted his arms and cried, Tonight we make history. Tonight we attack the last remaining stronghold of our enemy. We will tear limbs from bodies. We will bathe in blood. We will storm through the streets of their capital like their worst nightmare. Blood and thunder. Victory to the Horde. Durotan stared. Tonight, there had been no strategy discussed. This was not some little hamlet or village Blackhand was talking about, but the Draenei capital. This was their place of last refuge, and he was certain they would fight more fiercely than they had ever before, like cornered animals. He recalled the huge engines of war that had been built, and knew that Blackhand had ordered them moved. Where, neither Durotan nor the others knew. Madness. This was madness. And as he looked at the screaming bodies surrounding him, their eyes all twin pinpricks of crimson light, he realized that the word was truer than he thought. Those who had drunk from the tainted cup had indeed gone mad. Grom Hellscream danced closer to the fire, waving his newly muscular arms and throwing his head back, the firelight dancing on the once brown skin that had now turned green. Durotan, sick and dazed with horror, looked into glowing red eyes that were so akin to those of the enslaved creatures the warlocks commanded. That green skin, the same green hue that was already tainting the skins of the warlocks, like Gunn, was even starting to taint Durotan's own skin, and that of the one he loved with all his heart. He thought of the contents of the letter, written in an archaic tongue that few but the highly educated, the shaman and the clan leaders, would know. You will be asked to drink. Refuse. It is the blood of twisted souls, and it will twist yours, and those of all who imbibe. It will enslave you forever. By the love of all we once held dear, refuse. The ancient language had a single word for twisted souls. These were the things that were held in check by the warlock's will, but just barely. The fluid that had passed the lips of those Durotan had called both friend and foe had been the blood of one such. And Durotan watched as the twisted souls, that the orcs now were somehow bound to, danced insanely in the torchlight before racing down the mountain to run, fueled with unnatural rage and energy, to attack the most fortified city this world had ever seen. Twisted souls. Daemons. Demons. Chapter 20. I have spoken to many who were there at the destruction of the city of Shattrath. When I ask them about the events, their minds are clouded, and their recall is poor. Even Drekthar, who remembers so much with astonishing clarity, stammers and hesitates when asked to recall the details. It is as though with demonic blood fresh in their mouths, those who drank can remember only the fury they felt, and not what they did in its grasp. And even those who did not drink, that small handful of which Drekthar is a member, even they cannot summon the details to mind. It is as if such an atrocity was so horrific that it wants to be forgotten. That some Draenei survived the assault is not in doubt, I have seen the sad, pathetic things that were once the glorious Draenei with my own eyes, wandering forlornly here in Azeroth, soft and shattered, crying for home. These, lost ones, are to be pitied. So it is that this account is vague, and I regret it. Such a moment, dark though it may be, should not be forgotten or glossed over. But such is the chronicler's challenge. The orcs charged down the trail, burning with a feral need to destroy. Some were so overflowing with rage and hatred that they took swipes at the very rocks as they passed them. Sonic bellowed their fury. Others were grimly, deathly silent, all their energies contained and simmering, ready to be released at the proper moment. During that long run, Durotan was more afraid of his own people, of individuals that he had once called friend, than of any ogre wielding a club, or any herd of Talbuks, or any enraged, attacking Draenei. He was cold with sweat, shaking in his boots, but not from any fear for himself. His fear was for what would happen next, not to the Draenei, for their destiny was surely already written, but to the orcs. He could not bring himself in those moments as they are running to Shattrath, to call them the Horde. At one point, a horrible rumbling knocked them all off their feet. As they clambered upright, they turned and looked back to where they had come. It looked as if the mountain had exploded. Liquid fire was belched into the night sky, hurtling upward, then falling and splattering down the jagged peak. It radiated and glowed like the demon blood that the orcs had just drunk, though its hue was orange-yellow and not an eerie green. More and more molten stone was spewed from the mountain. It was a glorious, mesmerizing, and horrific sight. The orcs took it as a sign, and a cheer erupted from their ranks. After a few moments of celebrating at the very mountain, the throne of Kil'jaeden blessing their endeavor, they turned and continued their race towards slaughter. A mile outside the city, they slowed. An area had been cleared, and recently too, and for a moment, the first orcs to arrive at this site simply stared in confusion. This was where they had been told to assemble. This was where their war engines were supposed to have been quartered. Then, with no warning, something materialized right in front of their eyes. The orcs drew back, hissing. Then, in the face of all sanity and logic, they started snarling at the huge being. It towered over them, 3 times taller than the tallest ogre, red from its cloven hooves to the tip of its lashing tail, from its jutting horns to its sharp black nails. Its size was nothing like they had ever seen, but its shape. Durotan stared at it, thinking that it looked like nothing so much as a gigantic, crimson-skinned Draenei. The sudden realization that the orcs had been plunged into a personal conflict that should never have concerned them crashed over him like a tidal wave. "You have nothing to fear, and everything to celebrate, you, who have sworn your allegiance to me," it cried, its voice penetrating to the very bone. "I am Kil'jaeden, the beautiful one, the one who has been with you since the beginning, and I am with you now as you head to the most glorious battle yet. Once, the wicked Draenei plotted against you, hiding an entire city from your eyes. But you have destroyed that city, and others, and vanquished their temple. All that remains is this one final battle, and then the threat will be eliminated. The green stone that once hid the city of Telmor from you now hides their doom from them. Kella, Men, Samir, Sole, Ama, Kal." And the illusion was dispelled. Before them were dozens of catapults, battering rams, siege weapons of all varieties. Standing beside the engines of war were the ogres, still and silent, their stupid faces filled with determination. They bore weapons suited to their size, and Durotan realized that there were at least 3 dozen of them ready to fight. They made the huge weapons look like toys. "There is more," Kil'jaeden said, and waved his hands. The warlocks all cried out and grasped their heads for a moment, then blinked and grinned. "New spells have flooded your minds. Use them well. Take the Draenei, now." As if he had opened a gate, the bloodthirsty orcs leaped into motion. Some of them made for the weapons by which a walled city would fall, pushing them forward with a strength which Durotan had never before seen them display. The ogres immediately went to the others, moving the enormously heavy weapons at a brisk pace. Other orcs were too far sunk in bloodlust, and simply raced forward in the direction of the city. What they would do when they got there, Durotan did not know, but he and his clan followed dutifully. The war machines propelled by the ogres and the orcs rumbled steadily on, but even before they were maneuvered into position, the walls that protected the city were under attack. Enormous, green-glowing rocks fell from the sky to slam into the city. Towers and citadels that had risen above the wall level cracked and shattered, and the wall itself was starting to crumble in several places. But it was not just boulders falling from the sky that comprised the attack. It was what rose from them once they had landed. Moving deliberately, but with sickening speed, creatures that appeared made of the same glowing green stone got to their feet and charged. They hammered at the wall, joined now by more mundane stones hurled by the catapults and huge tree trunks rammed into the great gate door. Two ogres were pounding on the door with their clubs, and the timber shuddered. From within, Durotan could hear cries of fury and horror as the Draenei tried to battle the creatures, infernals, as he heard one warlock refer to them. Most of the warlocks were using these new servants, but a few still had the smaller, more familiar creatures obeying their commands. The city could not last long under such an assault. With a mighty crash, an entire section of stone wall crumbled. The tide of crazed orcs and bellowing ogres swarmed through the breach thus created, shrieking and swinging weapons. Durotan remained where he was, rooted to the earth, watching as the orcs fought and killed and died. The rage and fury he had seen them display before in the thick of battle was nothing compared to what he saw now. There was no strategy, no attempt at defense, no calls for retreat when retreat was necessary. This was nothing more than murder and slaughter, dealing death and receiving it, stupidly rushing into dead ends where traps had been laid. Such was to be expected from the ogres, and as they fell heavily, blood streaming from their bodies, Durotan did not mourn them. But the orcs, they were beyond caring about anything but the sensation of their own blood singing in their veins, and the battle cries pouring from their throats. Dozens, no hundreds, would die this night. The casualties would render the city unlivable. Come sunrise, blue and green bodies would litter the streets, but for now, it was carnage and chaos in the very depths of insanity. Durotan swung his axe because it was fight or die, and even now, even though he knew his people were on a dark road, he did not wish death. Kil'jaeden and Manoroth stood together, watching the green meteors that housed infernals crashing to the earth. They swarmed like insects, grunted Manoroth. Kil'jaeden nodded, pleased. Indeed, it is beautiful to watch. I am well pleased. What next? Kil'jaeden turned eyes of mild surprise on his lieutenant. Next? There is no next, at least not here. The orcs have fulfilled my purpose. They burn with your blood, my friend. It will consume them eventually, unless they have an outlet for it, and that outlet is only to be found in slaughtering every last Draenei on the face of this world. You watched as fire joined the glowing green hue in the distance. It is well that you are done here, Manoroth said. Archimonde mutters that you are wasting time, and our master wishes us elsewhere. Kil'jaeden sighed. You speak the truth. Sargeras hungers, and he has been very patient with me. I do regret one thing, that I won't be watching as they gut Velen. Oh well, enough to know that it happened. Let us leave this place. He gestured, and both he and his lieutenant disappeared. What do you mean he was not there? Gul'dan shrieked. This could not be. What I said, Blackhand growled. We scoured the city. Velen was nowhere to be found. Perhaps an overeager grunt found him first and mutilated the body, Gul'dan said nervously. This was not good news. He had instructed Blackhand to find the corpse of the prophet Velen and bring the Draenei's head to Gul'dan. It was to be a present to Kil'jaeden. Possible, even likely, Blackhand said. But from what you told me, even if his body had been hacked into pieces, he could not have been mistaken for an ordinary Draenei. Gul'dan shook his head, feeling worried and slightly sick. The Draenei had blue skin and black hair. Velen, their prophet, had pale white skin and white hair. As long as a piece of his skin remained whole, he could be identified. You scoured the city. Blackhand's brows drew together. I told you we did, he said darkly. His breath started to quicken, and his eyes turned even redder as anger rose in him. Gul'dan nodded. Besotted though the orcs were by bloodlust, they would not have failed to search for the body most coveted by their leader. The reward would be too great. The anger if it were overlooked and discovered later, too glorious. Somehow, Velen had escaped. That meant that there were probably other Draenei out there. In a sudden panic that made his heart race, he wondered just how many he had let slip through his fingers, and where in this wide, wide world they had gone. Once, Velen had had an entire temple, filled with acolytes and priests and servants, in which to meditate and pray. Now, he was in a small room, one of only a handful who even had their own room. He held the violet crystal in his hand, and tears poured silent and unheeded down his face. He watched the fall of the city. He had wanted to stay, to lend his own not inconsiderable magic to the fray, but that path would have meant death, not merely his own, but that of his people. They did not need a marshal now. The orcs, their systems permeated with demonic blood, burned with a lust for killing that would not be sated even if they slew every last Draenei in Draenor, would never be sated until death stiffened their corpses. Kil'jaeden and Sargeras' burning legion of demonic forces owned them now. The orcs had numbers, ogres, warlocks, and a fury that would take them physically and emotionally to places where no rational mind would dare travel. There was nothing Velen could do but let the city fall, for there was nothing he could do that could possibly save it. nor could he save the orcs. The only flicker of hope for the eventual redemption of the Horde lay in a single clan who had not drunk the blood, had not made the pact, whose minds and hearts were still their own. Some 80 orcs, and that was all. 80, to stand against over a dozen other clans, most much larger. The orcs would be treated as maddened beasts now, whenever any Draenei chanced upon them. Things to be put down quickly and mercifully, with the understanding that while the orcs did not fully know what they did, they must die regardless. Velen had wanted to abandon the city, to have it standing empty when the orcs descended, wanted to save as many Draenei lives as he could, but Laro here, the quick-speaking, intelligent general who had succeeded Restolon after his murder, had convinced him it would not work. If there is an insufficient number of Draenei to slaughter, Laro here had said, his voice soft and compassionate, but yet hard as steel, then the lust that consumes them will not even be sated temporarily. They will still hunger and catch our scent while it is still new, and track us down. Those who flee will die. They must believe that they have slain most of us, and in order for them to believe that, it must be true. Velen had stared in horror. You would have me send my people to knowingly be slaughtered. All but a handful of us know what we fled on Argus, said Lara here. We remember it. We remember what Kil'jaeden did, what happened to our people. We will, happily die to preserve even a handful of our race uncorrupted. Velen had looked down then, his heart aching. If the orcs believe they have slain us, except for a trivial handful, then Kil'jaeden will be satisfied. He will depart. The orcs will suffer greatly, said Lauer here, and did not look displeased. After what the orcs had done to the Draenei recently, Velen could not blame him. They will, and I have no doubt that they will continue to track us down. But the methods they use to track a few dozen will be different than if they suspect there are a few hundred of us remaining, said Lauer here. It is to our advantage to appear as scattered and helpless as possible. Velen had looked up at Lauer here, haunted. It is easy for you to speak so, but the decision is not yours, it is mine. I must be the one to say, you and your family will come with me and live, but you, and you, and you will stay behind, and let demon-crazed orcs tear you to pieces, and anoint themselves with your blood. Laro here said nothing. There was nothing to say. Velen had spoken with each of his people he had chosen to send to die. He had embraced them and blessed them. He had taken items that meant something to them, and promised to see these things survived. He had watched as, stoic and dried-eyed, these walking dead had repaired their armor and sharpened their swords, as if the outcome was actually in question. And he had watched them as they marched off, singing the ancient songs, to enclose themselves behind a walled city and wait for a mace or an axe or a spear to end their lives. Velen could not go with them. He had unique abilities, and if the Draenei were to survive, he needed to as well. But he had used the crystal to watch every moment of the battle, and the pain he felt was scarring and yet purifying. Not one of these people would have died in vain. The orcs did not know about the Zanga Marsh. They had not yet sniffed out this hiding place, and if Velen had anything to say about it, they never would. Here, the best Draenei minds would continue to devise ways to harness energies and direct them, to keep safe the handful who had survived. Here, they would regroup and recover, heal and wait and pray they had at last tricked Kil'jaeden the Deceiver and escaped his terrible gaze. The orcs had captured 3 of the stones, but Velen still had 4. Fortune's Smile, Eye of the Storm, Shield of the Naru, and, of course, Spirit Song. And although his link with the Naru was tenuous, Kayor yet lived. Even as tears spilled down his white face to drop on the surface of the violet crystal, even as he grieved the utterly tragic loss of so many lives, Velen, prophet of the Draenei, felt hope stirring inside him. Chapter 21. We had lost everything by this point. We had abandoned balance and harmony in our world, and thus the elements had abandoned us. Demons guarded the entrance to Ashagun, cutting us off from the ancestors. Our physical bodies and our very souls had become corrupted from the blood that, in their eagerness for power and strength, most of the orcs had gladly imbibed. And then, when we had done all this to ourselves under the guidance of Gul'dan, Kil'jaeden abandoned us. Thus came what has been called the Dying Time. May its like never visit us again. What do I do? Gul'dan could not believe the words were coming from his own lips, but he was so terrified that advice, any advice, seemed better than this sick fear he lived with. Ner'zhul regarded him with contempt. You made this choice. It's not if you are blameless yourself, Gul'dan snapped. Of course not. I made choices for myself, for my own advancement, but I never threw away the future of my people, my world, for it. Where is the power you were promised now, Gul'dan? The power that you bartered our people for? Gul'dan turned away, trembling. There was no power, and Ner'zhul knew it, which was why his words bit so deeply. Far from rewarding his loyal servant with glories and godhood, Kil'jaeden had simply vanished. All that was left of his presence in this world were the warlocks and their demons, a maddened horde, and a ravaged land. No, he thought. No, that was not all that was left. There was still the Shadow Council. There was still Blackhand, the ideal puppet precisely because he did not realize he was one such. And while the horde was now infused with the blood of demons, and craved violence and destruction more than meat and drink, they had not gotten out of control, at least, not yet. He would summon the council to meet in their beautiful black temple. Doubtless they, too, would be searching for ways to salvage what power was left. Yes, there was still the Shadow Council. The land is dead, Durotan said quietly, as he stood with his old friend surveying what had once been verdant meadows and foothills. Durotan scuffed at the dirt with his boot. Powdery sand and rock were revealed as he kicked away the dead yellow grass. Wind, no longer blocked by trees, whistled past them. Ogrim said nothing for a long time. His eyes told him Durotan was right. He looked to the riverbed where he and Durotan had swum in one of their many challenges, and saw no hint that water had ever flowed in it. What water remained in the land was filthy, clogged with animal corpses and sediment. To drink it was to risk illness. Not to drink was to die. No water, no grasses. Here and there were places that still managed to survive, such as the Terracar forest. Ancestors knew how. The orcs were growing thin, for no grasses meant no herd animals. The last 3 years have seen more orcish deaths, starvation, disease, and battles against the Jedi. More than the land was dead, Ogrim said at last. His voice was thick and heavy. He turned to face Durotan. How was the phosphor of strength of men? To his eyes, he and Durotan looked green. Next to others, such as Ron and Blackhand, they still were more brown and green, but the damage was being done. Durotan theorized that it was the warlock powers that were doing this to the world. Certainly those who had directly drunk whatever potion Gul'dan had contemplated were a more vivid hue than him. Strange, Ogrim thought. There was irony in that while the land turned brown when it should be green, the orcs turned green when it should be brown. Durotan grimaced. Several barrels were stolen in the attacks. Which clan? Shadowkeep. Ogrim nodded. The Frostwood clan was bearing the brunt of the recent flurry of attack. After the Horde had taken Shadowkeep, sightings of the Dreamer had dwindled. It had been a full 6 months since anyone had reported even glimpsing one of their elusive blue-skinned beings, let alone killing them. Durotan had made the Frostwood clan a clear target when they refused to drink from the chalice the night Shadowkeep had fed. And even before then, his reluctance to attack the Dreamer had not gone unnoticed. Now that the Dreamer, the only focus the orcs had as an outlet for their vastly increased bloodlust, were becoming scarce, many felt that somehow Durotan was responsible. Never mind that it was quite likely that the Dreamer had simply been hunted to extinction, that the initial goal of wiping them off the face of the earth had been achieved. I will bring some next time I see you, Ogrim said. I will not take charity. If my clan were in your position, you would beat me nearly senseless and shove the food down my throat rather than let me refuse it, Ogrim said. Durotan laughed and seemed surprised that he did so. Ogrim let himself drink. For a moment, if he could ignore the dead land around him, the unnatural hue of their skins, it was as if the horrors of intervening years had not happened. Durotan's laughter faded, with the present returned. For the sake of the children, I will accept it. He turned his head, again looking out over the wasteland. New names were popping up. Marshlands, Darklands. The Citadel was becoming known as the Hellfire City. The entire area, the Hellfire Peninsula.
strange, dark place that wasn't a vision. He knew it to be true. The vision was that of a baby or should be, dressed in a long cloak that obscured his face. He was slender, even more slender than North female, but somehow Golden immediately sensed that it was a man. Relatively built as it seemed to Golden's eyes. A sense of power that radiated from the stranger all but buffeted Golden. A shiver shook him, and the stranger spoke in his mind. The voice was masculine, oddly pleasant, and profoundly kind. You are feeling a drink. You're alone, said the stranger. Golden nodded, cautious and eager at the same time. The Jaden promised you power, strength, God, things that your world has never even seen, continued the smooth voice from the loud one hidden in the shadow of the cloak's hood. The words caressed Golden, lulled him, and fed him at the same time. But he felt more angry than frightened as he spoke. He abandoned me, Golden said. Caused us to ruin our world, and then left us to die. Have you come from content? Nay, nay, soothed the stranger, in that oddly compelling voice. I come from one even greater. His eyes glittered, deep in the shadow of the little cloak. I come from his master. Golden's skin prickled. His master. And he fell back as his mind was assaulted with images. Images that killed Jaden and Bella and Altamont, as they were so long ago. He saw the transformation of beings in his area, into monsters and demigods. And he sensed, though never saw, the great presence behind it all. His own Jared's. He still could not see the stranger's face, but Golden knew that he smiled. Yes, the one who rules over all, the one who serves. He will soon understand, Golden, that destruction and oblivion are beautiful and pure, but it is the direction in which all beings must turn. You can resist it and be destroyed, or aid it and be rewarded. Cautiously, still worried about the cloaked figure and his honeyed word, Golden asked, what is being asked of me? Your people are dying, the figure said bluntly. There is nothing left in this world for them to destroy. There is nothing left for them to survive. They must go elsewhere. There is enough of food and drink, and worthy prey to slaughter. The orcs hunger now for so much more than food. Give them the blood they crave. Golden narrowed his eyes. That sounds like a reward, not a task to which I am set, he said. It is both, but that is not the only reward the master offers. You rule the Shadow Council, and you have tasted power. You are the greatest warlock that exists among the people, and you know how that feels. Imagine if you were a god, or that trembling. Such had been promised before, but somehow, he knew that the Souljares was much better able to fulfill such extravagant vows. He thought of extending a hand and making the earth tremble, and clenching his heart and stopping his heart. He thought of the eyes of thousands trained upon him, their voices rocked and shouting his name. He thought of tastes and sensations he could not yet even imagine, and his mouth watered. If we ever reach your goal, the stranger said, I would see them then, and you would see your people saved from slaughter and killed. And now Golden could make out just the barest of human features. A pale skin and a thin-lipped mouth framed by black hair and a perfect smile. It is a partnership that would benefit us both. Indeed, Golden agreed. He realized that he was moving toward the stranger as he drawn, and stopped and added, but I cannot believe that this is all you would ask of me. The stranger sighed. Sir Jairus will give you all this, and more, only. He lies in prison. He needs assistance in his sleep. His body is trapped in an ancient tomb, lost beneath the rolling ocean of darkness. He hungers for his freedom, the power that wants his fists to express, and no orc can begrudge him, as you have the power. Bring your orcs to this burden, unspoiled and world. Give them soft flesh into which their actions can find, and keep the denizens of this place, strengthen the people, and with this vast green tide of warriors, join me in liberating our master. Gratitude. Again the slight smile, the glint of white teeth in the beard, and again that powerful bucket of power, mitigated only by the stranger's will. Well, it is likely beyond even your imagination, Golden. seemed like a good partnership. Anything would be better than staying here in this world, which would mean a slow death. Beautiful, bright land, ready for plunder, but all by itself was as large and wide, and there was so much more to come. He gazed at the stranger rapidly. Tell me what to do. Rodan awoke, sprawled on the floor. Beside him on the cold stone of the parchment, covered with instructions, written in his own hand. He scanned it quickly. Horde, Azeroth, humans, and dead. Rodan began to smile. Chapter 22. Can thing be at once a blessing and a curse, a salvation and a doom? For such I hold what happened next in the history of my people. From every account, the demonic energy, used so freely, and with no heed given as to their calm, reached all that was close and life in the world of German. But Jalen wanted to increase the number of words, so that we would be formidable on it, and he had done so, forcing the growth of a young man, robbing him of a child. Now, the world population was larger than it had ever been, and there was no way to beat them. It was clear to me, as it must have been clear to those living through those terrible times, that if we had remained unhammered, our race likely would have died out. But how we left, and why we left, this world still beats and agrees. I do what I can to heal, while still safeguarding the interests of this new horde I have made, but I wonder if these wounds will ever really close. Life for my people, a blessing. Are we a teammate? A curse? The Shadow Clones were nervous, almost as worried sick as Beldan until Jaden's departure. But now they had a direction. He called the council and shared with them the words of the mysterious stranger who called himself the Dead. He spoke of a poor field, clean water, healthy, glossy-coated prey, and he spoke even more glowingly of the beings called humans, who was bright enough to be a challenge, but who would inevitably fall to the superiority of the horde. Water, food, clean, and power to those who agreed to help bring it about, all that said. His voice seductive, almost kind. He occasionally corrected. Their eyes, some red and glowing, some still brown and intense, were focused on him, and he saw hope and greed on their faces. The work began. First, they had to redirect their attention to the starving horde. Rodan was well aware that, with decreasing food supplies and a burning thirst for violence that no longer had an outlet, the orcs had started attacking one another. He had blackened sent out decrees to all the clans, submitting their finest warriors for patrol, one-on-one, or small party fights in public display. The winners were to receive food from the losing clan, and walking up similar steps as a boy, and walking up those steps again with the intent of killing all who found top. Two obelisks pointed to the sky like sharp spears, and the statue of Galvan sat atop of it. The most forbidding of all was the fourth, set a little way back from the other three. This was to be the framework for the actual portal that Galvan kept promising would manifest. Two huge slabs of stone towered into the air, and a third line crossed them to make the most permanent of the gate. Shapes were starting to appear out of the rock, looming shapes of cowled figures on either side, with some sort of serpent integrated atop them. Is this not better than having them riding to your camp and slaughter your men? Gildan continued. Durkin nodded. Yes, in a way, he said. But we still do not know what this is important to. Gildan gestured at the surrounding landscape. The Hellfire Peninsula was one of the most dangerous areas of the world, but far from the only one. Does it matter? We know what it is important from. Durkin grunted with a hint of amusement. I suppose you're right at that. He felt Owen's gray eyes regarding him steadily. Durkin, I have refrained from asking you this, but why did you refuse your queen to drag Galvan off? Durkin looked at his friend, answering one question with another. Why did you yourself mention it? He continued. There was something not right, Owen said at length. I did not like what I saw it doing to the others. Durkin shrugged, hoping his friend would not press the point. You had the same insight as I did. No wonder, said Owen, but he did not question further. Durkin saw no need to reveal what he knew. He had managed to protect his people from the horrors of what drinking demonic blood would do to them. He had asserted himself to Galvan, and thus far, no repercussions had followed. And Owen, ancestors to be praised, had had wisdom enough to realize that there was something amiss, and had also confirmed. For now, that was enough for Durkin, son of Baran, chieftain of the possible clan. I fight today, Owen said, changing the subject. Will you come? I know that you do this not for glory, but for your clan, Durkin said. You fight to win them food and water, but I will not show my face at display. Orcs should not be fighting orcs, not even in ritualized combat. Owen sighed. You have not changed, Durkin. You were ever afraid of me defeating you. There was a hint of mirth in his voice. Durkin turned, and for the first time in many long months, brimmed with a genuine warmth. The day had come. All night, while a ring of warlocks stood guard, lest the curious onlooker could witness the dark ritual, several stone masons had been hard at work carving the final seal into the portal's base. Once they had finished, wiping their sweaty brows and turning to smile at one another, they had been quickly slain. The blood of those who had created the seal were primed. Galvan had been informed by the dead. Galvan had no reason to doubt his new ally's wisdom, but the luckless masons would not be the last to die. The dawn was a fiery one, crimson and orange, and the air was thick and stale. While the portal was being completed over the last several days, other tasks had been finished as well. The war machines that had so devastated Shadowland several months earlier were again pressed into service, repaired, oiled, and tested. Armor that had been neglected was polished, swords were sharpened, dents and without chestnuts and helm. The great orcish that had so decimated the Dreadnought was being reformed. Some clans had been requested to remain behind. Galvan had done his best to convince the chieftains of the Shadowland, Thunderwood, Breathing Hollow, and Laughing Slow clans that they would leave it here. Drawing the war song had been particularly hard to convince to remain. For a moment, as the chieftain raged at him, Galvan wondered if he had done the right thing in letting Houseman drink the demon. More than most, he seemed to have little control over his emotions, despite Galvan's flattery about how valuable Grom was to him, and how he needed a team. Those Grom's wildness and unpredictability had made Galvan want to stay behind. He could not risk Grom getting some mad idea into his head and defying orders. And Dave would not like them. He would not like them at all. Bracken had requested that the entire horde gather at the Hellfire Citadel. Over the last few days, several who had returned to their ancestral land had frostbitten in London and trickled in and camped in the area. They had obeyed the order to arm themselves as if they were going to the battle, although few of them understood exactly what was going on. They assembled, clan by clan. Each clan wore the traditional colors in the form of a decorative sash or belt over their armor, and on this hot, windy day, the banners sang proudly. Galvan and Azul watched the assembly. Galvan turned to his former mentor. You and your clan will be among those staying behind, he said shortly. Azul nodded, almost meekly. So I assumed, he said. He did not say much these days, which was just as well with Galvan. He had half suspected that the older horde would try to wrest control of the magical jade from abandonment, but again, Azul was too crushed to even imagine. Galvan sun glinted on her armor, their banners waving in the wind, their green faces shining with anticipation. The ball was as Lydia had promised. This would be the turning point to break. The drums began, deep, violent. They shuddered around the earth, from stone, into the bones of the horde. Many of them threw back their heads and howled as they began to march, falling naturally into step with one another, again, making the fight deep. Feldan made no move to hurry. Once they were all assembled at the portal, he would be magically transported there by another warlock. He could enjoy watching the parade of his army march down the wide, paved road to the portal. Standing in front of the portal was the Draenei child. Where had they found him? Durkin had not so much as glimpsed the Draenei thoughts, nor had anyone else. They must have considered it great good luck to have found their Draenei, let alone the young. They were in front of the crowd, standing next to the Thunderlord and driving on them. The portal gate had been finished and looked both beautiful and terrifying. Two cloaked figures, whose eyes glowed red, you could imagine, had the clever technology to the opening. The carved serpentine creature curled about the top. Its maw gaping open, showing pointed, hard teeth. It extended sharp, lizard-like claws that had ridges that rocked long hand to mine. Derek had never seen anything like this, and greatly wondered how such an image had occurred in the distance. A nightmare, possibly. He grimaced. All in all, it was a formidable construction. But he barely even registered the skill that had gone into its creation. His eyes were transfixed on the Draenei. He looked so terribly small next to the enormous arch, small, and clean and bruised. He stared vacantly at the sea of Horde who were bellowing at him, so far beyond terror that he obviously did not know. What are they going to do with it? Drop him onto the ground. Durkin shook his head. I'd give the words. She stared at him. I saw some killing of children in battle. The bloodlust was upon them. I cannot condone it, but I can see how it can happen. But surely they will not make a ritual sacrifice out of this child. It'll be all right, said Durkin. But he could see no other reason for the small figure to be present. If such were the case, he could not stand by. He did not want to respond to his claim, so he prayed he was wrong. The warlock had changed something. To Durkin's amazement, Gul'dan appeared right before their eyes. The Horde mounted, and Gul'dan smiled benevolently. Today is a glorious day for the orcs, he thought. You have all seen this portal being built. Admired the craftsmanship, how it stands as a monument to the glory of the Horde. Now, I will reveal to you the vision I have had. He pointed at the gate, far, far away, in the land called Hazard. I have an ally. He offers us his land. It is green and lush, filled with pure water and fat creatures to hunt. Best of all, we will continue to exalt in the glory of bloodshed. A race called humans, the enemy of our ally, will try to stop us from taking their lands. We will destroy them. Their dark blood will flow freely upon our swords. As we have destroyed the Draenei, so now we will destroy humans. A cheer went up. Draco shook her head in disbelief. How can it still feel this way? Can we not see this new land will suffer as ours has if we continue on this path? Derek had nodded his agreement, but at the same time, there was no choice. We need food, water. We must go through this portal. Draco sighed, seeing the logic, but not liking it. Even now, our ally is working to open the portal on his side. And now, we will begin. He gestured to the little Draenei temple. Blood is a pure offering to those who give us this vast power. And the blood of a child is pure still. With the lifeblood of our enemies, we will open the portal and step into a glorious new world, a new page in the history of the Horde. He approached the bound child, who looked up at him with empty eyes. Gul'dan raised a jeweled dagger. He glinted in the sunlight. No! The word was ripped and Durkin blinked. Everyone turned to stare at him. He surged forward. This new venture was to be opened by the blood of an innocent child. No good could come of it. He did not make it 3 steps before he was tackled and went down hard on the sun-baked earth. The instant it happened, Draco uttered her war cry and the clang of metal on metal when she charged. Chaos erupted. He struggled to his feet but held the crumpled form of the child. Blue blood spurted from his slashed throat. Gul'dan, what have you done to us? Durkin shrieked. But his protest was lost in the roar of the enraged mob before him. The crossbow had sprung into action to defend the chief, and the shouts of battle were almost deafening. Durkin's breath was knocked out of his lungs as he attacked her. He waved his arms for silence. Azeroth is a large world, as is our own. You know how different the land can be from place to place. I am certain it is the same here. This place does not look as inviting as I was. His voice trailed off, and he shook himself, visibly recovering. But behold, this is the truth, another land. It is real. You, Goldan pointed at 2 dozen fully armored orcs who stood beside the portal. They snapped to attention. You have been chosen to be the first to investigate this new land. Go forth, in the name of the Horde. The orcs hesitated only an instant, then grimly ran forward into the portal. The scene vanished. Durkan's head whipped around to stare at them. The warlock was doing his best to stay composed, but clearly nothing happened. They are the scouts, Goldan said. They will return with news of this world. And before the gathered orcs truly began to grow worried, the image of the swamp reappeared, and the orcs burned through. They were grinning from ear to ear. More than half of them carried the carcasses of large animals. One was a reptile of some sort, scaly, long, with stubby legs and a huge jaw. The other was a four-legged, bird, with claws on all four of its feet, a long tail, small round ears, and spots on its yellow, glossy coat. Both were obviously healthy specimens. We have slain many both types of creatures, but we don't scout them. Their flesh is wholesome. The water there is pure. We do not need a beautiful one. We need one that will feed and sustain us. This Azeroth will do so admirably, Goldan. And murmuring through the crowd. Despite himself, Durkan felt his gaze drawn to the beast the scouts had brought through from the stomach ground. It had been 2 days since he had last seen him. Goldan visibly relaxed. He looked over at Durkan, his eyes narrowed. Durkan gazed in apprehension, sharp and big in his grin. He and his clan were evil. He knew that. He also knew that his defense of the child, and the reaction he provoked among the other clans, many of them had come to the defense of the monster, would not be forgotten. They would have suspected that Goldan had ordered his execution or banishment, but apparently Durkan knew the crossroads, yet had some use to Goldan and Bracken. So be it. For now, he would fight alongside his brethren. Tomorrow would have to take care of himself. Whatever the title, Durkan knew he would die with his honor intact. Goldan looked back at the crowd with expectant awe and took a deep breath. This is the moment of destiny, he said. On the other side, a new beginning awaits. A new enemy to slaughter. You can feel it in your mind. The bloodlust rising. Follow Blackman. Listen to his orders, and you will rule this new world, as is your right. It's your world on the other side of the portal. Take it. The cries were deafening. The crowd surged forward. Even Durkan found himself caught up in the swirl of the new world, so lush and ripe and ready for the taking. Perhaps his worry was misplaced. Perhaps this would indeed be the beginning. Durkan loved his land, loved his people, and wanted to see them thrive. And he, like all orcs even before this moment, reveled in the kill. Perhaps it would all be well. Axe in hand, hope flourishing in his heart, Durkan joined in the race toward the portal, toward this place called Azeroth. He lifted his arms and raised the cry that was on the lips of every orc as he searched forward. For the Horde. Epilogue. And so began our people's history in this world of Azeroth. We thundered out of the portal like death incarnate, a torrent of blood-mad fluid from Temple slaughter. It is little wonder